I see you guys. I see you. I see you being goobers. I see you being goobers in there. Hello, everybody. Hi. How's it going? I hope you're having a wonderful day, and Happy New Year. It's the first YouTube stream of the year. Isn't that crazy? It's kind of crazy how fast time's gone by. Honestly, it really is. But hi. Hello, hello, hello. How are you this lovely morning? What is it, Friday? Yeah, it's Friday. I think it's Friday. I have to make sure I'm in live chat, not top chat. Lots to yap about and lots of videos to watch today. It's going to be a fun one. And I say that legitimately. I'm looking forward to all the videos we're watching today. I mean, I'm always looking forward to the videos we're watching today. I will say some updates regarding previous videos we've watched. And like what we're doing with those moving forward. But I'll get to that eventually. But good morning, good morning. Hello, Alex. Hello, Invader. Hello, Sakadi. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Edom. Hello, Lurk. It's Friday already. Isn't that crazy? Remember to switch to live chat. Yeah, no, we're gonna start off the new year by me going right into the elitist fan funding chat. That way, I only see the ivory tower. I only see the ivory tower. Anyway, me a goober? No, never. Little bit of a goober. A little bit of a goober. Hello, finally able to make a stream. Caught up with the Lorvids. I love that. I love that. Welcome in, though, Parker. Also, just made me think about it. There was a membership offline. A couple, actually. So I'm going to quickly open that up because I want to say thank you to everybody who became a member while I was not live because you guys are nuts. So I appreciate you tremendously. So let me pull it up. How do I do this? Filter, last update, joined. Can I update? Hello? Well, Asana joined, and then Hoch joined 2 days ago. The last day I streamed on YouTube was Monday, so I believe also Nightwolf, Zobo, Shaki, and Empress. Okay, so 3 days ago, they all joined in when I was live last time. Okay, I just wanted to thank everybody who became members. The Ivory Tower is cringe. Long live the anarchy of the free states. But why? You're a member. You are part of the elitism. You are part of the Ivory Tower. You are everything that you stand that you hate. What else? Oh, okay. Speaking of membership, members are gonna end up eating good because I had to make a change to scheduling for the week. So the algorithm does not like the Tokyo apartment videos. Like, it's bad. Like it's bad. When I say bad, I mean like, if I pull up the analytics for the one that the one that it was that released today, yeah, it's like 1/10 on the analytics. It's so egregious that I'm afraid to have them public because I think it will actually negatively impact my overall algorithm. It's that bad. It's that bad. I love this girl and how she reacts. Thank you. Yeah, that one's 900 views in like a week almost, or like 4 days. I'm gonna leave that one, but the one that posted today, I actually stopped. I stopped and I put it in members only, and the one that was going to release in 2 days is going to be members only now. So all the members, you guys will still get the edited videos for real estate, but we're not going to do any more of those, which is sad because I really enjoyed them. I really enjoyed them, but I have to do things that will work. So that's a little bit stinky. Would you consider reacting to Boris Heresy or Sneck Fulgrim? I don't know what those are. I'm assuming they're meme videos, but yeah. My brother and Kane. Oh, speaking of Kane, today we have a second video, and it may or may not be about Cyphus Kane. So, just saying. Like 10 of those 900 views are me, Dolphin. That's even sadder. That's even, you know what? That's getting moved into members only as well. That's getting moved into members only as well. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that video. Oh my god. That hurts my soul. Yeah, it literally just hit 1,000. It's operating at 30%. I'll leave it up. I'll leave that one up. But it's like 30%. It's 30%. That's insane to me. Sisyphus Cain, hero of the Imperium. How are you doing today? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I have lots of good stuff today. So I can pull up the list of what we're watching. It's a massive mix, okay? So we're starting off with the finale of the ARKS of Omen, which I'm like feral for. I cannot wait. I'm so excited to learn more about the lion, about his resurrection, all that. Cannot wait. Right. Then I have a Where Are They Now series from Fire Department Chronicles, so we'll get to see where they are now for a bunch of the really unhinged medical stories. I have Why Are People Afraid of Butterflies from Casual Geographic. After that one, we have Sisyphus Cain, the Emperor's Silliest Clown. We have, and then we have a compilation of B. Dylan Hollis, which are really, really cursed recipes. And then I have How Nature Accidentally Created the Perfect Animal. So very good series of stuff today. I had to add an extra video in because, again, I need to fill the slot now for January 2nd because we're moving that video to members only. So I want to make sure that I'm putting stuff up every day for you. Also, speaking of daily uploads, I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen the 2 shorts I've released. One of which actually you got an IRL reveal of me. So I did actually have an IRL short. I showed off my 1/18th scale Imperial Knight from House Raven. So that was fun. That was fun. I embraced my title as gay infiltrator. Curse the Omniscience and their abominable algorithm that we must all live by. I mean, for the most part, most things work. Just some things just really don't. Like, I'm pretty happy with the I Did a Thing video. It did well enough that I could justify doing another. Does it perform amazing? No, it certainly doesn't. But I can kind of justify doing another one, right? Like, it's okay. It's okay. Was that not the banana review? Yeah, you guys made me feel really old. Like, I thought my demographic was, like, older. So I was really shocked when so many people were like, what's the banana for? And I was just like, what? Why do you not know banana for scale? Why do you not know banana for scale? Hi, Tetra. Love the Joy Toy shirt. I'm really glad. I'm really glad, Alan. I thought people would like it. It's performing very well. Like, I think it's my second best short in the last month. My best being Erebus, but it's at like 12,000 views already. Something like that. Let me look. Yeah, 12.2. 12.2. You know, it's really bad when like a short is gonna make more revenue than like the real estate videos, because those are full videos. Oh, it hurt my soul. Oh, it hurt my soul. Change is good. Wasn't on the internet much as a kid. Yeah, it's fine. The night short was great. I'm glad you liked it. I remember banana for scale from middle school. I was very much early zoomer. The night was up to your knees. Yeah. The nut one is pretty nuts too. Okay. The nut one is just, I shouldn't have this button. I shouldn't have this button. This button is bad for all my intrusive thoughts, because every time I think of any kind of sentence, I could just be like, yeah, so I went out today, and you know, it's just bad. It's bad for me, honestly. It's literally a toddler. Yeah. Good gods, it's massive. I know. I'm here. What I miss? Was talking about how I had the IRL reveal for the short that I released a couple days ago. I was telling chat how the real estate videos with Tokyo Lens are all going to be locked behind members, just because I actually think they're going to harm the algorithm if I keep them public, which really sucks. Like, it really sucks, but like, that's okay. It just is what it is. But today we have lots of goodies. Lots of goodies. It was worse than 904 days. Yeah. I mean, the 904 days one's bad. Like, I still kind of want to lock that one behind, but I'll leave that one. But yeah, it's a bad one. It's massive and she owns 2 of them now. Yeah. Pray to the Omnissiah for forgiveness. Hey, do you know D's nuts in your mouth? Ha 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 ha. The socks were the best part of the short. You know, there weren't a ton of comments that called me out on it, which is pretty funny because I expected way more people like giving me crap about it or teasing, but like I think like 2 or 3 of you were like, "Oh my god, I see the socks." So I think you were all very respectful little beans. I was wondering why she was dropping a banana on it. Oh my god, you little bean. Happy New Year, Mama. How are you? Love you. Oh, thank you, Asuna. Love you too. Thank you. Hey, Tetra, just done watching season finale of Stranger Things, and I get now what you said yesterday. Oh, how it's terrible. The Stranger Things finale is absolutely terrible. I've been commenting behind by 2 minutes. Ooh, yikes. It's a good day. First YouTube Tetra of the new year, and I got my window pane replaced. Let's go. I love that for you. Also, Tetra, not going to be chatting as much. I'm sick as sin today. Just take it easy and rest. You get a vibe and listen to the content and enjoy yourself. Oh, fun fact, there's a story about Lion complaining about getting old after fighting a Chaos Lord. He kills the sorcerer and his army broke back, and Lion was like, why am I slow? That's great. I love that. Yeah, it's underwhelming. Yeah. Speaking of members-only content, I use my gifted membership and my day off to catch all the live streams I missed. I love that. I'm so glad. That's actually awesome. That makes me so happy to know that somebody's using their gifted sub to actually take advantage of everything. Hi, Mitty. Hello. What made you catch me over here? What made you catch me over on YouTube? That's a trippy thing right there. But welcome in, love. Yeah, I was complaining to Mitty about the short, and she's like, yes, embrace the meme. Embrace the meme. Curse my 10,000 pings. Yeah, true. Do you have a cat? Yeah, I have 3. Say that the kids who launched the rocket at my window didn't get caught. Oh yeah, I forgot. You had a celebratory fireworks shot at your window. It's Mitty Poggies. It's Mitty. Let's see what else. What else did I miss? Just to make all my fellow millennials feel old, Y2K babies now all qualify for lower car insurance. Oh. There was something I had a realization of yesterday. Oh, it was Charlie the Unicorn is like 21 years old. Yeah, Charlie the Unicorn is currently 21 years old. Even in debt, I still serve. I was scrolling by, glad I could catch it. That's so cute. I love that, Mitty. I love that. I was not complaining, but I was just telling chat about how like, and this is one of the things you'll learn as well. It looks like if you have a bad performing video, like disproportionately bad, it's in your best interest either to delist it, private it, or to set it as members, because otherwise your whole algorithm just gets nuked. Again, I'm not super versed in it yet, but I'm trying. Oh, that's the other thing. I tested something out. So, YouTube algorithm stuff, right? So I'm trying my best to understand it, like how I understand Twitch. So, when I posted the IRL short, I chose to put my hashtags in the description rather than in the title to see if a cleaner title would work better or would work worse because the hashtags weren't there. And it was doing terribly. I moved the hashtags to the title, and all of a sudden, it performed like a juggernaut. And you could actually see in real time how it went from like a slow increase to a straight line up. It was really funny. I was born months before the first Gulf War. My bones, oh my god. Charlie the Unicorn came out when I was 4 years old. Being 40 must hurt, right? Excuse me, Strider. Can't believe this. Shaking, crying, and vomiting. Oh my goodness. Lesson learned. Lessons learned. Commissar reporting for duty. Happy New Year, Lioness. Hello, Happy New Year, Commissar. I wake up hurting, think it's arthritis. Yeah. So I hope it gets mentioned. I wonder how much of the hive mind would hate the lion as it adapts, right? Or, what? How would it adapt to someone who has a formless fighting style and he's so good with the blade? I mean, I feel like you're jumping a bit ahead, but yeah, I guess. Welcome on board, Commissar. Oh my god, you guys are funny. Okay, anyway. Anyway, so we're gonna start now that we're starting to just devolve into Warhammer talk. I think we'll just start the video. Still getting secondhand embarrassment from the awful people that the Vulcan stream drew out from the shadows. Oh, it's okay. I mean, for the most part, 90% of the people that are from that batch, I've hidden. Or, like, because you can't ban on YouTube, right? You just hide them and send them to the warp, basically. So a lot of the Black Templar fans are currently sitting in the warp because I've come to learn that they're like 99.9% Black Templars. Like, when I made a conversation, you know what? I'll say this again. So one of the things that really does surprise me is just how upset. Like, I'm gonna even minimize this even more. How upsetty spaghetti people get that I say that Angron isn't that deep. People get really butthurt by this. You guys gotta understand. I'm not saying the character's bad. I like Angron. I think he's cool. But he's not that deep. He's not. Like, you could argue that he's a tortured soul from the 30k era, but even his 30k story is pretty standard. Like, it's a space opera version of Gladiator. Like, yeah, it's sad. He suffers. I get it. I truly get it. But if we're talking 40k in the modern 40k, he is murder hobo. Like, I don't even argue the fact, like, with you guys over that he is used as a tool to show how other people are strong. I'm just talking about how he's literally a murder hobo. Like, you see him in the ARKS of Omen. He is literally just a brutal murder hobo until he stops feeling pain for the brief moment and then, you know, dissipates. It's okay. It's all right. It's not the end of the world. I'm way less. I've now seen other people's opinions, and I've kind of seen that almost every creator that's not just like really, really like what's the word? Catering to the audience, right? Like a lot of them have very strong opinions of Angron, and a lot stronger than I do, like negatively. Like, I was listening to the girl who did the hymns, the sisters of battle hymns that she did for Christmas, right? Like, I was looking at her, I was watching a short of her talking about Angron, and she's way harsher on the topic than I am. Way harsher. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not even saying I dislike Angron. I like him, but I like him as the murder hobo that he is. But it's just really interesting because it's the level of response that it gives me, right? It's never just this discussion of Angron. Like, there's a few people who will make discussion of Angron, right? Like Crom made a comment about it the other day, and it was like a very fair take, but it was not it didn't change my opinion, but it was a fair take. You have to understand that 80% of Warhammer characters can generously be called two-dimensional power fantasy inserts. Anything beyond that is deep. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. The analogy that Wisdom gave me was just my dad's stronger than your dad, and that's how people kind of see the universe in this space. Also, thank you, Synth. But like, that's kind of one of the issues I've noticed, and it's like, you could I guess you could argue that 30k Angron has some level of depth to him. Like, he has a level of depth. Everybody has a level of depth, but I wouldn't really consider him to be like this super deep character. He's a circle of trauma. Like, a circle of trauma is interesting, doesn't make it deep, right? He can be a cool character and an interesting character, but it doesn't inherently mean that he's... Well, thank you, Sean. It just doesn't make him inherently deep. Can't really argue. You can argue against anything. It's just like the two arguments that that stood out to me the most were one guy who wrote an entire book saying how like you have to understand some people have lesser opinions, or that their opinions matter less, and it's like, this is the weirdest take. A happy New Year, Lady Lion. I finally finished the worst trilogy in Warhammer, and I need to be cleansed. Don't ask to save money after I bought those books. Okay, okay. I won't ask you to save money. I'll tell you to save money. We're still talking about Ron. No, I just brought it up again because it was, I was talking about some of the comments I was getting because the video went live only a couple days ago. Right? Because I only released the Angron video, I think, like 2 days ago. 2 days ago, so I started getting another wave of comments for it. Which is fine. Like, I'm very chill about it. I'm very, very chill about it. Yeah, it came out. No, it came out. Yeah, it came out 2 days ago. It came out New Year's Eve. But you know, what was the other one? The other one was pretty funny. It was a take that just seemed so aggressive, and it was like, just because you let me find it. I want to find it for you because it is silly, and I want to quote it like exactly. I don't want to incorrectly state what it was because it gave me a chuckle. It gave me a little bit of a tee hee ha ha chuckle. Where the hell is it? Okay. Deliberately minimizing everything about a character so you can clown on people who said character doesn't make you correct. Okay, so I don't think I've ever clowned on people who have a disagreeing opinion of me. Secondarily, I don't think I'm minimizing Angron because I think Angron's writing does it itself. Oh, it's on the wall. Yeah, it's on the wall. Shame. But like, my favorite part about it is I looked at the profile picture of this person, and lo and behold, they're a Dark Templar or Black Templar. They literally have the Black Templar, the Black Templar as a hamster as their profile. I'm like, why is it always Black Templars? And it's like, the thing is, this batch of fandom, they don't ever want to directly call out what they don't like about a creator. They just always find something to complain about with the content. Like, I have now been making Warhammer content for several months on this platform. I have interacted with according to my analytics, over like 80,000 different people on my Warhammer content, okay? Like, different people. The only people I've had problems with are Black Templar fans. Like, that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. Like, I've had Vulcan fans get upset with me, but most of them can like take the joke. I've had Angron fans get upset with me and they could take the joke. But the ones that get super upset are always Black Templars. I don't get it. I don't get it. And like, don't get me wrong, I've met some lovely people who like Black Templars. Edom always has to say, I like Black Templars, I don't associate with them. There was a really nice guy on TikTok where he was like really excited when I showed the night short, right? And he was like, he's like, oh, can I get you to look at Black Templars? They're my favorite. I really like your content. And I'm like, I really appreciate the thought, but the YouTube community and Black Templars don't really go hand in hand for me. Because I have a feeling that if I did Black Templar content, I would get more flack. You want to talk about one thing that I think I've been successfully gatekept out of, it is the Black Templars. I have very, very little interest in learning about them because of the community. So you guys can have your little niche. You guys kept me out of it. I want nothing to do with it. I want nothing to do with your niche. It is irrelevant to me, and you guys make it completely unenjoyable. Peter Turbo and the Khan are my favorite shit talkers. I like the Khan. When Dorn happens, we might need to go members only. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot with Dorn. Like, I want to learn more about him. I want to learn more about Dorn, but like, you know, there's a reality that like that could go one way. Tetra, why are there little it's just an effect on the background. It's an effect on the background. They're a little too immersed in the lore. The funny part is that a lot of these people don't actually seem super versed in the lore. Like, they don't actually seem super invested in the lore. Like, they know a couple little there's two batches of people that seem to really have their own commentary about this. One of which is the batch that are the actually crowd, where they have like a surface level of everything without knowing any depth of any specific circumstance that actually happened, right? Well, they'll be like, oh yeah, I know. They'll correct me on something that's like extremely superficial, but they won't know any depth behind the statements that they're saying. Or the other thing is that they're super well versed in one tiny little niche of the universe, which is fine. Both of these things are fine. It's just funny that like, I'm really never just like, actually by somebody who is a super lore nut that knows every little detail, right? It's always one or these other, it's one or the other. And I find that kind of funny. It makes your room look dusty. It does not make the room look dusty. They're lights. It makes sense. It makes sense. 30k Angron versus 40k. Oh, let me turn off the notifications before we start going. Here we go. Streamlabs. It makes sense for 30k Angron versus 40k Korn. There was a character development of sorts in 30k, but 40k he's a Korn character. Murder Hobo, Scarbrand too, and Karn and Skulltaker are my favorites though for those reasons. Well, like the thing is like. That's kind of the argument I've been making, is that I'm mostly talking about 40k Angron. I'm not talking about the past. But even if you want to, like, point out the past, it's not that deep. Like, it's not that deep. And people will argue that, and that's okay. You can. And you could say that Angron's deep because of X, Y, Z, and you could believe it, and you could feel that way, and I'll respect that. I'll personally disagree. But when you tell me my opinion on the stance doesn't really matter, I don't really care about your opinion, right? That's kind of the thing, right? It goes both ways. I'll respect your opinion, you respect mine, we can disagree. I see him as a murder hobo. That's it, really easy. Those people are the actual tourists. They give people shit all the time, but have never read a goddamn book themselves. People who screeched about the Custodes thing are the exact same. I've gotten the vibe. I've gotten the vibe. Like look, I have now been in what two hate videos on YouTube because I've been now prevalent in the Warhammer space, and I know the longer I'm in the Warhammer space, the more people will know who I am and dislike me and blah blah blah. I'm just trying to enjoy myself. I'm literally just trying to enjoy myself. The actually crowd when you ask them to name one book that they've read. Ooh. Dorn fans are the most autistic. I love them for that. You know what? Fair. What in the world did I stumble on? I mean, you didn't really stumble on it. You actively chose to click a stream that had a picture of me. But welcome in. What Custodius thing? Don't ask on that one. Don't ask on that one. The great shame is the Black Templars have one of the better 40k novels, but God, their fans make things absolutely insufferable. Truly a shame. I really wanted to learn about them until I started learning about them. That's kind of the situation with that. Oh my goodness. Let me sip my coffee. Hang on. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. I feel bad because like we've talked about this in a lot of videos, like in a lot of the live streams, in like the early yapping part, because I kind of utilize this time as like an update with you. So I get to talk with you about all the new things that are going on. So it always ends up coming up because I do deal with this pretty regularly. But I know one day I'm just going to see those comments and it's going to be like, oh, you bring this up every time. It's like, oh my God. There will be a day where I just stop reading comments. There will be a day where that happens. Or I'll just leave it to my mods. I was expecting to hear some high-pitched voice and laugh, but nope, you didn't get a high-pitched voice. Sorry. Yeah, Sigmund vs. Abaddon is great. Is that the book that's really good? Oh, Sigismund. Yeah, because you guys have told me Sigismund's a really cool character. You can personally verify, that. No one in the tabletop space is like these people, not in my experience. Excuse me, Lioness, but shouldn't we be letting your voice rest? Your health is this community's #1 interest. My voice is fine. Oh. That is a comment. That is a comment, Templar. Anyway, F. Erebus. I mean, why F. Erebus? He's just the, Erebus is the Primarch of the 18th Legion, alright? He's just a huggy boy, alright? Some people like to mix him up with Vulcan, the chaplain of the word bearers. Don't mind them, they're just wrong. I see him as my broken monster in Night Destroyer. Sigismund is the one Black Templar character, first Emperor's champion. During the Siege of Terror, he was told to kill champions of Chaos and Lord, and he killed Karn. That's really cool. Like, again, I'm sure that I would find the characters interesting if it wasn't for how people act towards me. GW gives 4 Black Armored Space Marine chapters, unique models, and out of those, Black Templars are the favorite child. Miss Tetra, I found a story you might enjoy. It's on YouTube for Dad by Rim Audiobook. Do what you will. Okay. I appreciate the voice, actually. I cannot handle the kid voices that some other creators use. I do not hold it against them, but I can handle them. Like I said, I just talk. I just stream. I'm just me. I don't know what to tell anybody. I'll admit I have a Black Templar's army and I don't act toxic. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with being a Black Templar fan. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I just, like, don't misunderstand. Like, it's correlation, not causation, right? Being a Black Templar fan doesn't make you a dick, and it just happens to be that the most amount of dicks that I've experienced on YouTube are Black Templar fans. Doesn't mean that the two go hand in hand always. Amazing character, insane community around him. The Sigismund, yeah. I don't understand the stuff anyone's talking about. They're talking about a batch of Warhammer. There's a group called the Black Templars, and they're very, very interesting outside of their hobby. But aside from that, like I said, we're gonna start getting into the videos today. We are starting off with the final part of ARKS of Omen. Then we have medical stories. Then we have the butterfly video from Casual Geographic. Then we have Cyphus Kane. Then we have cursed food recipes. And then we have the Nature's Perfect Animal. Please call me novel. Yeah, hi, novel. Okay. Sigismund is a cool character, but his fan base is absolute nuclear. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. All right, why don't we start getting ready? Why don't we start getting ready and going into the video? We've got a lot to get through, so that'll be fun. Let me move myself over. I think this will be fine, right? I think this is usually the size I'm at for this. Okay, let's get this going. Dude, what happened with this recently? I don't know what happened with my wait, hang on. I gotta make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it just did not want to be proper size. There we go. Okay. I might be a little too big on the screen. If that's the case, I'll fix it. But we're finally going to be checking out the last section of the ARKS of Omen. We're going to see the resurrection of the... Well, not the resurrection, right? Because that's Gilliman. But we're going to find the awakening of the lion. I am so excited. I am so excited. Legitimately hyped. I think I'm too big. There we go.
Welcome everyone to another episode of
One day, I'm going to say this in every video, one day, Shai is going to let DK speak without the blaring audio, just drowning the poor guy out. One day. One damn day.
This ridiculous podcast. My name is DK Diamantes. His name is Bricky. We're going to learn all about 40k and how horrible the world is. But before we do, if you enjoyed today's episode, head over to the Patreon, patreon.com/AdeptusRidiculous, and consider supporting maybe one of your favorite Warhammer 40k podcasts. You get access to the Discord, bloopers if they happen, the $15 tier. Get you access to all of the HD posters, which, by the by, Bricky, did you know, fun fact, we have a new one.
You know, that's a really good idea. Maybe I'm gonna steal their ideas. Maybe what I should do for the highest tier on Patreon, I should make posters. I should make posters for the highest tier where people can get them. I think that would be a really cool idea. So maybe I will do that. I have to obviously get merch rights to specific pieces of artwork for that, or I'll get new pieces of artwork. Maybe I'll make a monthly piece that could be used for that. But that might be a really cool idea between Yura and I. So that's something I'm just gonna make a little quick note. I think that might be a quirky idea.
Didn't know that we'd... Oh, that's actually pretty good.
This is like easily my favorite, I think, poster. Like, it is just really good. It kind of sort of reminds me, it gives me a Darkest Dungeon vibe.
I was
Darkest Dungeon, damn.
I was thinking of the Vestal from Darkest Dungeon.
It's really, really good. Hallistay killed this one. I mean, they kill all of them, but this one is just nice.
I genuinely was expecting like a thick thighs Vashtor or something because we're so into that thing with the big lantern eyes. But
No, I hate
so
that.
okay with this. It's timely. It's solid. It can now be purchased probably at the merch store. So check that out along with the new sweatpants. But besides the great new merch that we have, Shy actually.
Oh, thank you so much, James. Welcome into the Little Beast. I really appreciate the membership. Enjoy all the benefits. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the extra streams. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Actually has a special, super special secret announcement that she's going to tell all of you about right now.
Hello, scum. Apologies for my prolonged absence, but now that prosecution had to drop the charges, to say that I am excited to be back with you would be an absolute lie. Some of you know that I spent most of my career, insert laugh track here, reviewing video games.
Oh my
But a
God.
few years back I've decided that I should stop sampling digital diarrhea of others because it's time to produce my own.
Oh no.
I joined a team and acted as the creative director for the upcoming game called Star-Crossed, which
Oh,
is a
okay.
visual novel dating sim, a genre my audience should be intimately familiar with in more.
I feel like this is not particularly relevant to it. I want to support Shy, but I guess we'll leave it on.
More ways than one. The game is set in a bittersweet post-war setting where you can date
Okay.
men, women, and space lizards, go for a drink with them, look at the stars, experience traumatic memories, have a dinner, all the fun lovers things. Company I work for already has the funding, so there's no Kickstarter or early access. Go to Steam and wishlist the game so Mama can afford her anger management classes.
Yes, Shy thing. Awesome. Wahoo.
Yes, Shy thing. Awesome. Cool.
Oh, also,
Don't sound too excited.
Well, because I don't know what happened.
I know.
The ad is in the
I know.
thing. You shut
It's
up.
okay.
That was kind of funny though.
Also, Assassinorum Kingmaker is our book. Go read it. Ooh. I'm actually already about an hour in, and I was really excited to get started, and it's so far quite good.
Nice, thank God.
I'm excited.
I was a little worried after Master of Mankind. I was like,
Kingmaker isn't the book where why am I blanking his name? Conrad, where Conrad Kurz dies, right? It wasn't this book. It's just that this is the unit that kills him. I think, right? Like it's somebody who's one of these.
please be good, please be good, please be good.
So,
So
stretch your legs, stretch your arms,
stretch it out, get a nice stretch going, chat.
flare them lats. All the goodness, all the great.
No, it wasn't one. It wasn't someone from that batch. No. Kingmaker is 40k Mission Impossible. I thought it was somebody from that faction, though. I thought it was someone from that faction. Mission Impossible Assassin, no different assassin. Nope. Yeah, no. I know a different assassin, but it was someone. But it was a Calidus assassin. Okay.
Greatness. Are you ready, DK? You know what the topic is today.
Do I? Has the Lion Book come out? Is that what we're doing today?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure because I was like, wait, does the Lion Book come out like this week, or did it come out last week, or is it next week? I wasn't sure.
The Lion Book is out. The ARKS of Omen. Well, technically, 2 Lion Books are out. The ARKS of Omen Lion Book is out, but there is also the Lion.
Also, did you guys notice? I'm sure you all know this, but it looked like there was 2 versions of each of the ARKS of Omen books. There was a regular version and then a collector's version, or were they all collector's versions and they just have some of them with the black cover? Because all the ones I've gotten were the white covers, but I saw that there was a series of black covers and I didn't even know about.
Son of the Forest, which is a new book about the lion that has also come out.
Is that the one with that really cool, like, green hardback, like, limited edition cover? Because I think I saw that on Twitter, and God, that book, just aesthetically anyway, looks great.
I I don't know, but you might be right. It has the main cover is the one where it has the tiny head that you don't like.
Tiny head.
Well, we might be thinking of different things then, but that's okay. Cool. He's got 2 books that came out though.
Yes,
That's poggers, right?
yeah. Lion, Son of the Forest is the newest book. Kind of considered whether we should be reading that one instead, but I didn't know exactly when it's released. So
I
it
want.
was.
Oh my god, I want
Either
that.
Audible or yeah.
I think it just now got on.
No, I just see that there's only 1,200. Oh my god, that book is beautiful. Oh my god, how much money is it? How much money is it? I am so scared. I'm so scared to look on eBay. I'm so scared. Hold on. eBay. Lion. Son of the Forest. Limited. Oh my god, it's so expensive. I want it. It's so expensive. It's like $700. It's $700. No! I want it. I'm so sad. Oh my god. Scalpers go. I'm in shambles. I want this book. I need this behind my miniature of Lionel Johnson. Put it on throw. I might, but that's gonna be too expensive. Holy crap. Selfie pics to get money. Hey, there's socks in the short. You guys can see that. But come on. Oh my god. Oh my god, do I want that? That is so not fair. Holy crap. Serialized products be like that? That is not even a reasonable, like what? I see one for sale. I see one for sale right now. I know I don't expect it to ever get bought. I am putting this on my throne because I fucking want this. Excuse my language, because now this video is gonna get demonetized. But like I want this. Holy moly. Buy it. It's $700. It is $700. Oh my god. I'm having a stroke just looking at that. Oh my god, why? Why is it so expensive? Please don't support the scalpers. What am I supposed to do? Okay, the conversation of the whole scalper logic, I understand. Scalper bad, yes. But it's either you get it or you don't. You know? Like, of course it's scalped. I understand that it's scalped. Every product that is released in a limited fashion, whenever you buy a Pokemon card and it's above the market price value, it's probably been scalped. But like, you can't change that. Like, they're never making more. They're never going to make more of them. Like, I totally understand and respect the fact that it's bad. Like, I do. I get it. The problem is just, I just will never get it. Like, that's the sad part. It just really is. Hang on. Like, that, don't get me wrong, that, like, if this was not a limited, I would still want it. I would still want it. But it's signed, it's signed by Mike Brooks, and, like, that's really cool. As a fan of the Lion, this is really cool. Like, I literally am a Lion VTuber. Like, this would be going above my desk. So, like, I did put it up. I don't expect anybody to put anything towards it. That's okay. I just really like it. I just really like it, okay? I apologize if you guys are offended that it's a scalped product. I get it. I really do. But I really like it. I really like it. All right. Anyway, forget about that. That could stay there for all I know. But anyway. Going back to the video, sorry for that tangent. I don't think I've had that type of visceral reaction to a Warhammer product yet. I don't think that I have reacted so aggressively to a Warhammer product that I did seeing this book. I am so sorry. Brooks wrote the Alfarius book too. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's partly just annoyance on my end that it's impossible for a normal person to get special edition books. You know, I agree with you. I agree with you. So look, I'm a diehard Pokemon card collector, right? Every time a new set comes out, I try to get one box that I could put on display. Problem is that to get that one box, I usually can't. I either wait online on the Pokemon Center for like an extra hour or 2 hours at the moment of release, or I'm paying about 200 to 300% for the product. Depending on what the products are, you either will get them at a peak or a valley, and it's really hard to gauge. So with stuff like this book just came out not fairly recently. It's 2 years now, right? It's about 2 years. So, I mean, like, this one's probably already peaked and it's probably stable, but it will likely go up over time. I don't really care about that. I just, as somebody who's actually really appreciated Warhammer now and becoming a big fan of the Lion, this is really cool. This is really, really cool. Anyway, moving on. I'm sorry for beating a dead horse. That we're literally just in the intro of the video, and I just spent like the last 15 minutes gushing over a limited book that is being scalped to the moon. I'm sorry. Tetrawood Feral instantly. I don't know what came over me. It's just really nice. It's just really cool. No. Tell me, what is it? Think again, Queen from Paycheck? No. You guys don't actually need to. What are you guys doing? Stop focusing on the video. Thank you very much. Focusing on video. Oh my god. Okay, back to video.
Audible like 2 days ago.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate contributing.
Lion Son of the Forest is, in a sense, kind of a prequel. Oh, wow, that is a really good looking.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my god, it's 4% funded! What the hell? Do you mean definitely not a blueberry? What do you mean definitely not a blueberry? Oh my god! Oh my god. God, you know what? I will make this promise to you. If this ever gets funded, I love eating glue and I can't read. Oh my god, stop. If this gets funded, I will make sure the first Patreon poster is the lion themed. I will get art dressed as the lion, and I'll make a really badass poster of it. Okay? All right? That's the least I can do. But I don't expect this to, you guys are silly. We're 6% of it already. But let's go back to the video.
That's so cool. That's the one.
See, he's reacting the same way.
I love that so. Oh, that's great.
Oh, this is actually a really good excerpt from the back there. I failed my father. I fear I also failed my brothers. I do not wish to fail my sons.
It's so good.
Ooh,
it's so
nice
good.
Actually. Wow.
Nice.
But this seems to be kind of a prequel to the Lion ARKS of Omen itself. And it's should note that I don't.
Zip, it's up to 8%. What are you guys doing? You guys are nuts. Thank you. Oh my god. This is look, people who are gonna watch this video as a standalone are just gonna be like, what the hell am I watching? They're gonna be like, this VTuber is a grifter. Oh my god, what do you mean Brothers Rise Up? It's 10% funded! What the fuck? I gotta stop cursing. I have to stop cursing. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Alright. Deep breath. Sorry. Calm. We're gonna have a calm stream. I'm so sorry to everybody watching this not live. They're gonna all think I'm a wackadoo. Or more so of wackadoo. Thank you to everybody who's already contributed to the book. You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. I love you all. I love you all. Thank you guys. 10%'s good. Plague, thank you so much for joining membership. What the heck? Thank you. I love and appreciate you. You're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. Can't wait for the book to be 25%. I do not expect the book to get to 25% funded. 10% is already well be. I expected, like, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I expected a couple little quirky, like, little tag-ons to lock it in because Throne locks the product in when it gets something on it, right? So I can't have any. He's lying. It's at 11%. Oh my god. Arks of Omen, the Lion, isn't the Primarch's awakening or return story. The journey is told on the Lion Sons of the Forest. So you're telling me that I need the book, is what you're telling. Oh, my viewers just know I was forced. You're not forced to donate. You're not forced. I'm trying not to yell. I'm trying not to yell right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys, okay. I expected maybe like one or two little quirky ones. I did not expect 11%. In any way, shape, or form. So I'm not expecting 25%. I'm not expecting anything. I'm going to go back to the video. You guys got your tee-hee-ha-ha fun out. I love you. You're all amazing. And now we're going to start the video again.
To spoil much of the actual Sons of the Forest book, even though I did need to do a little bit of research on it to fill in a few gaps for the Arks of Omen book.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just some things about like what the Lion's been up to. Not specific stuff, but what he's been up to more so than anything.
Sure.
But this, I do believe, is the last Ark of Omen book.
Oh no!
You knew this would happen. No, I okay. Like I said, when you say that I know this would happen, the expectation of what I predict from my community is always exceeded. Because, like, again, I expected like one or two little quirky little tee-hee-ha-has. I did not expect people to go in and be like, yeah, you know what, we can get 10% out of the way real quick, you know, chop chop. You know, that is beyond what my expectation is. Like it really is. I'm very grateful to you guys. I honestly am. You guys are nuts.
No, it's over. Oh man,
it is over. I believe until 10th edition comes out.
Damn, I've been loving the Arks of Omen so much. I was kind of hoping it was just gonna have like a Horus Heresy run where there'd be like 47 of them. And I would love all of them.
That would be kind of fun, but I'm assuming this is prepping us for the big shenanigans happening in 10th.
Oh man, okay, fine.
It's good enough.
All good things must come to an end, right?
No.
Isn't that the
Arks
last
of Omen are
episode
so
of
good.
TNG? All good things?
I think it's also a quote from Shakespeare, but yes, it was also the name of the last two episodes of Star Trek: Next Generation.
I
yes.
know that it's all right.
Sure you did, Bricky. Sure you did. That's why you immediately went to Star Trek.
I just like you're a TNG fan.
I am actually a TNG fan. I'm a big fan. I hate Picard. The new series anyway. The
How does he not like Picard? Picard was so good. Really? That's surprising. Picard was good in Star Trek. No? Am I crazy? I thought he was good. Can you explain to me what Throne is? Throne is like a gift site for creators. It allows you guys to send gifts and stuff like that. Anyway,
Paramount one is
it looks trash.
Oh, Picard the show. I didn't even know there was a show called Picard. Oh, okay. I thought he meant the character. I was like really confused.
It's terrible.
Anyway, so in the beginning of this book is the classic little flavor text they like to throw out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit long like the other ones, but here it goes.
That's what she said.
Long slumbered the lion in tragedy's wake. Far wandered his sleeping mind, following strange paths through the arboreal mists of a shadowed world, as slowly, so slowly, his broken body healed. Monstrous and otherworldly were the things he hunted through shadowed ghost glades, while beyond his crypt the stars wheeled and the sands of time whirled upon hurricane winds. The lion slept on. Darkness deepened between the stars. Tragedy piled upon tragedy. Hope became the opiate of fools, and even such heroes as Lion L. Johnson dwindled into whispered myth.
Ooh.
Then light, then wakefulness, then striding tall, purposeful, armored, blade in hand, cowled and watchful, the mind dislocated from its old truths, even as the body burned with fresh vitality and the hearts beat with the cold resolution of vengeance. Parting veils of silvered shadow through the ghosts of Caliban's slain forests, The lion walked abroad in the galaxy once more. For loyalty...
I don't mean to stop it like mid-quote. I'm just like floored with how good this writer is. Like, this guy should be working on a lot more of their projects. Like, holy crap.
For the hunt for the emperor.
Ooh, that
hits.
Great
That absolutely
opening.
hits.
Oh,
It's a
man.
very good opening.
What was it? Hope was the opiate of the heroes.
Hope was the opiate of the fools.
Of the fools. That's fair. That's even better. Oh, that's great. I love that. So we're already off to a bang with this ARKS of Omen book.
Oh, this whole book is a banger. This might be
let's go.
This might be one of my favorites so the 5 books we've had so far have been Abaddon, Angron, Vashtor, Farsight, and now the Lion. Abaddon was great because it introduced us to Vashtor, and we learned plenty about him. Angron was great because we had
this whole series has been outstanding.
Massive chaos dub.
Huge dub. Vashtor, I originally was a little lukewarm on, but I think I've kind of come around to it because Be'lakor is like just such a petulant dick.
The Be'lakor fight was fantastic.
Unmaker canon, right?
Yep, you get the AI and stuff, and it was just really enjoyable. Farsight was all right. It was a little bit of a side story.
Oh my god, you guys are ridiculous.
But it was still fun enough.
What are you guys
Yeah,
doing?
it's crazy that so far to me, Farsight has been the worst
went up by
one of the ARKS of Omen.
Who just did that one? It's up to 15%. Excuse me? Excuse me? Guys. What the hell? What the heck? What the actual heck? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, so but going first of all, thank you very much. I think it was another meme name. I didn't see the actual name. I'm going to go to orders and check real quick. Oh. Wait, it's paycheck day, and if I didn't put it here, I just spend it on Magic cards. But you should spend it on yourself. Get yourself something cool from Magic. Thank you. What the heck? You guys are insane. 15%, not 50. No, yeah, it's 50. Now it's 18% currently. You guys are nuts. But on the Farsight book topic, I have to say, I feel like it was really understated how good this one was. A lot of people were really negative towards it. And I guess it's because, like, nothing really got furthered other than the fact that, like, Alpha Legion screwed over, who was it? The Death Watch? Like, the Alpha Legion pulled little shenanigans. But I thought that the actual stuff for Farsight was fantastic. I thought it was fantastic. I thought the fact that he was able to fight off and resist the urges of Khorne was great, too. But, I don't know. I thought it was a lot better than people made it out to be. To be fair.
Omen, and that was still phenomenal.
It was still really good.
Yeah.
So the lion, though, the lion's come back, and he's awake, and he's actually been out and about already. The idea is that the Sons of the Forest book is his out and aboutness in the beginning.
So he wakes up at like the beginning of Sons in the Forest or Sons of the Forest, and then he just goes around and starts like wrangling his dark.
Oh, so you think it's because of the fact that it's Tau? But Commander Farsight's cooler than like 90% of characters in Warhammer. Which again, people will hate me for saying that. Like, I'm not a Tau fan. I'm not a Tau fan by any means. But Commander Farsight's a really cool character.
Guys, or like, so how does that go?
Dark Angels, you mean?
What did I say? I guess I just said dark guys. Listen, the coffee hasn't kicked in yet, so some stuff is gonna get said that doesn't make sense. Just wait for the caffeine.
Yeah, 7 out of 10's fair.
All right,
fine.
Jesus.
So he's been up and about for a bit, and this part, the book opens with him a little bit farther back, a little bit farther after he's already been out and about. And when the lion wakes up, what do you think he would do? Like, he's woken up, he sees the galaxy, because like all the things that you want, like him talking to Gilliman, all that shit is apparently in the book.
Oh, all of it?
Like all the stuff we're kind of curious about, like how does he feel about the galaxy? What what's going on here, et cetera, et cetera. That's apparently all in the Sons of the Forest book.
Oh, well, great.
So you're not going to get any of that here. But what do you think the lion's been up to?
I think he's been angrily killing a lot of people.
You're half right.
Oh.
So the lion has a new
I know the line hasn't talked to Gilman yet, but there's actually there's one thing that I again as a newer fan, while my understanding of the universe is getting better, one thing I find really interesting in this, I don't want to say time skip, but in modern day Warhammer, right, in the 42nd millennia or 42nd, whatever you want to call it, 42nd thousand year, so it's really interesting that because the Emperor's sword is with Gilliman. And I believe that the shield from the shield that the lion has is also the Emperor's, right? So it just kind of feels like they're leading to like a really big plot point with the two of them having to work together. But it's obviously just something that I'm seeing at a surface level, but I think it'd be pretty interesting.
Power that I
Ooh.
don't quite understand.
Okay.
It's called Forest Walk, and one of his sons. In the beginning of this book was dueling him, and him and a few of his sons were dueling him, keep him sharp and stuff. And the lion and him like kind of locked eyes for a while before saying something. And as they did that, his son like feel the spectral nature of Caliban's forests kind of wreathed around him, almost like tendrils of mist and green around the lion, and he felt the heavy heaving breath of one of Caliban's monsters on the back of his neck before it kind of like snapped away. And so the lion has been able to kind of teleport now by walking through the corporeal dead forests of once Caliban. He just kind of like walks through a portal of forest.
That's weird.
It's a little bizarre.
I'm stunned by multiple things. One, I'm the instant transmission powers of the lion. Two, the fact that the two of you guys just brought it to 25%. Okay, we got to 25%. We're good now, right, guys? Like, thank you so much. I love and appreciate you. Mwah, you're amazing. What the heck? You guys are psychopaths. Thank you, but you guys are psychopaths.
Yeah, so he makes a portal that's basically the dead ghost forest of Caliban, and he walks through it, and then he can teleport anywhere? Or is there a limitation on it? Or that sounds confusing.
It's a little bizarre. It might be explained in the book more, because at the moment it isn't explained in the ARKS of Omen one.
Oh, okay.
But it's basically it's an ability he has in game called Forest Walk, where he just can like
go wherever he wants.
Yeah. But it is that kind of weirdness. And Shai, if you want to read that, Shai makes a good point.
Shai says, well, he got warped with Caliban, which also got thrown into the warp, so maybe Caliban forests are now partially in the warp, and he can enter them and use it as warp travel.
It's a partly possible situation.
That's fair. I hadn't thought about that. That could be.
I've sent you, or I placed, or they are currently at the moment uploading, some little photos from the book. They show off the kind of Caliban forests a little bit, and they're pretty awful looking. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, Caliban's forests were no joke, right? Like they were teeming with awful beasts that.
Also, in regards to being able to silence the alert, I don't think I can right now. I'd have to stop stream to separate layers of audio. Right now it just goes to my desktop audio. I could turn off the whole thing from showing, but I feel like people who contribute to it like it being shown on stream, so I don't want to take that away from them. So it might just be something you guys got to deal with for today. I'm assuming they're gonna stop soon. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about it. Also, you're welcome to take my $42 aggressive. Thank you, Selectra. I love and appreciate you. More money to the streamer. I appreciate it. For future streams, I could try separating the audio and lowering it. But yeah, it's on the same audio string as my my video. So I can't separate the two right now. So yeah.
The Dark Angels and the lion had to like completely terminate, right? Because it was just so awful. It was just, we got to clear this shit out.
Yeah, I mean, we would say that. It reminds me of like Bloodborne when the guy's like,
When your level 20 fighter decides to be an epic multi-class druid.
But yeah, like there's you can see the sword there. And I apologize, the light is a little bit reflective.
It's fine. Yeah.
The
But
art
in
is
the
so
second
cool.
one, you can kind of see a little bit of like the tendrils of the forest and all the gross stuff.
like roots of the tree, and it all looks very sort of haunted forest and Halloween type of vibe.
So the lion has been using that to teleport around the place, and he's been looking for his sons.
Naturally.
But he's specifically been looking for his fallen sons.
Oh, of course he would look for the fallen. That's
Oh my
probably his
gosh.
priority, is to find all the fallen and make sure they are
Dealt with.
I guess he's probably also specifically looking for Luther. Like, he's probably pretty hard after Luther after everything that happened.
I'm not sure about Luther, but you say dealt with. He's not doing that. He's forgiving them.
Oh.
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 Captain Genocide is forgiving the fallen?
He is
Really?
going about finding the fallen. If the fallen he finds are worshiping or tainted by chaos, he puts the knife in their throat.
Of course, because they've been tainted by
Right.
chaos.
Okay. The only
sure.
way that you should
But
handle
if they're
this.
not, he holds his hand out and offers them a second chance.
Wow.
Huh.
Wow.
He is finding and reincorporating the fallen that do not follow chaos back into his group, and he is calling them the Risen.
Ooh.
I genuinely did not.
Okay, again, here's where I'll upset people when I make the comparison to Angron. In that little bit of explanation, that tiny bit of exposition right there, that shows more depth than 40k Angron. And that's okay. I'm just saying.
Not expect that. When you said he was hunting the fallen, I was like, okay, they're all gonna die. It doesn't matter what their excuse is. It doesn't matter what they're doing. The lion, he is gonna cut off their heads and use them as an example. To hear that he's actually forgiving them and reintegrating them into the Dark Angels is kind of what. And like Shai just said, congratulations, Dark Angels. You spent 10,000 years doing shit your dad didn't want you to do.
Dork angels.
Dorks.
Yes, so he is actually it's apparently in the book he's going around and finding these pirates or various people that have not turned to chaos as fallen, and he's bringing them back to fight with him, and they're called the Risen and the Redeemed. And
Wow.
it's
Damn.
he's dueling with these reintegrated fallen in the beginning of this boar. Boars, and they're also just like great. I love these guys. They have so much personality.
Do we have any named Risen yet? Do we have any like named Risen characters that they're like making miniatures of, or any of the Redeemed yet? Did you know Angron the new? Did you know about Vapor in this community? Yeah. In this community, did you know Angron was an empath? Is absolutely the equivalent of the Vaporeon meme.
Unlike other kind of Marines, they are like 30k Marines over the course of 10,000 years. So apparently they're all like mini John Wicks.
Really?
Because they've been hunted and hounded for 10,000 years, but they never went to chaos, so they're kind of sly. You know, one of the main guys, a guy named Boars, and Boars has this big old eye patch over his eye, and in the text it's who like Boars was always called One Eye, yet always saw true, whose strike was sudden, singular, unstoppable, whose oath was to liege but not to realm.
Ooh.
It was like they're all these kinds of they're basically Chaos Space Marines in the sense of they've had 10,000 years of battle-hardened war, but they're like on their own. They're kind of like lone soldiers. And you'll like this, they're still clad in the black and red armor of the old school days.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let's go. they have immediately risen above
Risen.
all of the other Dark Angels in my eyes. Let's go. Although I guess it's fair if they've been like avoiding and been able to avoid the Dark Angels all this time, they kind of have to be badass. Not only have they been avoiding the Dark Angels, they haven't been corrupted by chaos, and they've been thriving and surviving. I mean, they kind of have to be like you said, mini John Wicks. Otherwise, they would have been found and tortured and or murdered by now.
Yep, and also Shai makes a good point. GW stopped using rules for the Fallen because the Fallen are now not just chaos. Some of them, they just probably integrate themselves already into chaos, or they are these guys, the Risen.
How are Dark Angels fans taking that?
That's
because,
cool.
Like, for the longest, like, we all know the meme, right? Oh, brother, I've fallen and I can't, right? Like, how are Dark Angels fans taking this?
Well, I mean, Dork Angel fans aren't allowed to complain about anything because they got a Primarch back, so they can suck my dick.
Oh, well, actually, that's fair. I hadn't thought. That's a fair trade. Yeah, fair enough.
That being said, it's more so, I think it's the fact that, like, yeah, not all Fallen were chaos people, and if the Lion's going to redeem anyone, it's gonna be the Fallen that didn't, like,
sure,
go in that direction.
Didn't go to chaos, and yeah, sure.
What's this DK in football terms? It's like you ain't allowed to bitch after your team for 5 years after winning the Super Bowl.
Oh, well, that's fair. Like the goddamn Chiefs. Anyway, sorry.
Chiefs.
God
so the Lion
Chiefs
has his Risen, and they're all dueling and sparring on the flagship. Not a flagship, but the main ship of Commander Dante of the Blood Angels. Mm-hmm. And they're making their way out to, they're talking a little bit. It's kind of nice because the Lion.
Sorry, my kitten's over here.
I forgot that the Lion actually has like a little bit of humor. He's like a dry wit, very dry, stern humor, like a knight would have.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So there's a little bit of back and forth. The Fallen are very much like, oh yeah, no, we trust you, Dad, but we don't trust any of those guys. and he's like, what, you think they're not going to do what I say? And he's like, that's not the problem. That's not the issue we're worried about. They know they'll do what you say, but it's not that easy.
Mm-hmm. Also, how does the Lion feel about the Dark Angels when he wakes up? Because they've obviously become a lot more paranoid and a lot more untrusting of everybody around them. Does the general mindset of the Dark Angels change when the Primarch wakes up?
Well, so the Dark Angels don't realize he's awake yet.
Oh,
at least not the main contingent of the Dark Angels.
Okay, gotcha.
Wouldn't they feel it though? Wouldn't they feel it in their gene seeds? Like, don't they? Like, because they said that you could feel when a Primarch dies, right? You're telling me that you wouldn't be able to feel that your Primarch is now like around and walking again?
I guess I figured they knew because the rock is empty now.
There's a meme. Well, the rock is not empty; it's full.
Well,
of people.
he's just not there anymore.
Oh, he's just not there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody would have been like, "Hey, nobody's sleeping in these chambers anymore." I guess there's nobody guarding them per se either.
There's like a meme I saw. There was the part from Pulp Fiction, and it's like the Lion using Forest Walk, appearing on an Imperial world. Citizen, I am Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angel, son of the Emperor. What world is this? Some random Imperial.
I don't need depth. Angron is an amazing ballet dancer, dancing across the battlefield with the grace. He's good at acting a 5-star punching bag. But see, like, I love him being what he is, right? Like, I like Angron being what he is. So people always misconstrue me saying that, like, I think that him being that he's a murder hobo is like a negative. I'm like, no, I think that it's funny. I think this character's great. I think the story needs him. He's a murder hobo. Well, in your case, a ballet dancing murder hobo.
Citizen went for a hike. What? They speak English and what?
What? Say what again?
So he's out there sparring with his group,
my kitten.
heading over to regroup with his old
cute.
sons at the Rock. After he has gathered some of his Risen Fallen. And let's be clear, it's not many. Like, they only listed 6 in this book.
Oh, okay. So it's not like every Fallen has been reintegrated. It's just these. Okay, gotcha.
They're just going to all be badass.
And if you're a little curious about how he feels, here's a quote. Nothing now remains of the realm my father wrought. Whatever light we spread between the stars has guttered and died, and in its place stretches darkness without end. Our enemies move freely through this galaxy of shadows and believe themselves always to be hunters, never prey. That is their mistake. I will teach them to fear the darkness in which they dwell and to dread the shadows they believe their allies. For there is no greater terror hunting the Stygian void than the Lion of Caliban.
That's the line I remember.
That's the line.
There's the line I was looking for. Damn.
So if we remember from the end of the Vashtor book, or I think it was the Vashtor book, all of the Chaos Space Marines were implanted with some kind of Vashtor warpness and all blurted out the location of where Vashtor was going.
Yeah.
And so now, despite the fact that they kind of know it's a trap, the Dark Angels recuperated their losses and have decided to make their way out all the way to wherever this area is. And this area is called the Idolatros system, or Idolatros. Kind of reminds me of the Solarian.
Fun context for how much the DA hate, or the Dark Angels hate the Fallen. They and their successors have been baited into traps and taking tens of thousands of losses chasing rumors. Oh, I know that one. I know the memes of how ridiculous, well, not even memes, the actual lore. I know how insane the extent that they would go to, because they would rather have tons of casualties rather than let anybody know that they had anybody who had fallen.
The Dalatras.
Oh yeah, the Dalatras. That was the Solarian home world.
Yeah. No, that was their like a main prime minister lady.
I let the council die 10 times out of 10 in Mass Effect 1.
Yeah, they were awful.
10 times out of 10.
Yes, Vashtor. I thought we had dismissed that claim. Anyway, so out here, way in this area, in the Idolatros system, there lies Vashtor's challenge. And the Dark Angels were attempting to use their psychers to kind of get a little bit of foresight. Because that's what they always do. They try to see it in the future, see what they might be awaiting at them. And as the Dark Angels were doing this, they had this like kind of mirror with them to help use the psychic powers.
Yeah.
And
Look, I'm just saying, that's every Dark Angel right there, just looking in the mirror. They're all Giga Chads, all right? They're all Giga Chads in my heart.
and the image of themselves in the mirror crack and shattered as bits of glass flew towards them, like, at pretty high speeds.
Yeah, that seems like a bad omen.
and also burned in 2 blazing lantern eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's a bad omen.
I'm correct as a 10-year World Eater player. I don't have anger problems. I'm just off my cornflake. Alpha Legion raided my cabinet and left fakes. You got store brand cornflakes. Sorry. All right, back to Vashtor. Also, I gotta say this: every time Vashtor enters the fray, I'm so engaged, because while I'm still not a fan of his aesthetic too much, I think that he is such an interesting character, so much so that I would put Vashtor in top 10 like best characters in modern 40k. Like, I would say Vashtor is currently top 10 best characters in modern 40k. For what he does with the plot and like how damn cool he is. People might disagree, obviously, because people have favorites, but like as a standalone character, he's incredibly cool. He is incredibly cool. Yes, Hydra Dominatus, of course.
That's not what you want to see. Yeah.
So the idea is that they think to themselves, there is some form of treachery afoot, some form of thing, and it's going to take the form of themselves in some way.
Oh, boy. Oh, not again.
Not again.
Not again.
But despite that all, they head on out, and they make their way to the Idolatros system by this nebula of things called the Somnium Stars. And in there was a huge Bale fleet.
Vashtor is so extra with his entrance. That is the most accurate statement. I still think about how he was summoned by Abaddon with just all the corpses that just start forming into a version of his face. So his teeth are basically a bunch of bodies as he talks.
And the Ark of Omen, the Netherworld Blade.
Ooh, cool name. I like it.
In this Netherworld Blade came all kinds of stuff. Giant dark mechanicum battle barges. Huge dark, like Vastor-based ships that had tendrils coming out of them. Ships with maws of teeth and eyes. And
oh, nice.
Wait.
All kinds of
Isn't
stuff.
Isn't that Typhus's ship? Isn't this Typhus's ship? Hi, Pen. Wait, did they say that Typhus was in the battle, or are they just using a ship because it had teeth for the picture? I'm pretty sure this is Typhus's ship. Right? I swear that this... I was so... It is, right? It's just the visual? Okay, but I recognize Typhus's ship. Come on, Pat's on back.
By it was this great part of an open rift over to the warp kind of thing, like kind of like a, the galaxy split in half, so like a little pocket of that around there.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And because of that, there were just these nightmarish things. Like they had such crazy descriptions. It was holes bloated and transmuted by flesh or flame-wreathed crystals, armed with snaking tendrils and maws. There was one that was a gigantic crystalline pyramid with bat wings.
What?
Oh, wow.
Wait,
I mean, they are...
Tell me someone's made a miniature of that.
Was it a warp portal?
Or like a kit bash of that.
There?
That sounds so ridiculous.
All manner of nightmarish chaos bullspit is probably pouring out of that thing. And you have Vashtor doing Vashtor things. So... I mean, yeah, it seems fitting that it should be just a nightmare.
I mean, they're firing out like all kinds of stuff, buffed up warp lightning, parasite missiles, etc.
Ew, parasite.
Yeah, no, Narco. I was pretty sure that Typhus wasn't mentioned in the ARKS of Omen. That's why when I saw the picture, I was like, is this just an art reference? But I'm pretty sure this is Typhus's ship. That's why I was asking.
Missiles.
Yeah.
Ew.
It was nasty, but to start off, the Dark Angels they have 3/4 of the Dark Angels right here. That includes their successor chapters. Like 3/4 of the First Legion are here. And despite the insanity of the demon firepower and them losing, still a decent amount of ships, the Dark Angels fucked them up.
Well, I mean, rightfully so.
Let's go.
It's 3/4 of the Dark Angels. I guess they really should kind of own a pocket of chaos.
Yes, it's quite a lot. But they did the damage in. But yes, the Dark Angels hit a massive dub.
Okay, cool. Good for them. Good for them.
Massive dubs all around. And they were able to break through the Netherworld Blade Ark of Omen. And despite the fact that it took a goddamn long time, it broke apart. And despite suffering casualties, this big old Vashtor fleet was broken down and destroyed.
Common Space Marine dub.
But with that, they pressed deeper into this Idoltros system, with all of their engines moving quicker. It's like the Unforgiven will not rest while this challenge goes unanswered. Moving more and more as the Bale fleet rushed away, the surviving members of the Chaos fleet. Mm-hmm. And then some weird stuff started happening.
Oh boy, I love it when Warhammer does weird stuff.
Me too.
The tech marines aboard the Rock started noticing a warp resonance, weird harmonic shuddering in the stations, a physical feeling of like anger and nightmarish like dislocation all throughout the Rock. And as word spread, it was like this crawling sense of dread, an invisible threat that was not there. Some weird aura and disquiet from whatever device Vashtor had fashioned way out in the Idoltros system. Mm-hmm. So as they moved,
I just perceive Vashtor as like just getting a bunch of like screws and bolts, just like throwing it into a bowl, shaking it up, and pulls out a Gatling gun. Like everything, like I know that that's literally his shtick, right? Like he is the not God yet, but he is the chaos of the Forge. So like, he just pulls the most ridiculous things out of nothing, and I love it.
they checked out their extreme long range visual things, vid screens.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what they saw.
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
That, my friend,
What
is
that?
is the surface of a planet.
Oh.
They look far down at a massive thing in the system, a giant demonic world.
Wow.
Is a Vashtor-made demon world.
What?
A part industrial, part organic hellscape of cogs and flesh, turning pistons and oil, of cultists, blazing industry, and the demonic masses that churn throughout.
Wow.
That's Caliban? I know it's a spoiler, but what?
Is that is a nightmare planet indeed. That is a nightmare chaos planet if I've ever seen one.
Through the long range scanners and various types of material that the Dark Angels had on the rock, they noticed coastlines, urban sprawls, the oceans, the forests, and they were all an exact match for Caliban.
Oh my god.
Oh, I was about to say when I saw the forest part, I was like, did Vashtor grab like pieces of Caliban to make his demon world?
Not just pieces, like, this is Caliban.
Oh, so he literally like took the pieces of warp Caliban and oh, what a jerk.
Oh yeah.
What a
Cope see the mauld Unforgiven.
Oh my
I have rebuilt
god.
your world and depicted you as the soy jack.
Oh man, that sucks. That sucks for the Dark Angels. And they must immediately know it when they look, right? They must just be like, "Oh god."
Yep, Azrael checked it. That's how he was able to find out, because like these coastlines exactly match. These forest populations exactly match. And he seethes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
I am sure.
That is insane rage bait. That is the most insane rage bait ever. That's like the doing your mom level of rage bait. That is insane. Holy crap.
All of them must just start seething like mad to see their like corrupted homeworld just chaos ridden. Like that's got to be the worst thing you could do to any chapter, I guess, really, right?
Well, it's not just that, but think about it. Caliban and what happened to Caliban is supposed to be a secret.
Oh my god.
The Dark Angels don't want anyone to know. So not only are they being taunted, but Vashtor is basically like, "Hey, I know you cheated on your wife. I'm standing all the way over here with the text messages on the phone. Neener, neener, neener. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it."
Oh
He's
my.
got the receipts.
Okay, I'm torn here because I love my Dark Angels, but like, I mean, come on, Vashtor just gave the biggest middle finger I think that I've seen in a really long time in Warhammer. Like that is such a perfectly articulated FU. Holy crap. That's actually brilliant.
Kept the receipts.
Not only did he rebuild the whole thing, but he's now using it to blackmail you.
Oh man, Vashtor, you son of a damn.
So
That's
naturally,
cold-blooded.
the Dark Angels are like, "Oh my god."
He is literally the generational hater.
Full speed ahead.
Right into a trap, I assume, right?
Well, maybe. But
He's so
before
good.
that,
He's so
we
good.
actually get a flashback. Abaddon and the Vengeful Spirit and stuff are all there waiting in this area behind the demon world for the Dark Angels. And it flashes back to when him and Vastor spoke.
Yeah, no. What it is, it's literally, it's you cheated on your partner and you didn't know it, but he filmed it and then he leaked it on the internet is what just happened here. That's basically what Vastor just did.
In that room alone, in the Vengeful Spirit, the first time they talked, that we never got to hear. And Vastor, this is a little confusing, and it's mainly because Vastor speaks weird. He speaks like a demon. He's not necessarily in riddles. He just talks funny.
I thought Vashtor kind of spoke plainly and didn't like to do like riddles, and he was just very upfront and just
Like
direct.
trying to leak it on the internet. Yeah,
Not
my
like
bad, my
that.
bad.
Like he doesn't speak in false tongues. He isn't lying to you, but he just, because he's a demon, he just talks weird.
Oh, okay.
Like he just, like his manner, for example, where is it? He says, like, you seek the mechanism by which true victory assured be. Is this not true? You know, it's just like a weird way to mix your message.
I like
like
your
Yoda.
funny words, Magic Man.
It's,
He says, "Seek the truth, you do."
but anywho, it's actually really cool, the idea that the two of them walked in this chamber, and as Vastor speaks, all of the Vox emitters and stuff around the room speak with his voice, even including the one in Abaddon's throat.
Oh,
Wow.
creepy.
So you know
I like
that part
it,
in Mass Effect 3 when the Rachni spoke through all the dead Krogan?
Oh, yeah. So, like that.
It's like that, but with mechanisms. And so it's like a bunch of static overlaid stuff, like all blaring at the same time.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to play. I know it's a really weird one. I do want to replay Mass Effect 2. Not 1, not 3, not that godforsaken mess of 4, or whatever you want to call it. But Mass Effect 2, I want to play again.
Very cool. I like that.
So they're speaking, and he says, Vastor says, long before the forebears of your race squirmed midst primordial ooze, a war there was between entities you would think gods. Abaddon says, I know of the great game and the gods that play it. And Vastor waves the objection aside. Different gods these were. Pantheons bound to the realm of mortal things that had wrought their own divinity. On one side, they who were named the Old Ones. On the other, the parasite gods of Void and Star.
The Catan?
Furor they raised across the void, dread powers they unleashed, such even that they with their mantles of omnipotence comprehended not. Fire they yoked, never believing it would burn them.
Okay.
Long and long raged their conflict. Heavy was its price. One after one they toppled, and lesser minds crawled in their wake. Craven, desperate. They saw not the power of their vanished masters' devices, but only the terror of what such technologies had wrought. That which they could not break apart or unmake, the fearful sealed away in realms neither empiric nor corporeal. The vault they locked. The key they sundered.
So here's my question though: is this like the type of stuff that's gonna make like the old loreheads really angry? Because like this is when you start dabbling into. Well, I said before that Vastor, being the type of entity he is, could easily be in a different place and time in the 30k space. I know that some people will probably get butthurt by the idea of adding anything with him to 30k or pre-30k, like the War in Heaven, which is, you know, millions and millions of years ago, even though realistically he should have been around. So it's just, I feel like that's where it's like that controversial area.
So,
Yes, Shy. Even I,
Yes.
a Warhammer newbie, is like, okay, this is the War in Heaven, right?
yes, this is the War in Heaven.
Because I guess if you're in the 40th millennium, you don't know anything about that. How could you, right?
A little. I mean, if you're new, sure. But yeah, this is the old ones in the.
No, this is okay. Well, no, I'm fine with it regardless, because in the way that this universe is, in the scale and scope of the universe, it would totally make sense that for you to be able to like take this new character who is trying to be a chaos god and still have him, you know, in this past point in time, even though the lore didn't have him there, right? I just know that some people get a little bit upsetty spaghetti. I know that some people get very, very upsetty spaghetti.
Cataan's War.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, as an Imperium, like, Space Marine, you couldn't possibly know about that unless you, I don't know, interrogated an Eldar or a Necron that knew about it, and they were like, oh, hey, let me tell you a story.
Yeah, only the Eldar and Necrons would know.
Yeah. So this is news to Abaddon. He's like, excuse what?
No, Abaddon knows about, or maybe he doesn't know about this, but I don't know. I don't think he's. Well, I think he's plenty interrogated the Eldar, but maybe Abaddon doesn't even know about the war in heaven just because it's not important to him.
I guess that's true. He probably has interrogated his fair share of Eldar.
So, good old Vastor basically says that the vault is hidden from his sight, but if we were to fashion the key would then lead them to the lock. 3 were the worlds to which those ancient servants bound the crucial mechanisms of the key, hoping forever to imprison them. 1 world has long since rotted, and Plague Heart was unleashed. Key fragment 1, Plague Heart.
Okay.
Another became empty and desolate, and with all its jailers long dead and turned to dust, the Tuchulka escaped, for it needed to be used. And the 3rd world, to whose essence the Ouroboros was bound. The 3rd was shattered by a betrayal most gratifying, and that world's name, great to spoiler, was Caliban.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Like, actually, oh.
So, bound within the Sea of Souls, fracturing through Caliban, they have gathered 2 of the 3. They have gathered the Plague Heart, the Ouroboros, and now, to fashion the key required from Caliban, they needed to grab all of the various bits and pieces that were spread across the warp due to the warp storm that ripped Caliban asunder.
Okay.
Okay, so they didn't put Caliban back together because they're petty jerks that wanted to just make the Dark Angels mad. They needed that last piece of the key. They needed that last artifact.
Well, one could argue they did it for both reasons.
I guess pissing off the Dark Angels was a nice little bonus, right?
A little bit. So it's a little hard to follow, but long story short, it's a 3-part key. And a lot of the seemingly unimportant artifacts, like a big stone mason pillar and that Dark Talon jet fighter with the crystals in it, all were just yanked away from Caliban at the time.
Is this why the Dark Angels utilized Dark Age tech so much? Were they finding it on Caliban? Were they finding the Dark Age tech on Caliban itself? Or were they finding that while searching around the stars? Because, like, it would actually be a really interesting plot point that they were finding Dark Age tech on a place where they actually had stuff from the War in Heaven, right? That's actually a really cool. That's really clever. That's really, really clever. No, oh, well, that would have made a lot of sense. that would have made a lot of sense. If you want to know how silly 40k timelines are, sharks on Earth are 200 million years older than the War in Heaven. Fair. No, the Emperor gave them a lot of that stuff. Man, that would have been such a great idea. Wouldn't that have been, like, I know that they couldn't have planned for this, but wouldn't that have actually been so clever if this world was secretly a relic of the War in Heaven, and that there was just Dark Age tech left over from the war? And then that's why they had it this whole time? Like, that would have actually been clever. That would have actually been really clever. Damn.
And because of that, they are being brought back together into this remaked version of Caliban. The Plague Heart, the Ouroboros, and finally what he needs is the Tucholka engine. And the Tucholka engine is currently aboard the Rock. Hence his attempt to take it in the Vastor episode.
Gotcha.
What this does...
Oh, okay. Also, I just saw Admiral's comment saying the war in heaven's billions of years before the Dark Age attack. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, I was having a fun time theory crafting there. Yeah. You're right. I see it. I get it. It still would have been cool. I thought that it was an interesting jump for it. But yeah, you guys got me. I know there's a delay, so I'm going to see a couple of comments actualing me. I get it. My bad. Still would have been cool.
Will create something known as the Dissonance Engine, whose power is to bore through the space between the Imperium and the Corporeal, which is AKA the Webway.
Oh boy, I guess that's kind of a big deal.
It says, one of the great tunneling engines it once was, now a thing of gouging and ruin shall I make of it. Like a worm that is a god, shall it chew through the spaces between until at last it finds the lock into which it fits. So, the idea is that this is some old one weapon that might, it may not so a weapon, but a device that is either allows them to translate into and out of the webway at will, or was one of the devices that helped practically forge and create the webway.
Ooh, that's a big deal. That is, boy, I'm sure the Imperium does not want them to have that. Yeah, that would be bad.
Huh.
And apparently, somewhere in this webway, as he mentioned, he is currently crafting the key, which allows him to bore into the webway to find the vault in which it fits. So he's apparently believing that the vault is somewhere, probably in the webway.
Mm-hmm.
What it is, we don't know yet.
Spooky.
How long do you think until we find out?
The key he's looking for is an old one device.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that should also be maybe noted is the Tucholka engine. The Tucholka, good God.
Tuchanka, Tuchanka.
I thought it was the Tuchanka for a while, but it's spelt like this.
You think there's a Catan inside the vault?
And it looks like this.
Whoa.
It is a weird, wacky ass thing.
Yeah, that is weird. That is strange.
And it is currently on the Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing with the Tucholka engine is this is a MacGuffin, but it is a ludicrously powerful MacGuffin that cannot exist in 40k or else it'll ruin the entire universe.
Oh.
Okay. Very rarely is there a weapon that strong. It's like, 40k, can't even have it here. It's like,
So, I'm assuming this is an old Dark Age of technology weapon, but not 100% sure.
Okay, but in fairness, right? Like, I saw somebody say this is going to take like 10 years in real time. Didn't the Ark Age of the Ark of Omen series, which progresses a lot, right? It progresses a lot of plot. Didn't that basically get released in the span of like 2 years? So, in the span of 2 years, we get the introduction of Vastor meeting Abaddon to him having all of his MacGuffins and the key. He's still trying to get the key, right? He has all the relics. He doesn't have the key yet. Still, Strider, what are you doing? It's 27% fun. You guys scare me. Thank you, Strider. I love you. But wow, you guys scare me. If this is the direction they're going, we may get the con back as well. So the way that it looks from my perspective is that they're trying to release a Primarch a year, right? Haven't they been like releasing one Primarch to come back per year lately? Because they brought back Gilliman, 2 years ago? 2 to 4 years ago? No, they brought Gilliman back 4 years ago. They brought the Lion back 2 years ago. We still need to see Lorgar. We still need to see Peter Turbo. We got the re-release of the of Fulgrim last year, right? It's been like 6 years since that. The ARKS was 5 years after gathering some Gilliman and 20 years of stagnancy. Right. But since there's been this massive uptick of popularity in Warhammer, it seems like it almost kind of churned the wheels of progress, which I know some people dislike, but it feels like progression of the plot has happened a lot faster in the last 5 years compared to previously. So I'm wondering if that means that we'll actually get an answer to the Vashdor thing in the next 5 or so years, because 5 years in this universe is not that long. So that'd be kind of interesting. Okay, going back, sorry.
Could be an old one, no idea. But if we're talking about the most technologically advanced race in the galaxy, we're talking Necrons, right? Obviously.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
This was actually utilized a long time ago in another Dark Angels book. I don't quite remember the name of the book. But basically, there is the battle for the Caliban system. This is Azrael is alive, so this is far past the heresy. He has the ability to do this thing because they are getting overwhelmed 3-1. And his secret is by combining these 3 engines, he essentially creates this engine, the Tucholcha engine, whatever. It's almost like a genie. That lets him go extremely easily through the through the warp. It's fast, powerful.
Wait, Gilliman was 7 years ago? The resurrection of Gilliman was 7 years ago? I thought it was like 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know. Again, I'm newer, so like I thought that it was like 4 or 5 years ago. When was Gilliman's battle with Mortarion? Like, when was that book? Right, the burning of the garden. When did that happen?
Excellent warp travel, precise, safe, quick, all kinds of stuff.
Oh, that's huge in 40k. That's massive. Well, I guess it's massive at any time, but whatever. Yeah.
Well, Omegon could technically still be alive. Omegon could still technically be alive, given the fact that what their ability was is that they could change the perception of themselves, right? Because that was one of the things that they learned. So theoretically, it's possible that neither Alfarius or Omegon died in that conflict at Dorne, and he's the only one that could. I mean, I'm sure that they did kill one of them, but you really can't tell. Because the way that, and even the way that the book is written, right, where it's written in third person, it's written in first person, but it's written by Alfarius, but the person in the book that dies to Dorne is claiming to be Alfarius, but it could be Omegon, but it talks about the meeting that Omegon had with Horus, because Alfarius was not the one that met Horus in the beginning. Alfarius is not inherently dead. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. In the book, I Am Alfarius, the death that he has to Dorne is subjective, whether or not it's Alfarius and Omegon, and the way that the book is written in first person changes the narrative a lot, too. GW likes to spin up the plot threads like Pariah, Nexus, Arks of Omen, and Fourth Tyrannic War, etc., and then them leaving for dangling for multiple editions while they're events to play the game. Records lie in it's records lie and this is a record, but it's written from Alfarius, but the perspective that there's first person perspectives in the story in the I Am Alfarius book, right? There's first person perspectives that were not from Alfarius. They were from Omegon. So Omegon is the one who meets Horus on the ship in the beginning. But it's written from the perspective of Alfarius, who's talking about that story as well. So it's really, really tough. And it's really subjective. And I know that's the point of it, right? Yeah, and Omegon and Alfarius swap identities. But the other thing is, in addition to them swapping places, because we could say that, oh, it's a simple answer then, if they swap identities, either Alfarius or Omegon is dead. But the difference is also the ability that they have from the Emperor is that they can change the perception that they are seen as, which is why he's so easily able to blend in with people. So he could present himself as a little old lady to you. So, you know, that the other part of that, hi, Surf, or the other part of that with Alfarius could be different. Or was it just random Alpha Legion member Horus met? Who knows? Yeah, that's the only thing that I believe kind of makes it seem like it actually is Omegon is I believe in the fight he's using the Pale Spear. I believe that's the only thing that really does kind of make it seem like it is Omegon, and I still think that Occam's Razor would say that that's the most likely circumstance. However, we can't really be totally sure. We can't really be totally sure, but that's the reason why I think Alfarius is the coolest Primarch. I think that he's just the coolest Primarch because I think I think the fact that he's Agent 47 in Warhammer is just the coolest bit. But yeah, no, I will make it my goal to be extremely well versed on the Alpha Legion. I want to be extremely well versed in the Alpha Legion because I find it to be so fascinating. And mind you, being versed in the Alpha Legion is basically just getting your master's degree in BS. So like, I think it's still really interesting. But like, what you haven't read Hourmaster, have you, Tetra? Omegon doesn't have the pale. Is it Alfarius with the Pale Spear? Then it was a mistake on my. I don't remember who has the Pale Spear. I thought the Pale Spear was in the hands of the one who died. But the other thing is with how the story is written again, this story leads you to believe that Omegon is the one fighting Dorn. Then go read Hourmaster and see what they're up to in modern 40k, or Hourmaster and see what they're up to in 40k. I mean, okay. I mean, okay. I'm just saying, based on what I've seen so far, all I'm saying is that it just comes off the way that Omega, like, because they've changed already the fact that they claimed once in retconned lore that Guilliman killed Alfarius, which was then cleared out because that didn't happen. And then they're saying that Dorn killed him. But the honest answer is we don't know whose spear it really was. Because the Pale Spear and the other spear I guess Pale Spear is Alfarius, right? So then the other spear that was held by Omegon is just basically similar. Because they both found a spear that was very similar based on what, despite the fact that they were different. Because when they met, they ended up having similar spears. The pervasive theory is that one of the two is dead. Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying that it is very likely. It is very likely that one of them is dead, and I think that it's most likely Omegon, right? Like that is what I'm saying. I'm just saying because of the way Alfarius is, that the perception could because of the way Alfarius is with being able to skew with perception, that it could have been anything. You know, Hourmaster's written by Mike Brooks. Well, then I'm sure the book is great. Mike Brooks seems to be a really, really good writer, so I'm excited to read more from him. What we know for sure is that Primarchs, yes. One of the two is dead. We don't know which one. Yeah. It's like I said, it's in the way that I see it, it's 95% likely that one of them is dead. I'm just saying is that there's the variable chance that it could be something totally different because of the way Alpha Legion is written. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not speaking in absolutes. People seem to really take my throwaway theories as absolutes. I am just a cat girl on the internet who's enjoying the space. But the way that I would perceive it is that it's very likely one of them is dead. Like, extremely likely. I just like the idea that they still screwed with everything so much that they're both alive. That's all.
What it does is it actually creates, like, a temporal loop.
Oh. Okay.
It's hard to describe, but it's almost like a loop into time. It's time. It's a time travel machine, practically.
Oh, so this isn't just warp travel. This is a go anywhere at any time, literally, machine?
Sort of, or it needs to use...
Also, another question. Is it because Dorn's the one that killed him that everybody's so up in arms about this immediately? Because I'm starting to notice a trend when something involves Dorn. I'm starting to notice a trend whenever something involves Dorn.
Temporal travel as a way to do it properly. It's very confusing. I hope that one of the chatters will be able to explain it a little bit better for me, because it's very tough to describe. But long story short, it's a monkey's paw. Azrael used it, and the temporal loop tore into the past, into 30k, And that giant space hole was actually, by using the T'Challa engine.
Okay, I will pause and ask this question. I will not say you are right or wrong, because everybody is entitled to their opinion. But Thor, why is the Alpha Legion a trash in your opinion? What about them? What about them is trash in your opinion? I'm giving you a platform here. I'm giving you your window to tell me in depth why you think the Alpha Legion is trash. Is it just because they do like the shenanigans and subterfuge? Because if you don't like that, I respect that. I really do. I am just actually curious. Because like I don't really think that any of the legions are inherently trash. I don't really think that that any of the legions are trash. So don't put all the little microphones. I don't want to make him feel awkward. I actually want to know. I want to know the opposing opinion as to why they're bad. Because if the reason is simply you don't like spies, I respect you for that. That is totally fine. That is totally fine and totally cool. Legitimately, I from the bottom of my heart respect that. Some people really don't like how they can somehow Xanatus Gambit everything. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. I just find it surprising. Like there's not really a lot of factions in general that I think are trash. The Night Lords are trash, but they're my trash. It's because you don't like the way they work, and I understand. Yeah, of course. I respect that completely. It's just rage bait. It's because it's just rage bait. Oh, okay. I was gonna be like, I don't care if you dislike them. I just want to know why you dislike them. I just think that they're really well done. I think that the way that they're done is really really well done. The Death Guard is trash. Honestly, trash smells bad. Damn. Okay. All right. They're kind of written as a plot device for shallow shock value more than actually interesting characters. I mean, the Alpha Legion themselves is kind of the inverse, in my opinion, of like, what would be a good example of the Salamanders? Because again, I find Vulcan to be very shallow, but the Salamanders super, super interesting. So I could see it with Alpha Legion being that the Legion themselves is kind of a meme and a plot device, but Alpharius himself is pretty damn interesting as far as a Primarch goes. But I totally can see that. I mean, there's a lot of fundamental parts of the Warhammer universe that I've seen that just are plot points. So I get it. I totally get it. There's so many dumb things and somehow they get away most of the time. I think it's kind of funny, but yeah, I could see people not liking it. So that's really, that's the beautiful part is like, I would like to hear that if there's valid reasons people feel this way, I want to understand that. As long as people have opinions that are actually like not just being toxic for the sake of being toxic, then yeah, I'm interested in understanding the alternative perspective. I'm going to assume the fact that there's been no response beyond this point, either that it's going to be a very deep response coming back, or it was just literally rage bait, like you said. Ultramarine supremacy. Look, I love my blueberries too. I love my blueberries too. Death Guards are moist. All right, on that note, we're going back to the video.
That space hole was the reason why Caliban was broken apart and everyone was scattered.
Oh.
He indirectly caused the flinging of the Fallen, the destruction of Caliban by the use of the T'Challa engine 10,000 years in the future.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, they responded. They hate doppelgangers. Oh, okay. Then that's totally fair. Okay. No, then that's totally fair, because that could absolutely be perceived as something that I didn't even see that response. Where was the response? I despise doppelgangers. Okay, but there was another one, and I despise doppelgangers. And wait. Can I just click the name like on the other website? God damn it, I can't. All right. Okay. No, that's valid. I respect your take. Okay, back to the video.
That's
whatever. T'Challa engine.
Yeah, the T'Challa.
It got buried. Yeah.
So it's Azrael's fault that all that happened. It's all Azrael's fault because he used this engine.
He meddled with Dark Age tech or whatever the goddamn hell it is.
Does Azrael ever tell anyone that? I imagine he doesn't, because if he did, they'd be like, yeah, that's some heresy, bud. It's time for you to die.
I don't even know if he realizes what he has done.
Oh, okay. So even he doesn't quite know that he's the reason that... Okay, gotcha.
But of course, these engines, these powerful things, basically break the universe in 40k. We have time travel and crap all the time, but it's never a thing you could use. It's the warp fuck your crap.
Mm-hmm. You didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, and since so much of the setting has already been established, it's a whole thing. So Vashtor wants this bitch.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he does.
Because it's the final piece of his key.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, going from there, after all that explanation through, the rest of the damn stuff goes pretty crazy. The Dark Angels arrive, and then out of a portal from in one of like the stars kinds of things that was hidden in a warp portal or whatever, out comes Abaddon and the entire Vengeful Spirit and Black Fleet. And then they start ganking the Dark Angels and start to beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, they fell into the trap, didn't they?
The planet has 1 million defenses on its surface, firing out upon them. There's lots of like resonant energies on the planet that they're trying to get rid of to try to destroy the planet and cause all kinds of problems. So they're landing on the planet to try to break down all the chaos corruption and find what's keeping it alive. Azrael lands on the planet, goes through, starts blasting stuff. And they're like, oh, we're fighting to the biggest sign of the energies. Punch, punch, stab, stab. We found the biggest sign of the energies. Why is it an 8-pronged brass circle? Oh my god, it's Angron.
Oh no. Imagine fighting all that way only to find Angron.
Angron comes back from his respawn timer and he's
Yay.
like, what's up, Dark Angels? I'm so angry to be alive again. I'm gonna kill you.
I am so angry that I'm here again. Die!
Deep.
All the while, Vashtor is out there with Abaddon smirking. Come they to witness the glories of this, my world, my engine, my wormwood. That's what he calls the new Caliban. With wrath and with blades and with fire they come, thinking to destroy that whose infinite grandeur they can never understand. Yet all mortals are but cogs in the machines I craft. So come they now to turn and to spark, to spin and strain and burn as their purpose dictates. For in the final accounting they are all but implements of my will. Vashtor, the Archifane.
Sorry, the angry poetry comment just got me to chuckle.
Vashtor's got that smug sense of superiority now, but
Oh, he do.
I imagine that's about to get torn down by a certain...
Wait, let me ask my dumb comment of my dumb statement of the or dumb question of the day for the comment section when this video comes out. Would you be angry if you were Angron? And how angry would you be?
Lionel.
Well, Angron starts busting ass, beating on people.
Sorry. It's empath time. Starts butchering Dark Angel. Thank you for resubbing. It's empath time.
And eventually comes Dante, resolving in the system with a giant fleet of Blood Angels.
Let's go.
And
the
via
Blangles.
And via this announcement, he states that the Lion, Primarch of the First Legion, is aboard his ship.
Ooh, boy. Dun, dun, dun.
And the Dark Angels have quiet Vox for almost a full minute. And they're just
I bet.
And then as soon as that minute ends, they all just start screaming questions.
I'm surprised it didn't just start with just screaming questions and you're a liar, Dante! Shut up! And, just very accusatory yelling, yeah.
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact the Lion is here. And they're also like, oh my god, the Lion, like Dad's, like the blackmail thing, like Dad's here. He's gonna find out what we've been doing. Oh my god, Caliban is here. Look at what Caliban looks like.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that. But yeah, yeah.
Also, even bigger difficulties is, oh my god, the Blood Angels are here with the Dad. Oh my god, they see Caliban.
Oh, that's right. The Blood Angels would see Caliban and, oh no, our secret's out.
They are.
Oh, I didn't
very
even
frightened.
think of that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So a lot of the rest of this book is
Yeah, Dad's home, hide the drugs.
Dante flies down with a bunch of blood angels. He tries to fight Angron. Angron immediately hits him and makes him do the Peter Griffin falling over meme.
I have to ask the question before it happens. Is Angron only here for Lionel Johnson to effing destroy him as a plot device? Or is there actually going to be something different? That's my question.
Just like blasts him with like a sword, and Dante gets knocked unconscious almost
As well
immediately.
he should. It's Angron, for God's sake. So, yeah. That
It
tracks.
was kind of sad. Commander Dante just like arrives and immediately gets hit, and then just like gets knocked out. I'm like, oh, okay.
It is Angron. I mean,
It
if
is.
anybody's going to do that to Dante, it has to be someone like Angron.
But for all of this, the more exciting, interesting part.
Where is my Snickers? My cat told me you stole my Snickers, Ree. I'm gonna end you and get my Snickers and replace them with a Mars bar. Thank you, Selectra. I appreciate that. Thank you. That personifies Angron very well.
Part is as Angron is about to do a killing blow upon Dante, wreaths of forest kind of swell in this area, and the lion steps out in between, along with his 6 risen fallen.
Oh my god, what an entrance. Oh my god.
Right?
The risen and the redeemed. And Azriel's first thought was, oh my god, it's the lion. We might survive this. And then his second thought was, why do the people with him look so much like the fallen?
Gee, I wonder why that is. Yeah.
So after that, it's the big duel. It's like 4 pages.
I'm so
of
excited for this
goddamn
book. Oh
Angron
my God.
versus
I
the
can't wait
lion.
for the
It's
Son of the
longest fight ever.
I mean, it's Primarch v. Primarch. Basically. I mean, granted, Angron is chaos juice, but still, it is Primarch on Primarch action. It has to be an epic duel, right?
The real thing that's keeping the lion alive during this entire exchange is the shield of the Emperor. Basically, whenever someone smacks the shield of the Emperor, it absorbs the blow and blasts it back into your face with like a concussive explosion.
Oh my god,
so
I
that's
love
the
it.
perfect thing
It's
to
the
have
bramble
against
mail.
Angron then.
Yeah,
because-
Oh, I
drops the blow
love
and it's
that.
Like, blam.
Yeah, and since Angron's probably using like all of his strength, that's gonna get blasted back at him as quite the blast. Holy shit.
So the real thing keeping him alive really is the shield.
Yeah.
The sword is super good, but it's the shield.
So this isn't Angron totally getting like absolutely bodied and outclassed. It's more like Angron is still really, really strong, but oh my god, thank God he's got the shield of the Emperor, otherwise he'd be toast.
I mean, I think maybe a little bit. I mean, he's obviously one of the best duelists out there, but this is juicy Angron.
Yeah.
The shield is just the thing that is constantly shown as being the thing that's keeping him up, because he's like going for swipes and stabs with the sword and then blocking Angron's 40 million attacks by going bong.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, Angron's getting hits in.
Yeah. So even if you're a diehard Angron fan, this isn't like, oh yeah, he just, gets immediately bodied. Like, your boy still puts up a hell of a fight, which I'm assuming he obviously loses because duh.
All right, so at least it's not as bad as the Sanguinius fight with Angron, right? At least it's a little. I feel like it's a little bit better so far.
So it's not like Angron gets like embarrassed and humiliated and just totally dunked on. He's still giving the lion all he can handle.
Oh, the lion is like broken, bloodied, and dented by the end of this. 100%.
Okay, good.
Angron's got a great quote here, which is lovely. Is in all caps, which is "You are nothing but a skull to be cast before the blood god's throne. You are meat to be bled for his glory. Now fight me and die, so I can get on with butchering your miserable sons."
Damn.
Holy shit. That's a great Angron.
Yeah, like there's nothing left of Angron other than Murder Hobo. Like that literally he is just Murder Hobo now. There is nothing left.
He barely even recognizes the lion. He's like, "Oh, it's the lion.
Lion using the shield. Stop hitting
I
yourself.
don't give a shit."
Yeah, Shy, I
Thank
think
you,
he's
Memento.
angry. Yeah, good call. Well, it's Angron, of course. He's always angry, but damn, that is the most Angron quote ever.
I just love the fact that he is like, get on with it. I need to kill your sons. One of the more enjoyable parts of this book is when they're fighting a bunch of like great unclean ones, like Nurgalites and stuff. Mm-hmm. And one of the Risen walks up behind Azrael and puts his hand on his shoulder. And Azrael nearly punches him in the face in like pure disgust. It literally says here, deep and visceral suspicion still seethed in Azrael's breast. Cope and seethe, idiot.
Cope and seethe. Cope and seethe.
And the Risen says, duty is its own reward, Supreme Grandmaster. He reminded us he expects no less of you.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay. Although I imagine the Risen and Redeemed would be able to give Azrael a nice little fight if their dueling partner is Lion.
Oh, these dudes are badasses. One of them is like,
they're hardcore, right?
one of them like dual wields bolt pistols and like kills Chaos Space Marines all the time with them. He like perfectly he's like what's that dude from X-Men that's like a really good shot? Zero, I think is his name.
Deadshot?
I was thinking Deadshot too, but that's DC.
Is it Zero, the other guy? I don't know. He's kind of like that. You know, it's like firing perfectly between like neck joints and leg joints and shit. Like it's pretty cool.
Nice.
But anyway, the Angron fight ends with them like tumbling through all kinds of crap for 4 pages, falling down, beating each other, like punch, like the 4-minute episodes of Family Guy when he fights the chicken. It's
yeah.
It's just that. It just never ends.
Okay. Good. As well it should be.
But at the end, he gets the upper hand by using Angron's extreme rage against him. As Angron flings himself in, he drops to a knee and angles his sword up and stabs Angron through the chest and out the nape of his neck. And then he climbs on top of Angron's breastplate, grabs the shield, and slams it into his nose and severs his head.
Oh, he decapitates Angron.
Dude, what is it with like blowing up Angron's head or everything is always his head. His head popped to Sanguinius, his head gets cut off by the lion.
Angron?
And then Angron blows up.
Oh, man.
Because
that
he gets
sucks.
sent back to the warp. But yeah, he like actually blows up. He's like, bloof.
Okay, cool. I mean, it sucks, but we all knew that was going to happen. We all knew that the line was going to get one up on Angron, and Angron was going to get dunked on, and yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
no surprise.
Oh, thank you, Phil.
I mean, if anything, the duel was good. I'm not giving it enough credit because it's 4 pages long, but
Yeah,
you know.
I'm just happy that Angron wasn't made out to be like a total bitch, because that's what I was afraid was going to happen. Was Lionel was going to show up, and they were going to make the Lion look like an untouchable badass, and he was just going to roast Angron, and Angron wasn't going to stand a chance. So I'm just glad that it was like this really like just heated duel, and the Lion came close to dying, and he's all beaten and battered. So that's fine. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Nah, it's pretty good. It's as far as what he did, he certainly threw his own.
Yeah.
But
Stupid shields.
during this main fight between Angron and him, Vashtor is upon his Ark of Omen, the Auric Myriad, as it is getting beaten to shit by the Dark Angels and the Blood Angels. But during this time, there are people running around screaming.
Was there actually a get ahead of himself joke with Ferris Manus in the chat? Really?
Figuring out what to do. The bridge is dying, and he is just quietly pulling open schematics, pretty much like demonic routes and adjustments and cables and all kinds of things. And he's going with this massive like brain blast. What's the Zach Galifianakis meme from The Hangover with all the numbers on it going into his face?
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
All that kind of stuff. And through that, a tiny cog and a little whirl ends into the prison cell of the Tucholka engine. And it looks at it and says, "Be no more the captive of frightened primitives. Serve your function. Let me reunite you at last with the Plague Heart and the Ouroboros." The thing in the chamber spoke a single word through lips dry and tattered as parchment. Yes. And with that, it circled the engine, and he disappeared.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. And that's how it ends? And that's the last ARKS of Omen book?
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. Something else happens.
Okay.
So the demon world starts to shudder. It starts to roil and it move, and everyone's like, we gotta get out of here.
Narco, it's okay. You know what? You have good taste. You have the best taste, actually.
Oh, really? In that voice exactly? We gotta get out of here.
Game over, man. Game over.
Game over. All right.
So they all end up extracting. And the final pages are Inquisitor Cotiez, which is an Inquisitor with like a cool eagle guy, looking at a pict feed from something sent to him. And what it was the demon world glowing bright and brighter and brighter and brighter until eventually it started to fold in on itself.
Oh.
And right next to it, a gigantic whirlpool portal opens up, and the demon world sinks into it, followed by Abaddon and the entire fleet.
So Caliban gets sucked into the warp again.
Nope. Caliban gets sent into the webway.
Okay. I guess
book,
they call it Wormwood, right? That's what Vashtor calls New
Wormwood.
Caliban. Yeah.
No, the ending is him activating the key.
Oh boy.
And them sending the whole world, including Abaddon, the Avengeful Spirit ship, and all the other fleet that survived, into this webway kind of old one tech device and disappearing. And Cotiez being like, this makes no sense. The webway is the Eldar's domain. Why haven't they done anything? They have all these kinds of seers. They can see the future. They have these witches. They haven't. Why aren't they here? They helped us with the 13th Black Crusade. Why aren't they doing this? This is like their main source of travel. What is going on?
Mm-hmm. Well, I assume they can't see it because it's a weird time device, so they're probably outside the vision of the Farseers.
Yeah, he can make his own tunnels now. Yeah,
into the past. Maybe they went. They're in the crazy webway, right? So I get why the Eldar aren't doing shit.
We actually might get Khan next. That's really hype. I'd love more Jagatai Khan. That's really cool.
Well, the Eldar can see the future. That's how they saw everything in the Third Night Lord's book. So it's like, if they're going to get this fancy thing that can screw around with the webway, why aren't they doing anything?
It's true. Yeah.
That's the question. And then it ends.
Okay. And this is the last ARKS of Omen book? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. So some really crazy stuff is going to happen in 10th if that's how they're leaving it hanging until the next big update.
Chaos wins, but
when is 10th
they
coming?
get a Primarch in the end of it.
Yeah. Chaos wins, but at least the Lion's awake.
Yep. They have completed the key. The key is done. Vastor has achieved his goal. He has what he wants, and now he needs to search for the vault or whatever he's trying.
Well, is Dolphin is Roos in the or Russ, is he in the webway? I haven't done any of his lore yet. We have not learned any of the Space Wolves yet. I don't know anything about him. He's one of the Primarchs that are still in the list, so I don't know where he currently is. I just know Jagatai's in the webway. 10th is already here and almost over. Oh, 10th is current. They'll move to 11th soon. So okay, so then we don't have an answer to this yet, right? It's already started and nothing happened. Okay, that's what it was. So 11th is coming soon. Gotcha. Roos is in the warp. Okay.
Trying to find.
So Chaos really got the big W. Like, even though the Imperium got a Primarch back, in the end they lost.
But we're gonna probably get Chaos Primarch next, right?
Depends. Like they got what they.
Like
I guess
Perturabo?
Chaos got what they wanted.
Maybe that's what we would get next with this story. Maybe we would get to see Demon Primarch Perturabo, who's aligned with Ashtor. Maybe we would get that as the next one, because that would make sense as far as, even though they don't like each other that much, that would make sense in the way of we would get a demon Primarch next, because it seems to alternate, right? And then we would also get more progression of the story.
It really comes down to what he's going to do with it.
Yeah, and I guess it depends what's in that vault, right? Now that he has all the pieces, he needs to find the vault, open the door, and all that, right?
Yeah, he has the key. Now what the hell the plan is, I have no idea.
Yeah. Ooh, spooky.
Oh, he did it with Fulgrim? Oh, okay, so
you-
then Khan really actually might be next, yeah. As you were right, he just confirmed this was Old War Tech. Caliban turned out to be a WIH hotspot. Okay. I'll take any win I can get.
Do you have any inkling of what it might be,
Warren
since
Heaven
it's
hotspot.
probably
Yeah,
going to be the big reveal for the next edition? Any inkling at all? Any
I don't
theories?
know.
You have a game theory?
I don't know. It's at this point. It's Old One tech, yeah. So God knows what it's going to be. You know, like the Necrons have the Celestial Orrery, which is just a giant star map that lets you blow up stars.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So and yeah, Shai makes a great point. The old ones made the Eldar and the Orcs. Like they could create races of people.
True. I forgot that they did that.
Yeah, the war in heaven is the most catastrophically destructive thing ever to happen. Mm-hmm. You know, the Catan 8 stars, for God's sake.
Well, that's true.
And so he's got some kind of thing, and so everyone else most likely.
Oh, okay. Wait, so that looks like Eldar. It looks like an Eldar mech. Why? For some reason, the mech thing on the right, like, it looks like weirdly like halfway between Tau and Eldar, but I think it's Eldar.
Eldar and the rest were like, we can't destroy this, so we're going to hide it. We're going to scatter it. We're going to get rid of it. And Vashtor has the key to whatever the hell he wants from it.
Yeah, and whatever it ends up being is not going to be great for the Imperium.
Eldar equivalent of a knight. Okay,
it's going to be a nightmare, and I hope it is a great nightmare.
I hope it's a great nightmare too. It's
Do
a
you think
little
it's going to be a
confusing.
weapon, or do you think it's going to be like an entity?
I don't really know. It's really confusing to me because like the Tucholcha engine doesn't quite make a lot of sense, and having a time travel device kind of sorta, or like a monkey's paw that is like, okay, we can do what you need, but it screws up with time.
That's what I was thinking, Shai. I was thinking it might be a vault that actually has an old one, or like a all of the shards of a Catan.
Well, it shouldn't be the shards, because shards of the Catan are captured and enslaved.
Or, well, it's just like a
Catan is
full-on,
like
like a full living, a full alive version of it, or as alive as one could be in a vault like that.
That's
A
interesting.
living Catan is like 1,000 shards or something.
Because
It's insanity.
just one of them would make that's a huge power shift, because it's like you have a literal star god at your beck and, well, assuming you can control it. But that's like, that's the new superpower in the galaxy if you have an old one, right? Like, how do you fight that?
You really don't.
Yeah, I remember reading. Okay, so 500 Worlds campaign will probably pick up where the ARKS of Omen left off. Also, promoted to captain again. I know about the Titus part because I know that they killed off the previous captain and best boy, like off screen, right? It was just like one random post where they killed off the other Primaris and the other captain. Like I felt there would have been more done with that, but yeah.
Yeah, you just kind of get wrecked. Well, yeah, the Necron have been able to trick them into submission, right? And, like, turn them into... Yeah.
Yeah, but that was old Necron power. That was pre-sleep.
Yeah, now that they're all sleeping and they don't have that full force, it's... Good luck, Chuck.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, is that we don't actually know what they can do because most of their stuff is broken and crappy.
Take care of Primarch.
So it's like...
Yeah, and so far the ones we've seen in, like, Necron books, it's like, yeah, that was a shard that you dealt with. You managed to deal with one little itty bitty piece of that star god. Like, anyway.
Nostalgia. Ah. A little bit of old nostalgia for what they're doing.
Yeah,
It's
you told me that
look,
one.
They're back. Welcome.
Oh no.
It's the Catan. They're serving. Can you imagine a chaos
Catan.
Chaos Catan?
Ooh. That would be.
To what they're talking about, in 500 World, apparently they're introducing a corrupted Necron warlord that's trying to revive a Catan. Oh.
That might be the worst thing for the
Oh, thank you.
Imperium, is if Chaos actually got control of an old one. They got control of a Catan. Ooh.
Be pretty awful.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's the Arks of Omen.
Damn, that's I quite enjoy that.
All right. I loved it. That was fantastic. That legitimately, I cannot wait to sit and read through all of them. In addition to, getting it from this, I really enjoyed it. I cannot wait for the lion, the son of the forest as well. All right, let me switch over real quick. Let's get rid of this one. Let me get some music playing for a few minutes while we get situated. All right. Thank you so much for resubbing as Gillamom's Blueberries Superior. I love you. Thank you so much. Primark, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a ton. Okay, so what have we taken from this? We have learned that Vashtor has his key. They're now in the webway. We might see Jagatai Khan. We might see Prudoravo. A lot of really cool opportunities for storytelling. We've learned Engron is an empath, if you guys didn't know that. You are all psychotic, and we are at 27% funded on the book, which makes no sense to me. Like, no sense to me at all. Like, you actually scare me. But thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, as always. You're all nuts, but thank you. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. For videos that we still have planned, we do have another Warhammer video coming up in a little bit later. We have medical stories next, then a casual Geo, then Warhammer, then cursed old recipes, then another casual. The book, dude, yeah, the book is ridiculous. What do you mean only 27% unzips wallet with malicious intent? 27% is batshit crazy. Like, absolutely. Yeah, Lurk, it's signed and limited. I want it on display. I want it on a shelf behind my desk so I can see it, and then have the, I'll have that's gonna be the centerpiece of my Arks of Omen display. I'm gonna have that in the middle, then have the Arks of Omen books around it, and then have all the players on it. Like, I already have the whole display planned out in my head if I get it. Thoughts on the line? I still love him. I like him even more, arguably. I liked him when he was Captain Genocide, but I like him a lot. I really like the idea of the Risen. Like, I'm so hyped for it. I'm gonna go to pick up a hobby. I'm gonna go to at the hobby shop to pick up a Votan model. Nice. Call me submissive all you want, but don't you dare call me frugal. You're submissive and frugal. Boom, got him. Okay, all right. Moving on. Let's get ready for the next videos. Okay, right about here. Yeah, now he's Captain Genocide with character development. In all honesty, Sons of the Forest changed my look on the Lion. Never not going to be mad at GW's shitty site for screwing me out of a copy of that book. Did you try getting a copy and it sold out from the bots? Because it's usually bots that grab them. It usually is bots that grab them. The fact that goes out to redeem the fact that that goes out to redeem the Fallen is such a Giga Chad narrative by GW, just completely blindsiding his own chapter. I think it's great. I just think it's really good. I do love that you're making your first diorama. Yeah, no, I want a whole display for it. Like, again, I can't do too many, but considering most of the miniatures I've gotten are either from the Arks of Omen saga or Drakari. The only outlier is the Stampa, which I'm going to be building on stream. And I have no idea what the hell I'm going to do with it. But the Stomp is the only real outlier. Everything else kind of works. So, looking forward to it. Oh, he's still Captain Genocide, just more nuanced. Yeah, of course. The Drakari Rise. I'm starting Escalation League next week. Let's go, gamer. Yeah, so I'm looking at my list. I still have a bunch of that are on the way. So I have Drakari. I have a Drakari Raider. My Scourges came already. What other one am I waiting for it to get here? There was a few that were still on the way. The Stampa's not here yet, obviously. Bellacor's not here yet. Will you get terrain for the display? I don't really know yet because, again, there's a lot of variables. Again, I have to figure out the size of the display. So if the book gets funded, I'm gonna obviously have a better idea because that book, the Son of the Forest, is gonna be the centerpiece. And then it has to be big enough for the other 5 books. So I'm gonna have to figure out how big the shelf is, where it's gonna go, and then I'm gonna also have to build the models and have them painted. And also, if you guys didn't know this one, I followed through. I have my professional painted Drakari Archon being done. It is literally a lady Malice, but it's being painted with my colors. She's gonna have the star under her eye, the blue lips, and the hair correctly done. So I'm really excited for that. And no rainbows. Did not get the rainbows. I have Drazar, I have Lilith. They're just not built, but they've gotten here. And Malice is being professionally done to look like me. That one's being professionally done. So I'm really excited for that one. But you know, I have most of the major Drakari figures so far. And then aside from them, like I said, they're on their own shelf with my Asmodai. Like, Asmodai is random as hell, but like I just think he's cool. So like I painted Asmodai. So I showed it off. I think I showed it off on YouTube. I showed it off on Twitch. But my Asmodai is already mostly painted. Lion Ears too. No, I was talking with them about how it would look really awkward on her as a kit bash, so I didn't have them added. I didn't want the Lion Ears on it. Oh, absolutely, Peter. I will be doing Sisters of Battle at some point too. I'm just going through all the Primarchs. The Arks of Omen just kind of derailed me. I did not expect Arks of Omen to become my favorite story saga, so it just completely derailed me after we watched the Lion video. Because basically what happened is we watched the Lion Primarch episode, and then we ended up going on a 5-video side quest, which was ridiculous. I think my kitten is boxing an anime figure box again. Asmodai is badass. Yeah. If you hear the tapping in the background, in the background, that's literally Dawn. She goes into one of our rooms that has a plastic box from an anime figure, and she just shadow boxes it. I don't know why, but it's really funny. You should look at the DA of the Dark Angels and Alpha Legion 30k minis. They're incredible. Unfortunately, resin. Ooh, I heard resin's horrible to work with, though. I'm glad you're enjoying the story. Oh, I'm thriving. I'm legitimately thriving with it right now. Every player has their favorite stories. Mine's Gaunt's Ghost because the view from all they've gone through is so good. I've heard Gaunt's Ghost is really good too. Because right now I'm just loving this. Yeah, this is literally a 2-week side quest we went on. But now we got through it. So we'll go back to Primarchs. So I'll probably do a poll. I'll do a poll in the community tab probably in the next couple days. Because maybe Monday, maybe we'll finally do, I don't know, Roost, Storm, somebody. So that's going to be cool. What else? Oh, there is another miniature I want, but I hate the way her face looks because I think that GW has a really bad job with making women. I want Saint Celestine, but like they basically just give them the man face from the normal Marines. It's just not that good. Oh, we could do Horus or Corvus. That's true. Like I said, I'll do a vote for you guys, and you guys will be able to pick. Tetra, I'm curious, after the Primarchs, what's next? Maybe the captains, they say, like, Servitor of the Night Lords. Well, I definitely want to do a Sisters of Battle. It might be faction-based. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options of what we'll be able to check out. There'll be other iconic characters I want to go through. Like, we're doing a little side quest today. Afterwards, we're going to be doing a Cyphus Cain video. GW is atrocious at faces in general. Is it an older model? Like, if I pull up Saint Celestine model, I'm afraid to look at the face. Saint Celestine model. Why is that $1,800? Excuse me? Why is the Saint Celestine model $1,800? Huh? Why is it $1,800, chat? Why is Saint Celestine $1,800? It's a 1/6 scale Saint Celestine. Oh my god, that is beautiful. Yeah, no, I know I'm looking at the wrong one. No. I'm not adding anything big while the book is up. I won't do that. I don't like having more than one really big thing up. But that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm pulling up the miniature, the actual figure now. Hang on. God, her face is so jank. Her face is so jank. Why are their faces so bad? Why are their faces so bad? They make a lot of 1/6 scale stuff. I've never seen that. My friend Igus has a 1/4 scale, I believe, guts from Berserk, which, mind you, doesn't fit in his room. So he's waiting until he gets his own place so he can actually unbox it, because the box itself is larger than a person. All right, let me close out of this. Close out all the extra stuff. All right, let's get ready for the next video. Okay. Next video. All right, we have 3 Where Are They Now videos. We have Where Are They... let me put it on the screen. All right, so next up, we have 3 Where Are They Now videos. We have Where Are They Now 4. I think Where Are They Now 7? Oh, no, Where Are They Now... Wait, I could just check. Okay, so it's 4. Okay. All right, so we have 3 Where Are They Now videos. We have Where Are They Now 4, Where Are They Now 6, and Where Are They Now 7. They're about like 3 minutes each, so probably expect about, I don't know, 15 minutes for this bit, I would say, probably. I could be wrong. For all I know, I might end up going on a rant about something unhinged. You never know. You never know.
Hey everyone, welcome back to a very overdue installment of Where Are They Now? And if you're a dude...
He quite literally has to have the strongest neck muscles ever just because of how much he emotes. Because I can't stretch my mouth out half as far as what this man can do.
You might find some of this episode a little bit painful.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized he said if you're a dude, this video might be painful. I think I know what video we're gonna get referencing. I think we know what we're gonna see. I think this is the one where the little bit of genitals pop.
What's off? It's off.
Yeah.
As a paramedic that's been doing this for a pretty long time, I feel like I've mastered the ability to keep a straight face no matter how horrendous the collar injury is. But when it comes to someone losing a section of their Johnson to a very violent and forceful catheter incident...
Oh, right. I remember this. Right. So he yanked it out, and basically, I guess he just yanked the urethra straight out. Like, I think he just yanked the urethra straight out, or part of it straight out. Because you're not going to really damage the outside with the catheter, but you're definitely going to damage the inside with the catheter.
That's where I tend to lose it. You see, catheters have a balloon at the end of them, so once they're in place, the balloon can be inflated so it'll remain inside of the bladder, and then...
Do you guys love this already? Are you all like physically recoiling yet? Because I think this is kind of funny. Yeah, like no, why? Yeah. This is the moment where every guy in the audience is just like, oh, I don't like that. That's not fun. I don't want to think about it. Well, you got to think about how there's a little bit of balloon at the end and it gets inflating your bladder.
Deflated once it's ready to be removed.
Of course, but
if you forget to deflate, an exploded hot dog is what you'll make.
Do you like that description? Do you like the description that he's just given you?
It's truly hard to describe what it's like seeing 4 grown men saying, "There's no way," over and over again because none of us could believe what we were looking at. But the good news is, it sounds like they were able to get this guy a full set of twig and berries again, and us as much therapy as we're gonna need.
Oh, so that one sounded like it was a story one of his colleagues had, because it didn't sound like he saw it himself. So I can only imagine that was a pretty grim one. Yeah, a little bit of the yoink. At least it was exploded and not reversed? Huh? What do you mean? I mean, it's not looking at it's exploding hot dogs. It's fine. It's fine.
Then why are you covered in blood? My varicose vein exploded.
I've seen people shot, stabbed, impaled with 8-foot lightning rods, bleed a little bit, but I've never seen someone paint their home like they're the Picasso of human lube, like someone who's had a ruptured varicose vein.
Oh.
Blood everywhere.
You see, the hardest part of controlling a severe varicose vein bleed is you can't just use one tourniquet like you would in an arterial bleed. You need 2. One to stop all the arterial blood from coming into the leg, and then another one to stop all the blood that's inside of the leg ejecting out of their varicose vein blowout.
Woohoo! Big summer blowout.
But
See, that sounds so much more grim. That sounds so much more grim.
thankfully, we were able to control the bleeding, get this guy down to the hospital, and then stare into the endless void, wondering when my leg veins would ultimately betray me, sending me into a lonely death.
Oh my. Oh, okay. I love how we went from exploding hot dog to exploding varicose veins to vomit.
Sheesh. The one thing I was told when I was learning about Narcan was never slam it. Why? Well, have you ever heard the phrase,
Oh my god, there's vomit everywhere.
well, you will if you ever give Narcan too fast. But to be fair, everyone has different reactions when it comes to being given Narcan, and in my experience, most people are pretty chill when they wake up from their opioid sleeping time. But from time to time, you're gonna get the joy of experiencing you and your entire ambulance being doused in whatever they had for their last 3 meals.
You know, I will tell you guys, fun, well, I'll wait till it's off the screen.
But I'm happy.
Okay, sorry. Fun vomit story for you guys. So, when I worked in veterinary, right? When, again, I'm just thinking of it because of the association with vomit. Whenever we'd have dogs come in that would eat things that they shouldn't, we have to induce vomiting, right? And the amount of vomit that I have seen some dogs unload is insane. We had one dog that came in that had actually consumed, I believe it was like an entire, like, because you know dogs don't really understand the concept of stopping from eating. They just don't. We had this dog ate an entire container in their cabinet. In the owner's, I'm doing a bad job explaining, I'm sorry. The dog got into a sealed container of food that was in the storage cabinet of the owner and ate the entire thing. They were brought into the hospital, to which we had to induce vomiting. The amount of vomit was so comical that we actually decided to weigh the vomit. I am not joking when I say that this dog had over 4 pounds of vomit come out of it. It was like 4.5 pounds of vomit that came out of this dog. Again, not necessarily related to the topic that he's referencing, but it just made me think of it.
You report that person was dropped off at the hospital feeling fine, and I went back to the station, burned all of my clothing, and never looked at bologna sandwiches the same again.
Fair. Okay. All right. That was the first one. Never a dull moment with this guy, I swear. All right. On to the next. Where are they now? 6. Okay, here we go.
Just when you thought we were done, we're back with
The irony of watching them back to back is like, just when you thought we're done, here's some more suffering.
another Where Are They Now? And today we're going to talk about why peeing on the people around you doesn't make you a better friend.
What?
I smell so bad.
For as long as I can remember, people have turned to spraying their friends and strangers with golden shower fluid when they get stung by a jellyfish.
Okay, yeah, we've talked about this one before. I believe we mentioned this during the shorts when we were watching them, when I had this happen to me. So, fun fact for you, doesn't help, but when I was diving, and again, I guess it does sound weird when I jump from all these random stories, but when I was scuba diving, we were doing a dive off of West Palm, and there was surge current, and we're about like, I don't know, about 85 feet down. The bottom it was about 105, but we were sitting about 85 while we were still descending. The surge current was terrible. All of a sudden, I feel this horrible burn around my neck because a tentacle had written, or an appendage of a jellyfish had wrapped around my neck that was separate from the fish, or not from the fish, not a fish, but you know what I mean, separate from the bulb of the jellyfish, right? So it wraps around my neck, and at that time, I did not know that they still are actively able to sting you when their arms are when their appendages are separate from their body. So it wraps around my neck. I have this beautiful little choker all the way around my entire neck. And we get to the, we surface. There's more to the story, but I won't bore you with it. I've talked about it before, but I bite through my regulator, yada, 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 bunch of bad stuff. We surface, and I have this red ring. And of course, everybody on the boat makes the joke, oh, we've got to pee on your neck. I did not know that you were not supposed to at that point, so I was actually bracing myself for it to happen. Thankfully, I learned that that's not the case. They have literal little swabs that you can use for it. I believe you could also use vinegar, but not vinegar. What was it? What is it, vinegar? I think it's vinegar. But I'm just used to using the prepackaged swabs of it that they actually have that will stop the stinging. But yeah, no, I was bracing for the for it to be on my neck. But yeah, there you go. Trauma for everybody.
And I really need you guys to know something. It doesn't work. And the truth shall set you free. The reason kidney tears have been raining down upon the victims of jellyfish stings is because the acidic nature of urine should theoretically neutralize jellyfish venom and help reduce the pain. But it doesn't. The only thing that's getting neutralized is the happy memories of sand and waves for the person that just had a run-in with the prehistoric venomous snot rocket and is immediately being replaced by nightmares with the hot asparagus-soaked regret that they were just deluged in.
That is a hell of a description. A hot asparagus-soaked regret. Wow.
No, God! But if this ever happens to you, have no fear. Simply soak the area in salt water or tap water between 107 and 113 degrees, which should help reduce the pain, plus save you a lifetime on therapy bills and awkward conversations about the time you went wee-wee on me, Mom. See? I got it all under control. What is that ringing? High blood pressure can present in many different ways, like blurred vision, headaches, or like
the segues between these is actually wild.
This guy who looked like me after spending 3 minutes in the sun without SPF 5000. Good news is he was fine, and to say he was lucky would be a gross understatement. You see, after suddenly stopping the medications that he had been on for the last 30 years...
Oh, why do I have a story for you guys with every single one of these? Okay, so you guys know that I take care of my grandmother. One of her problems is that she does have very high blood pressure. So her blood pressure by default is like insanely high, where we don't even get alarmed by numbers that would make you concerned for yourself, right? So her blood pressure on a great day is like 148 for systolic, okay? And normally, when you're above 160 as a normal person, it's a concern. For her, it's whatever. She gets to 180 at least 1 or 2 days a week. And we usually only experience concern, like hospital level concern, when she's above 200. So, so I took her to the hospital actually, like a week ago? a week ago because she was sitting at like 223. She was sitting at like 223 for systolic. It was like 223 over 94. But her record was actually alarming to the people at the hospital because she'll still act like she's chill. So her blood pressure, I believe, was 263. It was like 263 in the emergency room. I don't remember what the diastolic is, but the systolic was like 263. So the fact that she had the blood pressure of two people, because a normal person, you want to be around like 120. So like she had the blood pressure of two people. How is she alive? And again, I could be off on the number like a bit. I know for a fact it was above 235. I think it was 260. I don't want to say for a fact it was 260, but I know that she was like in the ballpark of 240 to 260. I don't remember the exact number they gave me because it was when I swapped with my my uncle to take over with her. But I swear I don't understand how she has not popped. I swear I don't understand how she has not popped. Yeah, I did not know blood pressure could go as high as it was. But like she didn't have and she didn't stroke out. Like that's the craziest part. She didn't have a stroke. So I don't really understand how that's possible. Again, you guys are, you know as well as me with that one. That one, she makes no sense medically. She makes no sense medically. It alarms me because even when she's sitting at like 200, she's like, "Oh, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm fine." I'm like, "Do you have a headache?" She's like, "No, I'm fine." And she'll just sit, she's like, "I would love a glass of wine right now." And I'm sitting there, I'm like, "Your blood pressure is above 200 and you want a glass of wine." Okay. Nope, no stroke, no heart attack. I don't understand her. She's literally built different. Dude, she almost died from COVID, was on oxygen for several months, didn't care, came back, suddenly got aggressive cancer, had a full mastectomy, went through a full dose of chemo, got cancer again, went under the knife again, then was diagnosed with white matter disease, and is now dealing with dementia. She's in her 90s and just somehow trucks through everything. She refuses to use her walker. She just is... nothing about her makes sense. Nothing about her makes sense. Anyway, back to the video.
His body compensated wonderfully by shooting his blood pressure through the stratosphere and almost taking his ability to ever eat solid food again with it.
Yeah.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back, rib.
Look, I get it. Nobody likes taking prescribed pharmaceuticals every day. I mean,
How?
maybe
I don't know.
But when a pill might be stopping your brain from blowing a blood gasket inside of your very sealed, very sensitive brain cage, it might be important to continue consuming it so you can continue using all of your limbs.
She has plot. So her having plot armor is legitimately an understatement again. Both her and my grandfather made no sense. My grandfather's no longer with us. He did pass from COVID, but the level of nonsense about how he ended up passing from COVID is crazy. My grandfather had diabetes, right? He ended up ignored his diabetes for, I think, like 40, 50 years. Just ignored it. Like he would pound a Yoo-hoo like daily because he didn't care, right? He would eat an entire pound cake. Didn't care. He was built different. Again, he was former NYPD. Did not care at all. And he ignored the diabetes until he was like, I think at the time he was 89 when the diabetic neuropathy made him unable to walk. And he's like, well, I guess it got me. I guess the diabetes finally got me. And then for 3 years, he's just chilling. He was the easiest patient in the world. He got a hospital bed and got an aide. Literally for 3 years, just chilled out, would sit in a wheelchair, watch his shows, watch his boxing. Didn't care. Passed away from COVID at 93. Passed away from COVID at 93. Did not give a flying F. Still do not understand how either of these two were the way they are. My grandmother's still kicking. Again, I do not understand it. All right. Anyway.
I know, but PB&J's are so good.
This was nowhere near the first or last time I would encounter somebody who filled their belly with Benadryl prior to consuming something they were highly allergic to in hopes that their body wouldn't catapult their consciousness into the next lifetime.
What?
Again, I get it. If somebody took the ability for me to be able to house an entire peanut butter, marshmallow, and bacon sandwich away from me, I'd be upset, but I sure as crap wouldn't risk the possibility of not being able to see the next Fast and Furious installment on it.
Oh my God.
Severe allergic reactions happen after your body releases abnormally excessive amounts of chemicals, like histamines, into your body after you've eaten or got stung by something. Oh! And the body's reaction to this can be super unpredictable, from a little tummy pain to laying on the ground looking up at the sky as your airway closes faster than you can say.
That escalated quickly.
And that's why rolling the antihistamine dice ain't worth it, because no amount of all-you-can-eat shrimp is worth drooling all over yourself in the middle of a Red Lobster as you catch an EpiPen to the thigh and question all of your life choices.
Seriously? Oh my God. Okay, well, we got one more of these. We got one more of these. Man, what the heck? I know a lot of you guys say you love the stories, and I'm glad you guys do. If the stories are ever like annoying, please, chime in. I think they're fun. Again, I always feel bad for people who find these videos as standalones and they just watch me as a reaction. They're like, this has nothing to do with the content. You're just sidebarring. You're going on a side quest. This is a little bit silly. Let's see if I can go this entire segment here, this little 3-minute video, not even, right? 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Let's see if this induces a story. Maybe it won't.
We're back on our Where Are They Now adventure with your 3 most requested follow-ups. And I'm gonna leave you with a little piece of knowledge that'll haunt you for the rest of your days.
Yay!
Okay, so what did you do? I put some in his rectum.
Friends come in many forms, like a friend that'll loan you $20, or a friend that'll give you a ride without asking for gas money, or the ultimate friend that's willing to shove frozen water bricks inside of your dingleberry cave because you
Okay, so I have a fun story this reminds me. No, I'm just kidding.
took too many opioids.
You got a friend in me.
But before
That
I
is a
go
good friend, though.
any further into the story, I want to be very clear about something.
Don't put ice in people's butts.
Not only is it incredibly stupid and unbelievably dangerous, but completely unnecessary when there's things like Narcan available that don't involve you icing down your friend's guano gusher.
Yummy.
Okay, this actually does remind me of a story. This actually does remind me of a story. Not directly of me. Not a directly thing for me. Do you guys remember when there was actually a not an epidemic, but a massive influx of people that were soaking, I'm going to try to explain this in the most PC way possible. They were soaking women's sanitary tools with certain substances and inserting them in certain places. And it was causing toxic shock syndrome to people. So, yeah, that was an interesting one.
A very medically unsupported theory that's inspiring people to do this is by stimulating the central nervous system with ice, the overdosing person will regain consciousness and magically begin breathing again on their own.
Right.
Now, yes, he was awake when we got there, and no, we're not sure if it was because of the ice. But one thing I can't say for sure is that those 2 dudes didn't make eye contact for the entire ride to the hospital, and I will never look at ice the same way again.
My birthday is December 49th, 1812.
How long did you say the seizure lasted?
Seizures can be extremely scary to experience, especially for the patient, and depending on the type of seizure, once it's over, they can go to what's called a postictal state, which is very normal, but it involves confusion, exhaustion, or in this guy's case, think he needed to get back to the open sea to fight some scurvy pirates. Now, even though all of this can be quite stressful to witness, treating most seizures is relatively straightforward with some benzos and a little O2. However, as I've learned many times in my career, right when you think you got things figured out, you don't.
Whoa, didn't see that coming.
Which is exactly what happened.
Okay, I have, again, more stories. I swear, I'm sorry. I'm not doing this deliberately. Seizure story. So, back when I was in school, one of my best friends, I loved her, right? Incredible person. She was epileptic, so she would have seizures. Her mother put the responsibility on me, And she literally sat me down with an entire book of how to help her if she ended up having a seizure. And then she sent her to Warp Tour with me. She sent her to Warp Tour to mosh and crowd surf with me. I need you to understand. I need you to understand, because every time a circle pit would start, I would have to grab her and book it to the back, because I'm like, this is not safe. She's like, no, Tetra, I want to see. I'm like, no, you do not want to see. You do not, girlie, you do not want to see. Like, I still remember when I was seeing, I believe it was Less Than Jake, and people were moshing. And I'm just like, no, we're getting out of this, because she actually wanted to jump into one. If you guys know Jeffree Star used to actually perform at Warped Tour, and she wanted to go into one with that, like from the Jeffree Star audience. Like, yeah, she yearned for the mosh. She yearned for the well, like, she wasn't like a kid, she was a teenager, but like the thing is just she put the responsibility on me because she knew I would always look out for her, which I did. We don't talk anymore, which is really sad, but I did look out for her.
Happened in the middle of our assessment when this guy's sister decided to wrap up her Angry Birds game on his cell phone while someone else blasted their partially digested SpaghettiOs all over the floor. But honestly, I knew this guy was going to be just fine, and I also knew that once again, I was extremely thankful for waterproof boots and disinfectants. That's why. I don't think it's possible to describe the smell perforating from a room that contains someone who's having a GI bleed. Well, I guess it would be something like... And to accompany that odor is the general understanding that whatever is causing that lunch regurgitating smell is...
All right, this one's for the comment section. Worst smell you've ever experienced. Please keep it TOS friendly so your comments can actually get through the algorithm. But like, what is the worst thing you've ever smelled? Like literally, what is the worst thing you've ever smelled? Because for me, ironically enough, it's not any of the horrible things that I've experienced while in veterinary. For me, it was the gift that I received from my lovely moderator that went to my P.O. box that smelt like a bioweapon. That was still the worst thing, because when we were on Yura's stream, I went and checked and opened the box, and you could hear me like just dry heaving and dying in the background.
Not good for the continuation of life, because the general rule of thumb when it comes to blood coming...
Also, there's an entire series of shorts of me opening that box on the channel if you want to go find it.
From your skin suit is blood coming from one end of your body is bad. Blood coming from both ends of your body is the beginning of your forever sleepy time. Now, this gentleman was suffering from something called esophageal varices, which can happen when the veins inside of your esophagus begin to enlarge and bleed because of high blood pressure associated with liver disease. And if the thought of drowning in your own red blood cell pudding terrifies you, it should.
Yeah.
The good news is we got him down to the hospital where he got some meds, a couple pints of blood, and was completely stabilized.
Great.
Bad news is, you now know you can die drowning in your own blood.
Oh, that doesn't startle me. I was gonna say, there's more things in the world that would startle me far worse than knowing you could drown in your own blood. But that was a fun one. That was a fun little series of videos. All right, on to the next bit. Let me quickly turn on some music. All right, 2 sections done. But blood pudding. Oh, okay, we still have 4 more videos. They're shorter, but when you look at it as far as like the numbers of videos left, it's amazing how daunting it seems. Spoiled potato and egg salad. Oof. Oof. I mean, I believe, oh no, one of the worst things ever was actually IGUS. I forgot about that one. Don't look innocent. Sorry, IGUS is actually still here. Yeah, so one of the worst smells I ever dealt with was while I was live on Twitch. I don't think I was live on YouTube. It might have been YouTube, but I think it was Twitch. And I had to actually mute the microphone to ask him if he crapped himself because of how bad the fart was. It smelled like a dead animal that was strangled and then like submerged in its own feces. It,
The absolute worst part was I was in the bathroom. I
Uh-huh.
was coming out of the bathroom. It wafted.
it wafted.
I did
Yeah,
all in the
it
bathroom,
wafted. It
sprayed
wafted
the
across the
bathroom.
house. Yeah, that one was one of the worst. Yeah, that was one of the worst ones ever. The rancid pants blast. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. On traumatizing the poor YouTube audience now. That statement will now be on the internet in perpetuity. Okay. So the next bit we have a casual geo. We have a casual geo that will traumatize us all about butterflies. After the butterflies, we have Cyphus Cane. After Cyphus Cane, we have recipes. And then if we still have time, we also have another video from Casual. The biohazard booty bomb. Yup. I guess the hater of cookies, destroyer of the internet, master of smells. Yep.
Did you tell them that the laptop motherboard is actually?
I didn't. Okay. So one other thing, because again, this is more. That's more for the Twitch audience, but the YouTube audience can learn this too. So, last story I'll tell you guys before I go into the other video. So, you guys know, for people who are on both, you guys know the story about how when Igus comes over, he brings his laptop. The last 2 visits he's come over with the laptop, the internet has gone out for either me or Yura on stream. Now, Igus thought I was being a little bit crazy and conspiratorial about this, but every time that laptop connected, it was like it was the tool of the devil. So I went and I researched his laptop today or last night, just because I'm like, I'm like, this has to be something beyond just your laptop. It has to actually be a thing. Lo and behold, there is actually a problem with his laptop that nukes Wi-Fi signals. So he has to actually do a firmware update to fix the problem with his laptop, because it actively is a known problem that it nukes the Wi-Fi and bricks the internet. Which is crazy. His laptop actually has crippled my stream 4 times over the course of 2 trips.
I mean, it's not their fault. Who would have not had to think about a laptop fucking up?
No, of course can't say the F word.
Oh,
YouTube. It's okay. How many tabs were open? It's just it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Just connects to the laptop and just goes to heck. It literally is a jammer top. Yep, it's the jammer top. All right, let's get the next video ready. We're gonna be watching the why. Okay, let me get the video showing. Hold please. Let me prepare myself for him sneaking in a quirky little sponsorship somewhere. Where are you doing it? Where are you putting in your little sponsorship, Casual? Where are you sneaking in that NordVPN? I don't see any. All right, I think we might be in the clear. I don't think we're dealing with any sponsorships. All right. Okay, look at that. All right, let's get this showing. All right. Turn my music off. Next video. We have why you owe people afraid of butterflies an apology. I'm not gonna lie, just the first thing I see on this screen is enough to induce nightmares and trauma. I have seen this thing before. Like, I've seen pictures of this particular thing before. But man, do I hate it. Man, do I hate it. Oh, the sound. No. Oh, God, I didn't know it makes sound. Oh. Okay, it's not that. That's not their actual sound. Then why are you putting it in the video, Casual? That sound is so unnerving.
Plenty of animals have privilege, and no other animal has ridden that train.
It's a moth, I
further
know.
Than a gutterfly. I did not misspeak. This halo effect insect is an abomination with wings, and if that offends you, you could die in a field today. Corpse still warm. Last thing you might see is a bloodthirsty butterfly swarm.
Oh.
Many butterflies drink blood, among other things. Butterflies will do this thing called mud puddling, and essentially, it's using that built-in straw called a proboscis to suck the juices out of organic matter to farm free nutrients.
Hey, you guys ever go mud puddling? You guys ever go down to the convenience store and do some mud puddling in the back alleys?
Trench flies usually get it out the mud, but they'll also suck on rotting plants, feces, and dead bodies. You don't even have to die. If you pull over to the side of the road to relieve yourself and come back hours later, you may find a flutter of fiends feeding on your urine.
Oh my
See,
God!
Use flowers as fuel, and that is true. The problem is just a diet of sugar water would leave butterflies without key minerals they need. One of those minerals is sodium, and they'll
Why? Why is there this picture? It has like creepy little mites. Oh my god, that is so grim.
go to extreme lengths to secure it, even irritating the eyes of reptiles to drink the tears.
What?
Tears have use to someone. Of course, butterflies taste through receptors on their feet, so one landing on you doesn't make you a Disney princess. It makes you a sodium-seasoned rest stop for a flamboyant fly that's just...
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that.
Moves on to the next mark, because butterflies are boys with wings, and that is not a joke, because their mating behavior is at a pocket for something with its PR, but one thing at a time. We'll get to that.
Oh, no.
The only thing more questionable than what some butterflies eat is what some people will do to find them. The Purple Emperor is a beautiful, ethereal muse to any entomophile. It's also a death merchant that avoids flowers, instead preferring rotting animal flesh and fecal waste.
Oh.
That hasn't stopped folks from seeking out this corpse fly. And here
Oh, please tell me like people aren't just like taking poops and like leaving them in their backyard hoping they can find this butterfly. Please tell me that's not like the case.
are some of the things people have used to attract them. Rotting fish, fermented shrimp paste,
Okay.
stinking bishop cheese, dog poop, roadkill, very used diapers, and in one case, a trailer of pig poop. But according to longtime enthusiasts, one of the biggest turn-ons for a Purple Emperor is urine-soaked fox poop. I don't think that's a coincidence, because not only are butterflies fine to mine for...
Can we elaborate like how somebody sat there and figured out like, yeah, it's not just fox poop, it's gotta be urine-soaked fox poop. It's gotta specifically be urine-soaked fox poop, and that is like the, just the je ne sais quoi, that brings them in. Like, what the heck?
Liquid gold. Science says they might prefer the pee of carnivores, specifically mountain lions, to that of humans or cows. So when you say they prefer cougar pee, we're talking about in more ways than just cloudy with a chance of storming Daniels. But
I swear to God, if there's a joke in the comment section about cougar pee, I swear, I will Shadow Realm you so hard.
Butterflies are opportunists that'll take them from anywhere, and Russian experiments have shown that vampire moths, yeah, them's a thing, are able to use hook-shaped tongues to drill through human skin and feed on the blood. But that was just an experiment. To you watching this, a vampire moth is no risk that we know of. That being said, butterflies are not what you think they are, and the more you learn about them, the more you understand why SpongeBob turned his town into an Avengers end credit after experiencing its mugshot once. The funniest part is, the close-up they crashed out over was actually a horsefly, probably because they knew an actual butterfly would have ruined the animal for an entire generation. Just like I said, no animal has had
God,
better PR
like
than
even the way that
even
looks.
their name might be a cover-up. A popular theory is that their original name was actually Flutterby, and the global game of telephone ended predictably. It's much more likely that it came from the Dutch word butterscheiter.
Butterscheiter.
It's apparently a butterfly bowel movement looks like a brick of butter. It's not
What?
100% confirmed, but believing otherwise goes against my narrative, so I'm gonna disregard it. Insane intro aside, what is it that makes a butterfly? Because I wasn't kidding. If you're like me, butterflies are not what you think.
Oh my God.
Like on a scientific level, Lepidoptera represents the order of flying insects that are...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, moths don't creep me out, butterflies do. Don't get me wrong, I've had some horrifying stories, like when I was in Texas, we had like a massive moth that was like the size of like your face. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating it because I was a kid, but I still remember the thing like flying after me until I ran into my house. I had to close the screen door, and the thing was just at the screen door. That was like terrifying, unbelievably terrifying.
Well, basically moths and anything that looks like a moth. Butterflies are a relatively small superfamily that's less than 10% of the Lepidoptera party, with a small contribution of at most 20,000 species. Everything else is a moth. They go to war, moths clear. There are also skippers, which are technically butterflies, but were such an out-of-character butterfly that science thought it was its own thing. Long story short, it's a butterfly that heavily borrows from the moth's playbook, especially when it comes to flying. Which gets straight up confusing when you realize there's an animal called a...
Soup? I didn't say anything about soup, did I? I don't think I said anything about soup. What? Huh?
Moth butterfly that skippers have nothing to do with. But basically, American moth butterflies are that weird, only ever see during the holidays type of family of butterfly that is so weird and mothy, it kept it from the butterfly function
not a fan.
Recently. Boring high school sciencey stuff aside, it's a moth's world. Butterflies are just a small part of it. I say that because there will be mentions of moths in this video, and I just know I'd get my Lepidoptera pass checked if I didn't make that clear. Because there's a lot of evolutionary headassery going on with moths, and I'm not about to leave it out on a technicality. So yeah, butterflies are not what you think, even in an artistic sense. That butterfly's dead. If I ask you all to draw a butterfly, chances are 95% of you would draw this. and you would be illustrating a corpse. For some reason, butterflies are often drawn the same way dead ones are pinned and displayed by those who collect them. We basically did a blobfish to the butterfly and immortalized their death pose. A butterfly might hit this pose at some point in its natural life,
yeah, because normally it's never looking like this. Yeah,
of course. This isn't, but it was. My condolences to anyone watching this and realizing they have a dead winger tattooed on them. So while we did do butterflies dirty there, butterflies don't need help doing that themselves with the things they eat, and that really starts as caterpillars. As you know, butterflies have many forms, and the caterpillar's job is to eat as much as physically possible. Caterpillars have the type of greed they warn you about in the Bible. No other animal reaches such biblical levels.
Do you guys remember the hungry caterpillar?
200 times its birth weight in the first 2 weeks, which can become 1,000 times its weight in
Ooh, that is a grim-looking one.
Those numbers probably don't hit as hard as a North American silk moth. No animal alive eats more relative to body size than a marauding moth.
How big is it?
6,000 times its body weight in less than 2 months of life. To keep that same pace, your 7-pound baby would have to scarf 273 metric tons of mass or 601,861 pounds worth of Similac. Pot of greed. Caterpillars eating constantly does have a consequence, and is them being in a perpetual state of dropping bombs. The scientific name for caterpillar waste is frass, and these hedonists pile on the frass by the metric hecton. If you live in the area code of the gypsy moth, then you've likely woken up to the sound of heavy rain with no water, because it was actually the sound of caterpillars mass flooding folks with frass.
Ew!
To be fair, if you could get all your lifetime bathroom visits out the way in only a few weeks, in that time the toilet would never not be attached to your cheeks. But another consequence of caterpillars unloading enough bricks to rebuild the city of Gotham, or Newark, is predators like wasps will track them down by following the brown brick road. So many caterpillars can...
What kind of wasp looks like that? Because that is the most terrifying looking thing ever.
ballistically launch their own fecal matter like a cannonball. The skipper caterpillar can shot put its own product up to 40 times its own body length, which is the equivalent of a man blowing it out the other end over 200 feet. Mind you, the world record for shot put is 77. Caterpillars shoot the shit, but ain't no back talk, and the chances of habitual slingers...
Oh my god, it's so fast!
Science won't let it be zero. But they don't always shoot it. Only because caterpillars will also use their poop to manipulate the very plants they eat. Plants don't just get munched on all day and just take it. They'll produce chemicals to repel plant predators like caterpillars. Not only that, but those chemicals are like a cry for help, where one plant being eaten can warn others.
How is it that a video about butterflies is like the most traumatizing thing we've seen today?
With its aromatic alarm bell. The catch is, they can only react to one threat at once, and the armyworm caterpillar exploits this by dropping deuces that tricks the plant into thinking it's being attacked by a fungal infection. The plant can only deal with one problem at a time, and while it's crashing out trying to fight a fungus that isn't there, the armyworm has free reign to eat it along with any other plant taking a cue from it. That's diabolical. The plant's get is devious.
Ew!
Some plants can release a chemical that turns caterpillars into cannibals. Apparently, methyl jasmonate is such an insult to a caterpillar's palate that when plants would produce it as a defense, the caterpillars decided they'd rather eat each other instead. Simply not eating is not an option, and the moment a plant becomes less palatable is the moment you see a bunch of sandworms start ripping into each other. Although in the plant's defense, caterpillars don't need much to turn on each other, and the moment caterpillars realize there isn't enough milkweed to go around, they'll start aggressively headbutting each other to steal food. So caterpillars don't always choose violence, unless it's food. Then the bulkworm's ready for war. But the reason the hungry caterpillar is more of a curse than a kid's book.
Also, how bad is the tapping in the background? I just need to ask, because I'll raise the volume of the video if it's like really noticeable. So I can just raise it a little bit, because I want to just make sure you guys can hear it. You don't hear it. Okay.
Is because they'll need all that energy for metamorphosis. And if the end game of that wasn't a butterfly, we'd probably look at the whole process differently. You know it starts when hell freezes over and the caterpillar does something wildly out of character. It stops eating. If you keep watching, you'll witness the caterpillar split its skin and then pull its flesh suit down and then writhe around like a foot trying to emancipate itself from a gym sock until the skin suit falls and reveals a gooey casing called the chrysalis. So a quick run.
You know, I gotta tell you the truth. I've seen plenty of caterpillars go into the pupa, or whatever they call it. They pupate into a chrysalis, whatever you want to say, however the entomology would say it. I've seen it plenty of times. I never get used to it. It's always creepy.
Is the shell booger the
No, not the tabbing pause.
Pupa usually refers to the life stage this happens in, and the cocoon you may remember hearing about are the silk cases many moths will make as a chrysalis substitute. Some moths don't cocoon, but no butterfly does. Now, the process of metamorphosis is beautiful and has also been associated with rebirth. It might be associated with something else if nature removed the modesty chamber and let you see what actually happens.
Don't they liquefy their
Inside
entire
the
body?
chrysalis, the caterpillar releases enzymes to dissolve its tissues, basically digesting itself into almost soup. If you cut the chrysalis, a mess of caterpillar slushy would spill out. The only things that don't turn into Shrek Fest are imaginal discs, and what they are is basically whatever they need to be. They're like the blueprint to their adult life, with discs for every butterfly body part like wings, eyes,
That's so
antennae,
interesting.
and they lay dormant in the constantly eating caterpillar like a sleeper cell. The only thing stopping it from activating is the juvenile hormone in the caterpillar, and the same way neutering neophytes kept castratos sounding young, the hormone Peter Pans the caterpillar and keeps them young so they can keep eating like nature's favorite feedie. Once the hormone drops, the caterpillar pupates, and those sleeper cell imaginal discs use the protein-fueled former caterpillar to fuel rapid cell division. The process isn't one-to-one for every caterpillar, but that's pretty much the spark notes. Monarch butterflies occupy a chrysalis anywhere from 10 to 14 days. Some, like desert orange tips, will wait years, some say even close to a decade.
I'm surprised nobody even made a comment about the castrato comment, because like I would feel that for you guys, because I know the demographic is mostly men in the audience, castratos had it a little bit rough. Little bit rough.
For the right conditions to pop out. Another fact is that adult butterflies can remember part of their lives as caterpillars, even with their time as butterfly broth in between. Science shows that caterpillars conditioned to avoid certain smells through electrical shocks go on to show the same discernment as flying adults. I feel like that's way cooler than people give credit for, but it's also possible they do remember their past lives of greed, which might be why many moths don't have mouths altogether. Okay, that's a joke. Well, not the no mouth thing. The Luna moth is only alive for as long as its caterpillar past ate for. But the reason is because the same way a caterpillar's job is only to eat, once they can fly, their main priority is getting laid. Flutterbys have one job, and it's to mate, and some moths take the sentiment literally. Because a closed mouth won't get fed, but no mouth might get my bad. I mean her abdomen. Touching abdomens is how butterflies mate, and the process is much less innocent than you want to believe. Yeah, it's about that time.
I winced more at him calling the plural as castratos rather than castrati.
Almost every messed up thing about butterflies comes down to them catching a date. Butterflies will use several factor authentication like sound, color, even flight patterns to choose a mate, but the real secret sauce are pheromones. Males use pheromones like a calling card, and many moths and butterflies have a hair pencil to help get the message out further. Also called the coromata, it's a scent organ that inflates and fans out pheromones to anyone who might be interested. And with over 180,000 species of moths and not moths, someone was bound to take it too far. And Creatinos Genghis shows you just how far love makes some guys go. If it's any solace, a horny male moth can't fly with its coromata out. Life finds a way. Also, yes, Australia. Males
of course it's
use the food
Australia.
they collected as caterpillars to help fuel pheromones, which is why it's often the males you'll see puddling the juices out of a compost pile, especially since the chemicals are more for just attracting mates. After mating, male butterflies will often spray their partners with an anti-aphrodisiac that makes the female completely unattractive to other males. That wouldn't even be that bad, but parasites like wasps clock the method, so now I got wasps tracking a recently deflowered female by her anti-aphrodisiac after spray and hitching a ride on her, waiting until the female lays eggs so the stowaway can parasitize them. The endgame is her larvae getting eaten from the inside by a brood of xenomorphs. Luckily, in studies, less than 10% of wasps were successful, but that's what an insecure man can do to you. But some males don't stop at man repellent. Some went ahead and invented chastity belts. Few males will excrete this weird, waxy substance designed to plug up his partner's female parts, which physically seals her off from other males. It's a literal breeding block, but that leaves a problem. It's in the female's best interest to mate with as many males as possible, but it also behooves the male to brute force monogamy, which has led to this evolutionary arms race with females flexing increasingly harder to plug junk and males producing even more blobs of scabby petroleum jelly. But that is far from the most felonious way males buff.
What the heck? I don't even have much to say against that. That is so grim.
In one chrysalis. Really, it's the scene of a crime. Some, like the zebra longwing, won't even wait until the female is fresh out the pupa stage. As the female's getting ready to break out of the chrysalis, a gang of males can swarm her and start fighting for position.
Two males fight.
What? To mate with her while she's still stuck in the stage. There's a term for the winner then rips to break out of the.
There's a female in that chrysalis. Oh my god.
Chrysalis, a gang of males can swarm her and start fighting for position. The winner then rips into her chrysalis to mate with her while she's still stuck in the stage. There's a term for this. Some call it pupa. Now insects can't really consent, so maybe that's too far, so forced copulation is a nicer way to describe it. But the rising female has zero choice in the matter when she basically gets spawn camped, and that just feels illegal. Still just butterflies, right? But when you only have a couple weeks to live, you pull out all the stops to make sure your genes don't pass tense
Oh
with
my
you.
God!
And it's why male butterflies are more likely to suck the sweat off your back. Not only do those nutrients help form pheromones, during mating, males will pass off nutrients to the female as a sort of consummation gift that helps the eggs, and in some species, the males will transfer 25% of their body weight in the process. Which explains why male butterflies are crackheads when it comes to some mineral, and some males take it so far, science had to invent a whole nother word for what they do. Because in North Sulawesi and Indonesia,
I'm getting the heebie-jeebies from
butterflies
this.
were seen harassing, scratching, and eventually sucking the juices out of caterpillars. The same claws they use to scratch the sweet out of leaves, they'll use on a caterpillar until their internal essence spills out, and at that point, the butterfly treats its own kind like a juice box, which led to the term kleptopharmacology. Because they're not exactly preying on the pillars, more than just stealing their substance, and a lot of times the caterpillars actually survive. Although knowing that they keep their memories as adults, probably not without PTSD.
Oh my
I think
God!
I'd rather die. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you come away from this video thinking less of butterflies or even hating them, then I failed at my job. I never want to be the reason y'all hate an animal when there isn't an animal alive that I hate. There's no cutaway. I meant that. The butterfly didn't ask to be put on a pedestal. If learning more about them ruins them, that is a failure of your own expectations. And to steal a line from friend of the channel, Hank Green, butterflies aren't here to please us. Their beauty is an accident, and we are merely spectators. Especially when the monarch population is down 99%. That's the scariest thing about them. Also, I want to thank y'all so much for 4 million subscribers. I've said it before, but y'all have changed the trajectory of my life in ways you cannot even begin to imagine. I got a lot more stuff planned, promises to keep. I did not forget the checks my big mouth wrote this year. But for now, as a thank you, I'll be doing a video on whatever the top comment says. Within reason.
Within reason.
Anyway, been a minute since I said this, but drink water, hug your mother, save the butterflies, fam, and moths too. And I'ma see y'all in the next one.
I loved it. I loved it. That was wonderful. I'll leave. Well, let's see. Now that I've said that, let's see if the
probably the last one of this year, to be honest.
It's just a puppy. Oh, kittens. Okay, I'm happy. I'm glad we kept it going. That was wonderful. That was wonderful. Oh man. Again, always great stuff. Always great stuff. This is probably the one that I'm going to churn out and release today. Because I actually, like I said before, I had to members only the real estate video of one of the apartments, just because of how poorly it was doing. So I'll probably end up releasing a casual Geo today. So it'll probably be that one. I'll probably be editing while Yura's on. We still have 3 more. Somehow, some way. Somehow, some way. You know, now that I think about it, cannibalism would make sense if there's only usually one mother larva with twins hatch out. I guess so. Casual is always a good time. Casual is always a good time. So we have 3 more. I don't think we're going to have time for all 3. Yura starts in 1 hour and 25 minutes. So I don't think that we're going to have time for everything. Next up is Cyphus Kane. So I know that's pretty high.
Warhammer 40k.
Okay, Pancreas, you can calm your butt down. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I'm gonna get so much crap. He has an ad in here, and I'm gonna skip it, and I'm gonna have people in the comments who say, downvote because you skip ads. I wanna watch the ads, even though it doesn't directly help the creator in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, give me a second. Let me get it on screen.
Warhammer 40.
Okay, so you know he said Warhammer 40k. Okay. Alright. Leave this on the screen for a second. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and get some coffee so I can continue doing the videos. And I will be right back. Okay? Be normal. Be good. You guys have been wonderful. Just responsible goobers. Be good. Be right back. All right, have you guys been behaving? Have you guys been behaving while I was gone? Because if you haven't behaved, we're not going to watch Life is Kane. I really hope this video will do well. It's a pancreas video, so pancreas videos tend to do okay for me. The ones that do really poorly for me are Warhammer. And I just say it because I like Warhammer. But they perform so bad for me. It's so bad for me. But anyway. Let me close out of this. Okay, I'm just checking some stuff real quick. Just bear with me. Bear with me. Should be under this. Cool. Love that. Okay. Closing out of a bunch of stuff. I have too many tabs open. Sorry about that, gamers. Checking this. Okay. Should be fine. I guess it's okay because most Pancreas videos are old and not that relevant in the algorithm. Oh, do you mean the, do you mean why it would be just, as far as performance, or you mean with the ad? If you want to try a different lore keeper, try Lord Baltimore. I really enjoy his videos. Well, sadly, it's when it comes to here's like the harsh truth of how it works with like YouTube. It's not even a matter of like who's really likable or not. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a lot of them. The algorithm only picks up certain creators for reaction content, which is very strange, right? So like, I personally really like Warhammer, but if I react to Warhammer, it performs at like 1/8 to 1/10 of Bricky. Pancreas is the only other Warhammer creator that like works for reaction content. I don't know why. I don't really know why. Like I'm gonna take a guess that the Cyphus Kane video, like I could release the Cyphus Kane video today instead of just to see how the Cyphus Kane does. But I'm gonna expect Cyphus Kane to kind of perform like maybe I don't know, like 2,000 to 3,000 views. Subtetra, I missed the stream, but I wanted to wish you a happy new year. Don't know what to do with any extra space. Socks then? Oh my god, you're too funny. Chio, did you see the IRL short? Just because you're posting those, I don't know if you've seen it. But thank you very much. I appreciate you. Weirdly enough, it might also be because Pancreas is collab with VTubers, etc. No, I don't think so. The problem is that, okay, again, when it comes to Luton, problem with Luton is, Luton doesn't give me a lot to interact with. It's kind of boring. He's great, not for reaction content. It's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. What is my cat doing? It's nowhere near time to eat yet, baby girl. Nowhere near time to eat yet. No, been working since the 25th. Well, there's an IRL short, Gio. There is an IRL short that has those in it. So have a fun time with that. All right. But Cyphus Kane is a very well-known cat. I hope so. I hope this will do well. I hope this will do well. All right. Let us give this a... You look fabulous. Thank you. Okay. Luton is a steel wall of... I mean... Okay. All right. Anyway. Let's give this a shot. Let's give this a shot. My cat is going to be difficult because she's decided that it's time to eat, but it is not. Okay. So let's give the Cyphus Kane video a shot. It's Cyphus Kane, the Emperor's silliest clown, fighting his funniest battles.
Warhammer 40k, as you all know, is full of people that love nothing more than to make sure their way of thinking is dominant in the galaxy.
The fan base, too.
And will throw themselves into the fray over and over and over again to ensure this comes to pass.
Right.
The Black Templars, Crafter Bealtan, pretty much all of Chaos, these are the ones that come first to me in my mind, but they're hardly the only maniacal, murderous nutjobs obsessed with fighting everything until it's all dead. And of course, even if by the standards of this setting some people in it are a bit more level-headed, there's not really many people that'll choose to back down from a fight. And then we have Caiaphas Cain. Commissar Caiaphas.
Oh, it's Caiaphas. Okay. It's not Cyphus, it's Caiaphas. Okay.
Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium, one of the best and most intelligent warriors it has at its disposal, and a massive, massive coward. Fighting to ensure...
Wait, really? Is he actually... Everybody's hyped him up so much. Is he actually a coward?
Mankind's dominance is about the last thing on his mind at any given moment. I am no doubt sure that you know this. He's one of the more popular characters in the 40k setting by virtue of just how different he is from anything else in it. Where most characters will either rapidly throw themselves into a fight or throw themselves into a fight but complain about how grim and dark it is the whole time, Caiaphas Cain is going to run for the hills the moment he sees he has a chance to do so. And I can't blame him in the slightest for it. So to begin the new year, a fun video for everyone. Instead of finding some hidden bit of lore or analyzing the pros and cons of an army, I'm going to talk about the protagonist of my second favorite series of books right behind Godric and Felix. Get ready to learn about how you can be a massive coward, a selfish jerk, and the greatest hero possible all at the same time.
That's amazing.
And before I begin to ramble
on... I feel no shame in doing this. I'm sorry. I am sorry. It has to be done.
Now then, time for the funny man with the funny hat to be a funny guy.
Okay.
To be clear, this entire video is going to be littered with spoilers. So if you would rather not have them randomly revealed to you throughout
Caiaphas Cain, imposter syndrome, the character? Wait, for real? Oh, I'm excited.
Then perhaps this isn't the video for you. I will for the most part try to keep them to a minimum, but this video is mostly just to talk about the fun times Cain had, and it's hard to do that without spoiling something. So if you want to be kept in the dark, maybe it's best to click away now. We all clear on that? Everyone good to go? Splendid. Caiaphas Cain started his life out on a hive world. I can't tell you which hive world because no one knows and he never brought it up himself. And if the Inquisition can't find out where he's from, I'm not going to bother trying to do it myself. Beyond that, something you'll come to find out is that he's perhaps the ultimate unreliable narrator, and a pretty good hunk of what he says is no doubt complete and utter crap.
So his narrations are like Alfarius.
That being said, at least according to himself, his parents were killed on the line of duty serving in the Imperial Guard, and thus he was shunted off to the commissariat to learn how to be one of those gun-toting, team-killing monuments of human compassion. Apparently, the guy in charge of teaching Cain didn't quite manage to get it into his head that commissars are supposed to be assholes. Because by all accounts, Cain is a decent person, if for no other reason than self-interest. Having made it through his training with resoundingly mediocre scores in everything but sports and combat training, which as an aside,
There's actually a sport called Scumball in Warhammer. It's just rugby with a funny name. Oh my god.
The hell are commissars learning how to play rugby as part of their training? He began his career attached to the Valhallan 12th Field Artillery Regiment. The entire reason he chose to do this is because as an artillery regiment, they were the people least likely to have to actually fight anything. To paraphrase the man himself, all you really need to do is sit back and lob shells at someone several miles away. Of course, the second thing you need to know about Cain is that he is perhaps the unluckiest man in the entire 40k galaxy, surpassed maybe only by the Lamenter Space Marine chap.
I feel there's a lot of unlucky people in the space in the Warhammer universe, like a lot of really unlucky people. So I mean, I'm curious to see what's gonna actually make him more unlucky than your typical person in this. But let's see.
When deployed to face the Tyranids in his first major engagement, Cain saw that things were getting just a little bit dicey and casually decided that it was now or never. So he commandeered a vehicle to commit just a slight bit of desertion. Unfortunately for Cain, which is a phrase that applies very frequently to his life, he ran into an unnoticed flanking swarm of Tyranids and immediately turned the hell back around. He radioed in for anyone, to start firing artillery guns behind him, and when he got back to base, it was believed that instead of running for his life, he had heroically gone on a scouting mission and baited a Tyranid force by chasing him right into a killing zone.
Wait, is his entire thing just like a bunch of like happenstance and like coincidence? That's amazing. I love this already.
He even saved the life of Jurgen, who was soon to be his commissarial aide/paperwork bitch for the rest of his career. Not wanting to admit that he just tried to run for his life, since that probably would have gotten him shot, Cain humbly accepted the praise that was being heaped upon him. What stands out most to me is that the guy in charge of the regiment, Colonel Mostru, if I'm remembering that correctly, never fully believed Cain. Indeed, for the rest of his life, he was the only one who ever had any doubts about Cain's heroic reputation. Aside from Amberly Vale, but she read his memoirs, so that's kind of cheating. From there, Cain would go on to form a bond with a few few people in the regiment, including an artillery gunner who was one of the only people to ever call him by his first name, or rather, he just kept calling him Kai. This pissed Kane off, but either the guy was completely oblivious to it, or he just found it funny to annoy Kane. From there, he would soon find out that while going along with him being a hero meant he wouldn't be killed for dereliction of duty, his reputation meant that he was expected to be a lot more of a frontline combatant than he had ever wanted to be.
Oh my god. So basically the way that this is going to play out is because of what happened with the Tyranids. So now he's going to get put into more situations. He's going to keep on running away, and more accolades are going to be thrown upon him, aren't they? I can see why people like him. I've only learned about him now for 3-4 minutes, and I already think that he's entertaining. So I can see why people like him.
Feeling pressure to keep accepting these tasks for fear of being found out and executed, his reputation kept growing and growing and growing, which meant that he was given even more dangerous tasks and responsibilities over time,
my God.
which meant his reputation would grow more and more. He remarks on this several times, so to the series' credit, it never really gets annoying or too self-pitying. Plus, it's just really funny watching him dig himself further in the hole he created for himself. Eventually, he would find himself given a job to the Commissariat Command. Now, you might think he'd be ecstatic about this, and at first he was. But his reputation meant that whenever a commissar was needed for a dangerous job, the first person people thought to ask was good old Caiaphas Kane. This list of crap he was put through includes, but is not limited to, several campaigns against the Craftworld Eldar, cleansing a space hulk that some Astartes and tech priests had a massive cyber boner over, and a trip that led to him being the only survivor after a tomb world started reawakening during an expedition to it.
Please tell me that you're going to elaborate on this. Please? That sounds insane. I need to know this story. I need to know how he's the only survivor of a Tomb World awakening. Please, please, Pancreas, please let it be in this video. Please, I don't want to have to watch another video right now. Please, 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 please.
Of note is that this little adventure of his is the one that left him most scarred out of anything he ever did. And for reference, he has at least on one occasion been kidnapped by Eldar who were likely of the dark variety. He even lost 2 of his fingers. I mentioned this little story partly because it shows how badass he is, that he got lost inside a tomb complex that was able to escape, and partly because it shows that chaos isn't the scariest thing in the galaxy by a wide margin. Because if there was anyone familiar...
You guys keep on saying read the books. It's not that easy. There's a lot of books to read. There's a lot of books in Warhammer, guys. Right now, my goal is for is the Sons of the Forest, okay? I have a lot that I need to read.
With being afraid, it was Kane, so he undoubtedly knew who was truly scary. To those of you who disagree with my assessment, please lick my taint. After this sort of thing happened enough times, he begged to be given back to a regiment to work with, because apparently serving with active combatants is less dangerous in this setting than filing paperwork. Though to be fair, Jurgen is the one who did most of the paperwork. He was given command of the combined remains of the Valhallan 301st and 296th regiments, and they fucking hated each other. The only reason they were combined was because Tyranids had eaten the rest of the lot, and reinforcements wouldn't be sufficient enough to bring him back to full strength. One was all female, the other was all male. His first job as the regimental commissar was to figure out how to make them get along in time to prevent them from all killing each other, because at least a few of them had decided to do just that. To do this, he disciplined those who were the worst offenders, though not in the traditional way of bolt gun to the face. Things like the treen duty for the next year, something like that. After this, he renamed the regiment the Valhallan 597th, an absolutely ingenious move he came up with by adding their numbers together. It fostered unity between the two once separate groups while honoring the fact they were once 2 different regiments. He kept himself in their good graces further by coming up with a tradition among the regiment of actually rewarding good behavior and things beyond suicidal bayonet charges, as well as improving morale by way of speeches, camaraderie, and other feel-good methods instead of blowing someone's head off because they suggested things were anything less than 100% perfect. Funnily enough for Kane, he brought the 2 regiments together so well that he went from having to discipline people for things like murdering their fellow soldiers, to disciplining the troops for things like lovers' quarrels and getting each other pregnant in an active war zone. Going forward, he would spend the most of his career with this newly formed regiment, actually forming a close relationship with the 2 leading officers of it. I
gotta tell you the truth, the level of depth this character has already is pretty impressive. Like, you know, we're only like 10 minutes into a video, and he seems to have more depth than like some Primarchs. Like, it's really incredible. I mean, I obviously I'll have to read the books. I know, but very, very interested.
Not understate the importance of this, because commissars are almost always considered to be the biggest asshole in the army by the rest of it. The only other one I can think of off the top of my head who wasn't disliked if not outright hated by his troops was Gaunt, and to say his circumstances were exceptional would be underselling it. Instead, Kane was undoubtedly the single most loved and appreciated member of the regiment. Soldiers would never flinch in fear when he walked by and would even salute him. This isn't actually required of them, as commissars actually lie outside the chain of command of the Guard, but they valued Kane so much they happily considered him their superior. The officers in charge of the Valhalla 597th, Regina Castine and Rupert Brocklaw, would even regularly heed his advice, so high was their opinion of him. Again, this is not something they are in any way required to do, as a commissar's only official duties boil down to making sure there's no heresy going on and making sure the troops are fighting to the best of their ability, usually by shooting anyone who looks even remotely afraid. Instead, Kane treated all the soldiers fairly as people, not giving them all the same punishment of bolt gun to the brain for whatever they did. He never outright disregarded the advice of fellow soldiers, even if internally he was calling them idiots the entire time, instead reasoning with them and at least giving the appearance of valuing their input. He would internally cuss people out all the time, but he kept it to himself, which is the main thing to do when keeping appearances up. As a related aside, I recommend this strategy highly, both when dealing with your parents and your significant other. To avoid too many spoilers, I won't be summarizing the plot of the books beyond what I've given.
Damn. But, like, seriously, very, very interested in him. What the heck? I see why people are so feral for him. Like, he actually seems like he's not even from the time. Kane is incredibly deep, but he's not an empath like Angron. You got me. You got me.
Aside from telling you some cool stories at the end of the video, instead, let's talk about Kane himself. If you were wondering if Kane treated everyone well because he was just that good of a guy, the actual truth of the matter is rather more complicated. As far as most people saw, this was exactly the case. He genuinely cared for those under his purview in a way that few officers in the Guard did, let alone other commissars. He would throw himself into the fray alongside his soldiers without hesitation, and would never be seen far from the action once a fight started. In fact, one general of the Imperial Guard was serving in the Valhalla 597th at the same time Kane was attached to it as a lower-ranking officer. And even when she rose to become a general in the Imperial Guard because of how brilliant a commander she was, the first question she would always ask herself in a difficult situation
what would
was,
Kane do?
What would Commissar Kane do? As you might expect, this view of him is inaccurate. In that case, what Commissar Kane would usually do is run like hell. The books are written as if they were his memoir.
Oh my god, wait. Derek's, what the heck? Amber King has a ton of in-depth Primarch lore videos that's filled with the book sources. I'd love if you watched the Lion and Gilliman one, especially because the Gilliman one shows the Emperor. It's called Gilliman, the Burden of the Empire. My mod who normally keeps track of that is not here. Apocalypse, can you, or Wisdom, can you guys make a note of that, please? I'd be very interested. Any content involving Lionel Johnson and Gilliman, I'm always pretty damn interested in. Thank you so much, by the way. That was very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Memoirs edited by Inquisitor Amberly Vale, and reading them and taking them at face value, you would call Kane a complete coward. Someone who by all rights should have been shot the moment he put on his commissarial cap. He would only ever enter combat because not dealing with the problem would only make it worse later on. When given the choice to set out a fight and doing so wouldn't eventually lead to his death by inaction, he would take that choice every time. We just rarely see those moments in books because no one wants to read 200 pages of Kane sipping on Tana tea and reading casualty reports while Jurgen watches porn in the corner. No, I'm not making that up, he actually does that.
What?
If Kane thought shoving you into the path of a raging Carnifex would save his life and no one would find out about it later, he'd do it in a heartbeat. Or would he? Funny thing about that unreliable narrator business is that when he says he was just acting to save his own skin, there's decent odds that he's full of shit. While his initial attempted desertion was certainly motivated by nothing more than a desire to not be eaten alive, everything after that is a lot more debatable. If you take his word for it, he's never done anything not motivated by selfishness. And yet as you read the books, you will find that there are many times where it seems like he acted more because of altruism and heroism.
Wait a minute. Dude, I like him a lot. So wait, so he actually is not just a coward. He at this point it is what you guys said before. He's got imposter syndrome where he acts like he's way more he's way more humble than he actually well, no, humble's the wrong word for that. He is humble, but like he's minimizing all of his accomplishments. That's really cool. Okay. All right. Very different.
That while his public image of being a witty, selfless hero was at least partially built up intentionally by himself, it's also partially true to who he actually is. Imposter syndrome, aside from being something I can no longer hear without associating it with Among Us, is something that's damn near synonymous with Kane. It's a good time to note that his memoirs are written many decades after the events actually happened. Both due to who he is and because of the fact that his reputation was ultimately founded on bullshit, it's pretty likely that a good portion of the time Kane says he acted on selfishness is really just him not giving himself enough credit. Amberly Vale, his Inquisitor friend with many many benefits even says as much herself in the annotation she writes in his memoirs. For instance, many times in the series, Kane will be fighting alongside the Guard or the Planetary Defense Force, and will comment on how they seem to be fighting especially hard compared to what he would expect, or how their morale was a lot higher than you'd think it'd be in a particular situation. As Amberly is quick to point out, it seems to go right over his head that they're fighting hard because he's leading them, that they're only sticking in as much as they are because they're under the command of the legendary Caiaphas Kane and they don't want to be found wanting. This also applies to his skill as a combatant. Kane doesn't think his fighting skills are too much to brag about. Meanwhile, he's fought every single enemy.
I only know Caiaphas Kane now from 13 minutes of content, but like, can we get like a Henry Cavill Caiaphas Kane? Like, I feel like that would work. I feel like that would work really well.
The galaxy could possibly throw at him and come out on top. He's fought in melee combat with Hive Tyrants, Orc War Bosses, and Chaos Space Marines. In his words, he was barely hanging on by the skin of his teeth and only won because of a lucky break or outside intervention. Even if he's completely right, take your average Commissar and throw him against a Hive Tyrant. Actually, no. Take your average Space Marine and have him face a Hive Tyrant. He's gonna be turned into Citadel brand Mephiston red paint. And yet Kane fought 2 and came out alive both times. Sure, the 2 Chaos Space Marines he fought were either wounded by heavy fighting, or Kane was just parrying until Jurgen can fry them with his Melta, but these were both Cornate Chaos Space Marines. And I can assure you, with hatred in my heart, Cornate Space Marines are very good in melee combat, and Kane's fought them twice and came out on top. If you only listen to what he says, he's an asshole who just keeps getting lucky. If you take into account everything that happens, he's one of the most competent people in the galaxy with a raging case of imposter syndrome, though admittedly he is still a self-centered coward. And of course, there's that old saying about courage being the ability to keep going even when there's more shit in your pants than there is fabric. I might be misquoting that. To talk about some other characters briefly, there's 3 I would like to touch bases on. Okay. First off, his trusty aide gunner Ferric Jurgen. Jurgen is a total badass. He's the single best man you can possibly have watching your back. He's good in a fist fight, and he's a peerless marksman. One time, in a short story all about himself, a group of traitors tried to have him killed to avoid being caught. Jurgen tricked them by arriving to where he came from.
How is Tetra at Space Marine 2? I mean, I played through the entire campaign. I did a good job with it. It was fun. It was a good game. I need to play some more of it, but it's a good time. Also, I'm sorry for the video I'm sorry the videos I recommended them now, because they're on average 3 to 4 hours long, like super in-depth, super... Well, if that's the case, then it'll be something I probably watch on my own. If I find a way that I could split it up into multiple things, then absolutely. But I'll definitely look into it, Derek. I'm very, very interested. Look, believe me, the fact that I want to get the Limited Son of Forest book, I think it's very clear how much I like Lionel Johnson. So I absolutely want to look into it.
From a different method to how he got there, beat the shit out of several people, and then said that the only reason he ever found out there was treachery was because the Quartermaster had accurate inventory reports, and no one ever has that unless they're trying to hide something. Jurgen's a very fun character to watch do his thing. He's also a psychic blink. They found this out when Amberly Vale's pet Psyker had a seizure when he walked near her. This has helped Kane survive encounters with everything from Tyranids to Greater Demons of Slaanesh. Said Greater Demon, or I guess Demon Princess is a better word for it, was also incredibly thirsty for Kane's chainsword, probably both literally and metaphorically. Jurgen also smells incredibly bad. Whether this is how his repulsiveness due to being a blink manifests, or he just smells like shit, is never clarified, but you don't want to be in an enclosed room with the guy. This is a minor plot point too, because Kane uses him as a human shield to keep people from bothering him. They need to get through the smelly wall that is Jurgen to speak to Kane, and that requires a level of fortitude most people simply do not have. For some final notes on the guy, he takes orders almost...
The art literally looks like he is disgusting. Like, just look at that face. It looks bad.
As literally as an Ogren.
Yeah, they said he's a blank.
Because Kane is telling him to do something, there's a grand reason to be doing so, and he does whatever he's told to do without fault. He does most of Kane's paperwork as well, and carries his luggage, which he has no problems with. He's even been shown to be annoyed when he isn't allowed to do so, because in his eyes, he's Kane's assistant, and thus the only one truly qualified to do so. He not only fully buys into Kane's legend, but has never shown fear, because he just assumes whatever is happening is a part of Kane's master plan.
That's amazing.
Even with my defense of Kane earlier having been said, Jurgen could not be any more wrong, because most of what Kane does is by the seat of his pants. But it's nice to know someone has his back. And indeed, even after having served alongside the Mechanicus, the Guard's Finest, and the Space Marines, he has said that there's no one he'd rather have watching his back than Gunner Jurgen. On one final note, never get in a car with him, or be on the road at the same time as him. To his credit, he's never once crashed anything he's driven, even something like an orc buggy. Unless crashing was the plan, of course. He also makes everyone riding with him nauseous and considers things like cafes, cemeteries, and imperial governor palaces to be minor obstacles to be plowed through to get to where he needs to be. And I don't think he understands the concept of a speed limit. The next character is, of course, Inquisitor Amberly Vale. Of the Ordo Xenos branch, she's very good at dealing with aliens and all that jazz. She's actually really friendly for an Inquisitor. Bit of a smartass, but she doesn't just waltz into places and scream heresy before murdering everyone, so she's got that going for her.
Okay, that's a big plus.
She's got a whole gaggle of interesting people in her entourage, and she's recruited Kane to unofficially be a part of it. Both because he's Caiaphas Kane and a very capable man, and because Jurgen is a blank, and that's a very handy thing for an Inquisitor to have in her back pocket. Her pet psyker I mentioned also apparently has the biggest tits in the galaxy. Normally, I'd like to think I wouldn't bring something like that up, but Kane will not stop mentioning it whenever she's around. Usually how it goes is Kane mentions he's afraid of the psyker because she is a bit of a loon, and then he stares at her tits. To get back to Amberly, her presence is in a good amount of the books as a character, but every novel except the short stories are edited by her, so you're never going long without her input. Honestly, the series wouldn't be the same without her. Her orders are oftentimes what gets Kane into his misadventures, and Kane certainly wouldn't want her gone because even with all the danger she puts him in, she's a good friend to him, and that's always nice. By good friend, I of course mean they fuck like rabbits whenever they have the chance. She has ended his memoirs early because what they most likely ended with was Kane talking about Amberly showing him her inquisitorial rosette, if you catch my drift. It is canonical that Caiaphas Kane fucks. She's also constantly giving us additional information about Kane's adventures where he leaves gaps in the narrative, because Kane doesn't really give a shit about the larger picture if it isn't directly affecting him. Oh, and she's still an Inquisitor. If you piss her off, you are going to be unpersoned. But as far as Inquisitors go, she's about the best person you can hope to.
I love how careful he is when he says things like kill. Like obviously not that, but like he like plays around those words, but at the same time he'll drop the F-bomb like it's just second nature.
Be in that profession. She doesn't just kill you because you're annoying, she'll kill you because you're hampering inquisitorial duties. I never said she was a good person, just good by the standards of people who blow up planets as part of their day job. Lastly, Genet Sulla. There are undoubtedly other characters who I could talk about more instead of her, but to be honest with you, I like her the most out of all the side characters. She's steadfast, a brilliant tactician, and all around an effective commander in the Guard. She can make the most out of...
I'm very glad my hair is covering the full word, but you can figure it out.
What she has to work with, leads from the front, and is the exact kind of person the Guard wants in charge of its forces. As you might expect, Kane can't stand her. As far as he's concerned, she's an overconfident idiot whose balls are bigger than her brain. Every time he has to interact with her, he's afraid of what crap she's gonna pull him into next. Even the overall commanders of the Valhalla in 597 think she's a bit crazy. And yet repeatedly in Amberly's additions to Kane's writings, we see her giving her own memoirs of events of the story. And every single time, you get to see them addressed to her as General Genet Sulla, because Genet Sulla kicks more ass than any of us ever will. Kane, in his more than understandable cowardice, doesn't really appreciate that her headstrong behavior is sometimes the perfect choice for the job. And after Kane retires, she apparently rose through the ranks to become a general who won many, many campaigns. Just like I said earlier, it was Kane who Sulla would attempt to emulate in her own campaigns, always asking herself what he would do in a situation if it looked grim or confusing. I adore every bit of the novel she's in. And as a final note, she probably had a bit of a crush on Kane because...
So Kane hated her, or at least as far as he perceived it, or as far as it was like written, and then she loved him. It's a cool dynamic. Everything about Kane's story arc is really interesting. Like there's so much depth in just a small bit that I've heard. I actually am intrigued by his books.
You can only read so many paragraphs of her saying how great he is before you start to wonder if there was something going on there. Amberly even points that out, so I'm not just pulling a Tumblr on this one of two characters who breathed in the same room once. To round us off, there's one story I want to give about Kane that I really like, just so you know how badass these books can be. It's from the latest full novel, Choose Your Enemies, so here more than anywhere else, there be spoilers ahead. Kane was helping the 597th hold off an Eldar invasion of a world that was once a maiden world and they kinda wanted it back. During this time, he finds a Slaaneshi cult entirely by accident, but gets saved not only by Amberly, who also ended up there by accident after she got lost in the webway, but a bunch of Eldar Farseers and Warlocks as well who had been hunting the cult. Kane later on shifts from focusing on the Eldar to searching for the cult's main base to eliminate them, entirely because Amberly wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth and made him help her. Valuing both his sex life as well as his life, Kane agrees. At the climax of that book, I chose that word very specifically, Kane...
Yeah, I can see why the Kane books are recommended as entry into the 40k books. Like that, he sounds like an isekai protagonist. You're not wrong. Like he really does.
Finds out that the cult was summoning a demon of Slaanesh at the spaceborne palace of the imperial governor of the planet. The demon princess summoned, as it turns out, was the same one who wanted his nuts. He had fought her once before since she became a demon, so by this point Kane fought her more times than the number of campaigns the average guardsman can expect to make it through. This time though, she starts chowing down on Eldar's soulstone, so even Jurgen's presence and that of another Inquisitor with an anti-demon staff aren't enough. So Amberly makes a few phone calls, and the battle between the Eldar fleet and the defensive space station stops. Soon enough, an Eldar ship blasts a hole in the wall so its forces can arrive to help fight the demon. Kane initially panics about this, but calms himself solely to look cool in front of Amberly, which is just the cutest thing, isn't it? As for the Eldar, well, have you ever played Titanfall and dropped your Titan on an enemy's and crushed it?
Yes.
1, that's the most boner-inducing thing that's ever happened to me in a game. 2, the Eldar must have done so too, because aside from some jet bikes taking pot shots, all they sent was a single being to fight the demon. And then, as Kane watches what he thought was a jet bike pilot get larger and larger in his field of view, an avatar of Kane lands on top of the demon princess like an ODST. There's nothing you can do to convince me that Welcome to the Jungle wasn't playing in the background of this fight. And for once, oh sweet Assyrian, for once in all of Games Workshop's recent writings, did an avatar of Kane finally get a win, and he sent the demon right back there. With some help, I admit, but I will take what I can get from Kane with a K by this point. Also, Kane and
great.
Kane. Aha. Funny, isn't it? And thus ends my telling of Caiaphas Kane, hero of the Imperium. Of course, I ended the story with Eldar simping. It's the first video of the year. I gotta start the year off right, but I do hope...
Okay, I have to say, before we even continue, you guys know that I'm going to have to make the thumbnail that smug face right above my head, right? Like, I'm going to have to just make that the thumbnail. It's just going to be the smuggest face ever. Like, just look at it. It has to be the thumbnail. It has to be the thumbnail. I love it so much. It's so perfectly drawn. It's so perfectly drawn.
You'll read these books properly, not just listen to this video. There's a lot more stuff he gets up to, after all. There's a small portion of the Guard that worships Kane as a prophet of the Emperor. That book in particular, The Traitor's Hand if I recall correctly, was probably my favorite of the Kane books. Unrelated, but my apologies if my voice is sounding even more dead than usual. Kinda lost it during New Year's Eve. But I didn't wake up with a hangover, so I call it a win. Seriously though, please read these books. There's such a breath of fresh air from the usual 40k lore affair, that being everything sucks, things are bad, I know how to do nothing but complain. Thank you of course to my channel members, you are the Jurgen to my Kane, keeping me going on all of my misadventures to come. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching and take care out there.
Oh my god, that was great. Oh my god. I was not expecting to have another character I really like just out of left field. You guys recommended him a ton. I did not expect to be that interested. Because he's been one of the characters you guys recommended early, and I kind of disregarded him. I regret disregarding him. He's pretty damn cool. Oh, that's fantastic. Also, I appreciate that one of his supporters is named Autismius. Oh, damn. Kane sounds like such a meme. Yeah, I love that. Holy crap. I might release the video for him today. It might not perform, but I might release the video because I already know what I want for the thumbnail. It's literally going to just be that smug face, super zoomed in, me with like a loving face going, type of thing, and then and then like some subtext that's just like, I don't know, he fought a hive tyrant, something like that. Kane is very fun to read about. Hi, shortcake. It's not time to eat yet. It's not. No, you're still sleeping too. Yeah, you're fine. You'll eat in like 40 minutes. No, you're fine. Oh, you're so cute. Why are you so cute? She's rolling around, reaching up to me. It's the cutest little thing ever. Yes, it's just not time to eat yet. It's not time. It's not time to eat yet. Yes, you're being cute. It's not time to eat yet. Yeah, I love you. Yeah. Yeah, I love you so much. It's just not time to eat yet. And poop your nose. Boop. Do you care enough to visit the Pancreas post-credit quips? Depends on which ones they are. It's a little bit late now for the recording, but I mean, like, I could pull it up real quick for us. There was one that he did previously that made me like die laughing, so I could put it on. Hang on, let's see.
I would very much like to tongue punch Janet Sola's fart box. Hello.
Okay. Former history teacher, by the way. I vaguely remember from him. Yeah. Yeah. That's pancreas for you? Yeah, yeah. I do love that the meta joke in every official piece of Art of Cain is setting propaganda as evidenced by the bolt pistol in his hand, which contradicts the actually ever present las pistol. Ah. Pancreas a freak. He a little freaky. A little freak. Okay. Okay, shortcake. You're gonna be fed soon. You're gonna be fed very soon. Yes, I love you. You're gonna be fed very soon. She's circling around my feet right now. She's like, Mom, feed me. Feed me now. I'm starving. Even though I'm not supposed to eat for another 40 minutes, I'm starving. All right, we're in the home stretch of the day. We have the bad recipes and the casual geographic video. Oh my gosh, shortcake. You will be fed soon. If you ever watch a single TTS video, no thank you. Well, I gotta go. See y'all later. Take it easy, Jeff. Okay, so what I'm thinking we do, we can fit in both, but here's the way what I'm thinking. So the Dylan Hollis video is long. I intended to only do a small part of it to make a 10-minute video. So what I'm thinking is we get the casual geo out of the way. Casual geo to end it. The problem is, again, I have 45 minutes. So what I'm thinking is that the casual geo is 14 minutes. We yap and chat a little bit with it, and then we finish up with some of the recipes to conclude. Because that way I have a finite amount of time on the recipes. Because again, they're funny. I like Dylan. Dylan's great. All right, shortcake. You're gonna be fed the second you're out of there. Okay. Anyway, let's start the next video. Hopefully shortcake will leave me alone a little bit. Do casual? That's what I'm doing. I'm doing casual. All right. Shortcake, where are you now? I'm just waiting right now. Yeah. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you, shortcake. Yes, you're fine. What? Sorry, I'm distracted. My cat is being very cute. Very needy, but very cute. She keeps on rolling over and like flopping up with her belly, and oh, she's just baby. Yes, you're baby. Yes. Oh, I love you. Yes. Oh. Like, again, for anybody who's seen Shortcake, you would understand. I've posted videos of her all the time, or pictures of her all the time. Casual's always fun and does a good algorithm. Dylan is mostly for fun. We don't know. Yeah, Dylan is my variable for the day, so I definitely want to do it. I just have to make sure that I get like 10 minutes of it done. Okay, she's being calm. All right, she's being calm. Okay, just checking the video real quick. Is there anything in it that I'm gonna need to skip? Doesn't look that way. I want to do tasting history too. I think I actually have some tasting history videos on my queue list. Yeah, we always have a wildcard video. To be fair, Caiaphas Kane is kind of, can I bug you? Are we okay?
Dawn just went under the couch.
Okay, I guess be very careful. She is in the couch. She's in the couch now underneath you.
I understand. I've seen aliens.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that Dawn is in the couch, so you have to be very careful where you're sitting. Because she will crawl underneath the cushion.
I have not felt anything.
I'm just letting you know. Your butt is in danger. But Yura, can you feed them? Because that will also make her come out.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Shortcake's being really cute, but she's very hungry. All right. So I've got two more videos. Let's get this ready. And then we've gotten through a lot today, though. We've gone through a lot. All right, music's off. Next video, we've got how nature accidentally created the perfect animal from Casual Geo.
If Helen Keller was alive to see what this animal...
Oh my god, we're starting off with a Helen Keller joke. I'm not even surprised anymore. I swear there are more casual Geographic videos that have me just instantly pause than any other creator. I don't know why. He always starts off with like a freight train.
Animal looks like, she'd probably resign from life all over again. When you think of some of the weirdest, most aesthetically atypical animals on Earth, chances are you probably don't think of the elephant. But
No,
imagine
not
trying to
really.
explain the concept of a four-legged behemoth in the weight class of a semi-truck, with a leviathan for a nose, a trypophobic's night terror for a tail, several superpowers and intelligence that might just rival
I've never seen an elephant tail. Hang on.
nose, a trypophobic
That's an elephant tail. I hate it. I hate it so
night
much.
terror for a tail, several superpowers and intelligence that might just rival our own, all while flexing the devil's utensils for an overbite. Well, in honor of today being National Thai Elephant Day, and elephants being my all-time favorite animal, here's why the bouncers of the savannah have an argument for not just the weirdest, but maybe even the most perfect animal in nature.
Really?
Now, they didn't always look like this, and honestly, thank the stars for second drafts. Platybelodon was an ancient ancestor with the facial configuration of a shovel. Apparently having a spork for a jaw allowed them to undress a tree for its bark, but it also makes it look like the subject of a paint and sip spiked with LSD.
No, that is nightmare fuel. That is a nightmare fuel inducing monster.
Then you got Dinotherium, because apparently nature played pin the teeth on a tusker and it took a couple tries. Technically they're not true elephants and more like a distant cousin. But then again, it's not like the elephant's actual relatives make any more sense. Because elephants have the most confusing family reunion of any creature, with their closest kin being the definitely not a rodent rock hyrax.
Okay, but I
Columbus
love
wet
it.
dream the manatee and the dugong.
Look at him. I'm sorry, forget the manatee and the dugong. Just look at him. He's just a little baby.
To be fair, I guess hyraxes do have tusks, and apparently
They're so
manatees have the same nail tech. But elephants are also in the same Afro-terrier group as aardvarks, tenrics, and golden moles.
Really?
Yeah, you heard that right. I said mole. By the way, elephants didn't just get less weird looking, we just got desensitized to them. There is no build on Earth quite like the elephant, and it isn't until you look at all that nonsense separately and put it back together again
Okay,
that
you
it
know what?
starts to
Fair.
make sense. Beauty is skin deep. So that's exactly where we're starting. This picture went viral because many came to the conclusion that elephants aren't light gray, just chronically ashy, and that's for a couple of reasons. Elephants can live 70 years in the wild, and they do that without ever touching lotion a day in their life, so maybe don't be so judgmental. But for how thick it is, elephant skin is pretty sensitive, so they'll use dust baths and mud masks to protect against the oppressive African sun. Because humans weren't the first to come up with skincare, and depending on the color of the mud, you can get an elephant straight out of King Midas's palace, or a herd in red face from the volcanic dust of Savo.
I've never seen the red elephants or the elephants in the red mud. That looks crazy. That looks so crazy. It looks like Photoshop with the white tusks. What the heck?
You can also find white elephants covered in clay and mud, not to be confused with the white Asian, call it Wasian elephants that were revered by royalty. Also, depigmentation means Asian elephants have freckles, but let me stop waffling. The skin itself has more cracks than a tanorexic and looks suspiciously like what a drought in their neighborhood looks like. Just because the tiny network of dermal ditches and valleys means their skin retains 10 times the water it would if they had glass skin. It's great defense against the sun, but not completely against insects. Which brings us to this. There's two types of people, those that know what an elephant's tail looks like up close, and those I owe an apology, and probably a bill for therapy.
The tail
if you've ever
again,
touched
I hate
one,
it.
it feels like cheap plastic. So basically a built-in fly swatter for an animal with no hands and more junk than its trunk can reach. Pause. They also have hair on their heads, and like everything else about this pachyderm, this too has a purpose.
Okay.
Elephants have about 1 hair per square inch to our 1,300, and social distancing fur follicles actually transfers heat away from the elephant. In some
Really?
cases by over 20%. That's how you get a baby elephant with a better lineup than me. You see, he doesn't have to wear a hat. And
Sorry.
with Asian elephants being hairier, they're much more liable to grow bangs. And score an audition on Abbey.
Hey, no, that's real? That looks like, again, this looks fake. I've never seen elephants that look like this. Mind you, I don't go out of my way looking at elephants in general, but still, that's crazy.
Road. That doesn't even scratch the surface of their weirdness. The African variety has large ears with blood vessels that also helps them with the heat while also looking suspiciously like the continent they live on. That heat is why they're also one of the few animals with their
Oh my god, the skin, it looks like the desert, and the ears look like Africa. Oh my god, elephants aren't real. It's a government psyop. We found it out. Boys, we figured it out. Elephants are a government psyop. We thought the birds weren't real? No, it's the elephants.
testes locked inside next to their kidneys. Honestly, for the best. Elephants also have a pharyngeal pouch behind the tongue, pretty much an emergency 4-liter life flask to hold them over during a bad drought. I didn't even know that. They have feet that actually we'll get to that. They have modified teeth that are arguably the biggest flex in the animal kingdom, but probably too big because it's also gotten them violated by poachers to the point where evolution is starting to backpedal on tusks.
Really?
Also, elephants have big personalities.
Oh.
To be fair, they are mammals, and mammals with memories are nothing special. But that trunk it might just be the second most OP body part in nature, with the first being thumbs. An elephant's trunk has 40,000 muscles. That's about 40,000 reasons to stay out of their hitbox. They also have 400,000 nerves controlling it. That means the same trunk that can deadlift 2 prime shacks at 700 pounds is also delicate enough to pluck a blade of grass. And that's cause the tip of the trunk has prehensile grip. That's not the only thing that's prehensile, but I digress. It's kind of like fingers that African elephants have 2 of and Asian.
Did he just allude that their reproductive organs are prehensile? That is the most terrifying thought in the animal kingdom. That is the most terrifying thought I have ever been induced with from the animal kingdom. I don't know if you understand the ramifications being brought up here. I hate it. I hate it.
Only one, and it allows a full-time quadruped to pick stuff up. They're also one of the very few animals able to throw, and the day they develop aimbot, humanity is cooked. There's plenty of other uses for their trunks, some of them even social. It's so complicated that not only does it take a year or two for babies to figure them all out, baby elephants even have an awkward phase where they literally don't know what to do with it. It's actually why you'll see them helicopter it around. There's a joke in there somewhere, I'm not gonna make it, I'm sure the comments will, but just know we're not that different. And if you follow a young elephant long enough, you'll even see it step on its own trunk. It takes time for them to get all the controls down, but until they do, its best use is as a pacifier. But it takes more than looking like nature's science project for me to confidently call you the weirdest animal on the planet. You better be packing some pretty impressive abilities too. And let it be known, no animal packs more than an elephant. First, super strength. Elephants are more than capable of humbling an entire tree if the endgame's extra calories. Plus, being the biggest thing with life and legs on the planet means this is what happens when second and third forget their place. And a battle royale featuring every land animal ain't nothing touching a motivated male elephant. Elephants also have the best smell of the animal kingdom.
Really?
Strong enough to threaten a bloodhound's job security. They can sniff out a watering hole over 10 miles away, and they don't just smell where or what food, but elephants can smell how much food. In experiments, elephants were able to consistently sniff and pick the container with the most sunflower seeds without even eyeballing it. A test even dogs failed. Elephants are also way better swimmers than they have any business being. Most mammals can swim, but bigger ones like rhinos and giraffes are pretty poor. And despite gatekeeping watering holes and being a literal land whale, hippos technically can't swim at all. Elephants can't relate. They can swim for hours and cover miles searching for food.
For real?
There's even a theory that munchies made modern-day mastodons swim from India to the nearby island of Sri Lanka. To put in perspective, there's at least one shark on the planet aware of the existence of elephants. That's kind of crazy to think about. Elephants also have infrasonic hearing and can communicate through low-frequency vibrations. They're too low for any.
Again, I love learning about nature and zoology especially. So like I have watched a stupid amount of like nature documentaries, of YouTube videos. I didn't know half of this. I actively didn't know half of this. It can't just be me, right? Like you guys, I'm assuming you guys are in the same boat.
Of us to hear, but the sound can travel for miles, and the pachyderms pick up the long-distance calls through their feet. See, I told you we'd get back to that. Thanks to a fatty, spongy-like cushion. Also, you're seeing that right. Elephants do have built-in high heels. That's why there are stories of elephants saving people from tsunamis before they even happen. Elephants even have different infracalls with different meanings. Because of course they do. You got a greeting rumble used when a family member gone for hours suddenly returns, a rumble the matriarch uses to get the herd moving, and even a congratulation rumble for when an elephant in the group gets laid. That's a snapple fact for you. Not to be confused with the symphony of an elephant baby shower. In fact, those calls are often how they end up with a baby. See, the problem with spending nearly 2 years pregnant and another 10 raising a calf that comes out is dating's a different kind of drought. A mother elephant might be open for business once every 5 years, so once that window does open, she makes the elephant equivalent of a Facebook event by broadcasting a booty call to every eligible bachelor in the area. It's like a Batman symbol for down bad bulls, and before long, she's attracted more testosterone than the state of Florida during spring break. And like a 13,000-pound frat boy drunk off lust, violence.
Man, I would love to go on a safari, like, and actually, like, see like the elephants in Africa. I mean, man, that'd be cool. Like that'd be so damn neat.
is the only option, where the winner gets to pass on his genes, while the loser makes sure he's not the only one that's sore. Now the next superpower is no surprise because you've definitely heard the phrase, an elephant never forgets.
Yeah.
Depending on the context, that's either a throwaway fact or a very real threat. But elephants do have steel trap memory, and it's because their life literally depends on it. As an elephant, the most important resource in your life is water. And during the dry season, that can mean walking hundreds of miles to the next watering hole. Imagine living in an area the size of New York with only 5 water fountains and no Google Maps to bail you out. All you have is your memory. That's why elephant herds are led by a matriarch who uses her years of experience to not only bring her family to water, but to the right watering hole at the right time of year. Get it wrong and the whole herd becomes the beginning of a Disney movie. Instead, you got Big Mama carrying the entire family off a brain that runs like a supercomputer, able to pull memories older than some of the members of the herd when she needs it.
That's
As you can
so
see,
cool.
elephants don't just have one of the freakiest builds in nature, but one of the craziest skill sets too. It's how the largest landlubber on the planet can survive and thrive on the savannah, in dense tropical jungles, desolate hellscape and sun-baked deserts, and even inside dark caves to mine salt. Elephants
Really?
be splunking, but all those abilities wouldn't mean as much without the
They yearn for the mines. Now, if you told me before this video that elephants yearn for the mines, I wouldn't believe you. But now we know. They yearn for the mines.
most busted ability of all, their intelligence. Elephants aren't smart. Dogs and cats are smart. Now, elephant
skulls are believed to be the origin of the Cyclops myth in the Mediterranean. Their nasal cavity looks like a giant ice. Ooh, that, you know what? I could see that. Oh, hang on, I accidentally opened up something else. There we go.
are prodigies. In my admittedly biased opinion, they're the smartest thing on the planet that isn't a human, and sometimes they give us a run for the title. They might not be putting elephants on the moon or breaking down quantum physics or watching Rick and Morty, but elephants do one-up humans every so often. Some Asian elephants have memorized the schedules of trucks carrying sugar cane and will wait posted on the side of the road just to hold up the truck to help themselves to the harvest. They even figured out how to take just enough to satisfy themselves, but not so much that they force the drivers to do something about it. It's basically an elephant enforced toll, but okay.
That's
you're
so
not impressed. I got
cool!
you. Elephants raiding crops have led some farmers to protect their product using an electric fence. Clearly they weren't familiar with their game because those same elephants eventually learned how to disarm the fences without getting hurt. And that's the thing with its memory. It really only takes one experience for an elephant to learn from to have that knowledge for the rest of its life and pass it off to others. And a prime example of that are the elephants of Amboseli National Park in Kenya, where they've learned to tell the difference between the language of the Maasai tribes that historically hunted them and the dialect of other tribes that they don't have beef with. Those elephants even have a stronger reaction to the voices of—
Wait, they have language cognition? That's astounding. That's the most insane thing that I've heard so far. To be able to, like, obviously they can't understand what we're saying, but they can discern dialects? Like, that is insane. Yeah, no, it's a type, obviously. It's not like the whole thing, but that's crazy to understand. It's like, oh yeah, this group of people, yeah, they sound slightly different. We don't like them. That's insane.
men versus women and children, since at one point they caught on that men were more of a threat.
Yeah, they can
But
tell
okay,
pattern
maybe elephant
recognition. That's what it
understanding
is.
human doesn't impress you. What about one that speaks it? Koshik the elephant shocked the world when he started imitating his Korean caretaker with pretty eerie accuracy. Elephants are also on the VIP list of animals self-aware enough to recognize their reflection and pass the mirror test. They also pass another awareness test that might just be more impressive. So the University of Cambridge did an experiment where they had elephants pass a stick to a researcher, except the stick would be attached to a mat that the elephants would be standing on. So the elephants would have to have the self-awareness to realize they needed to step off the mat to pass the stick. And of course, they had a control group where everything was the same except the stick wasn't attached. Well, 42 times out of 48, the elephant stepped off the mat before passing the stick, compared to just 3 when it wasn't attached. And maybe that's not a big deal and I'm just being a big nerd about it, but that's arguably more impressive than being able to peep yourself in the mirror, but that's just
wow.
Me. I didn't even mention pregnant elephants apparently self-medicating with the plant Borjanae seed in order to induce labor, which some women in the same area apparently drink as tea for the same reason. There's different ways of being smart, but it's a tusk jockey's emotional intelligence that really sets them apart. You've probably seen the videos of elephant herds seeming to mourn the dead after coming across the bones of a relative. And considering their almost unnatural sense of smell, there's a good chance they knew exactly who that was, and it's not just other elephants they grieve. Lawrence Anthony was a conservationist who saved a herd of elephants from certain death after they escaped a reserve and were about to be shot, and Anthony somehow communicated with the matriarch enough to bring them back, earning him the nickname the Elephant Whisperer. He would die suddenly in 2011, and in the days after, the same elephants he had rescued showed up to his house and seemed to hold a 2-day vigil. Not only was this after not visiting for more than a year, some of the elephants traveled well over 12 hours for the funeral, and apparently they would return the next several years on the exact date of his death to pay their respects. But that leaves just one question. How? How did they know? Maybe one of the elephants saw or smelt something off and sent an infrasonic message to the others. Maybe the emergency vehicles on the property somehow got their attention. We don't know for sure, and we probably never will.
07,
Mourning the dead is just a surface of elephant empathy, because elephants are the textbook example of animal altruism. Elephants will adopt non-related orphans into the group so long that it doesn't put their own young at risk. Bundala was an elephant in a theme park who figured out how to get out of her shackles and immediately freed the others, despite the fact that they likely weren't her immediate family, and the fact that doing so made it more likely she'd get caught. That same altruism doesn't just apply to their own kind. There have been stories of these massive beasts seemingly protecting sleeping or injured humans with really nothing in it for them. And you can find videos of an elephant trying to save a rhino stuck in a watering hole, even if the rhino doesn't necessarily realize it. Don't get it twisted, they're not Mary Sue's. Elephants are still wild animals with varying personalities that subtract hundreds of humans a year. And of course, yeah, I didn't forget about this. And while some say the woman was involved with poaching and this was just an elephant refusing to let it slide, there's also the chance that woman ran into the wrong one at a worse time, or was just a victim of a really bad case of mistaken identity and got memed into oblivion for it. But when you take their one-of-a-kind design, their almost comic book superpowers, and the fact that their mind really is an enigma, I think that adds up to the most perfect animal nature ever did create. Not just a perfect animal, I'd even go as far as calling them the main character. We're talking about an absolute unit that creates entire ecosystems.
It's a bit of an overstatement because I'm biased, but very, very exciting.
I don't think they belong in captivity. The animals that usually do the worst in zoos are the ones that are highly intelligent, highly social, and normally travel huge distances. Elephants are 3 for 3. I'm not a huge anti-zoo person. All zoos aren't created equal. Some really do their best, but often the best case for a caged elephant isn't that good. Even with Coach Sheik the talking elephant, he was never socialized around other elephants early on, just humans. That's a miserable way to live for anyone. The world is just better off when elephants are doing well, and I'll gladly die on that hill. I just hope the elephants come to visit it. But that's it for this video. Make sure you drink water, hug your loved ones. If this video gets, I'm gonna say 150k likes, I'll go to an elephant sanctuary somewhere and record it. But until then, I'm gonna see y'all.
And we know we did that.
In the next one.
Sorry. Oh. Oh, I love it. Oh my god, I love it. That's so cute. Damn, that was like the sleeper pick of videos today. That brought me so much joy. Wow. Wow. I didn't expect that to be anywhere near as fun. That was such a good video. That was such a good video. Damn. All right, we've got one last video before Yura goes on. We'll probably do about 10 minutes of it. It's a 35-minute video. We're not doing the 35 minutes. We're probably doing about 10 minutes of it because it's shorts, right? They're recipes with eggies. You also have the video he did about the sanctuary on the list. I can't wait to watch that. Also, Pen, go do your stuff. Don't worry about being here. Is baby? Yeah, that was a really good. The videos today have been good. The videos today have been very, very good. Like very good. Like I am in shambles with how surprised I am. Like tonight, like I said, the one I'm gonna release tonight is gonna be the Caiaphas Cain video. I hope it does well. If you guys see it pop up in like an hour after I'm done streaming, please consider giving it your hype to make up for how bad the video that released this morning did. And then I don't know what other video is going to replace the other one, but aside from that, I think we're good until like the 11th or like no, not the 11th. We'll be good until the 9th. We'll be good until the 9th. But damn. Okay. Last video of the day, we have, let me get ready. All right, we have V. Dylan Hollis. We're going to be trying something new. These are his bad recipes. I've seen some of his work before. He's a character, so I'm curious to see how, like, which ones are in this compilation. Because I haven't seen many, so we'll see.
A jellied meatloaf from 1931.
We're starting off with one of these. Oh my god. Okay.
We begin with a pound of ground beef. You don't want the sky beef, that would be scary. Fire! Who's mooing now? Strain it and let it cool. It's not dinner time until you add a pack of gelatin to some water.
He has the TikTok format down so well, right? Like, it's just high energy, quick cuts, says ridiculous thing, makes horrifying product.
Onion and celery.
What?
Celery.
Huh?
You know what stings more than a knife, Mr. Onion? Rejection. Now 2 cups of chicken stock. Time to boil. Strain the stock into the gelatin. No veggies allowed.
Who wants to eat this?
Now that this is thick, we add in the beef, pimentos, and then we mix. This is
Oh no!
No.
No!
What a joy.
No!
To the fridge. Good morning. Oh.
It looks like what comes out of a can of cat food. Like, if you flipped over a can of cat food and just plopped it on the plate and you thought, that's what this looks like. That is, I can't believe he willingly put that in his body. Yeah, no.
Incorrect. It's a cat food recipe.
See? It's a cat food recipe. See? I swear I didn't pre-watch it. Oh my god.
Choke. Liver cakes from...
Oh god. Okay, so it's gonna be rapid fire horrible things. Oh my god.
1947. So the liver is an organ which collects and filters all of the toxins from an animal throughout their lifetime. So why we prance about and eat it is beyond me. With that being said, I've never tried it. Until now. Into a pot of water goes a pound of calf's liver. This recipe asks for calf or mutton liver. But when I asked about mutton liver to the butcher, he just asked if I was okay. Fire! While that boils, we need a 1/4 cup of breadcrumbs, flour, salt, pepper. Plus...
I mean, in fairness, liver can be good. Right? Like, liver can be good. It's not my preference, obviously. I don't care for organ meat, but like it could be okay.
Dried sage and onion. Then we drain the... What? I don't want to do this! Mince the liver. Ugh. You know, I used to have a sauce
boiled.
like this. This is disgusting.
It's boiled.
Get in. Now we make patties. What do you think we fry these in? Lard. Let me get my lard bucket.
I mean...
And you just...
Okay, I mean, maybe, right? Like, maybe this could be fine. Maybe. Like, it's gonna be like a little burger patty that's been fried in lard, maybe?
Lemon lards with liver and lard.
Maybe? No? No? Okay.
There's something deviant about this.
Deviant?
It's like metal. I don't like that. Magic mayo from...
I'm sorry, I paused at the start of all of them. Hey, chat, you want some magic mayo? You want some? You want to wake up and have some magic mayo?
From 1951. What is magic mayo besides a mistake? I don't know, but the first ingredient is sweetened condensed milk. Don't worry, though, it's only 2/3 of a cup into a jar. It'll just take 12 years, 1/4 cup of olive oil, 1/4 cup of vinegar, the yolk of 1 egg.
Oh my
I find
God.
this incredible because mayonnaise is actually dairy-free.
So is it just going to be shaking?
To turn this into a lactose bonanza. We finish up with a pinch of salt, cayenne, and ground mustard. Now we seal and shake vigorously, preferably to kill whatever demon we've summoned. You know, I used to like mason jars. Then came gentrification.
That's a... Did he just say then came gentrification? But why is it yellow?
To the fridge. Okay.
It's yellow.
Well, that's awful. But nobody eats mayonnaise by itself. No. It tastes like sunscreen.
Ew!
No, from
I have to stop pausing at the start of every single name. Like, Magic Mayo I thought was the peak, but we have now ascended beyond Magic Mayo to Milcorno. The button? You want the button?
the Great Depression. What is the cheapest food was the question asked at the height of the Depression. So food scientists at Cornell came up with this. We start with a cup of cornmeal. So far, so good. Then a half cup of powdered milk. That
Okay.
didn't last long. Teaspoon of salt mixed into a saucepan with 3 cups of water.
Maybe this is
Bring
fine.
To a prolonged boil.
Maybe it's fine.
Just how prolonged is this boil?
Why am I not surprised that he knows how to play the accordion? He seems so quirky that he would.
It's done. Now, if this were to be your dinner, you'd add some tomato sauce and some pepper. For dessert, a touch of molasses and cinnamon.
No? Like, okay, so it's not something I would want, but like, it doesn't look offensive. It just looks very plain.
Tastes like a wet blanket. They're
Oh.
all so sad, like depressed polenta. Oatmeal that needs therapy. Unemployed grits. Fiesta
Unemployed
peach
grits.
Spam bake from 1954. Yes, folks, Thanksgiving is soon upon us, which means plenty of family drama, so I say why not just cut to the chase, serve this, and make everybody visibly upset. We begin by draining a can of sliced peaches. Save the syrup. Time for Spam. Nothing says the holidays like
Look, Spam can be okay, especially like musabi, right? Musabi is called. Like, Spam can be okay, but I really don't think anybody should ever combine it with peaches.
ambiguous meat. Please exit. Now we slice it lengthwise 4 times, but don't go all the way through. Stuff the Spam with cloves. Are you joking? You're not joking. This is ridiculous. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. 2021.
Why?
Mercy.
Why?
The peaches into the Spam. Open up. Time to receive peaches. To the 1/4 cup of peach syrup, we add 2 tablespoons of brown sugar. Are you aware that the syrup is sugar? Now that's just vulgar. Add the peaches. 375
Is it supposed to be like a
35
budget
minutes.
ham
Oh,
roast?
dear. Why do I keep doing this? That's not a good laugh, because this tastes like if Christmas gave up. A peanut pie from...
Dude, this is hurting me. This is hurting me. Also, if the taps are too much, let me know in the background. Because I was gonna say, because I hear them through the headphone, so I know they're quite loud. Yeah, this is something. A peanut pie.
1941, courtesy of the Caro Kid, who I can only describe as an infant male escort. Ready? Work with me here. You need a haircut. Any big plans for the weekend? Whole cup of Caro. A cup
I mean,
of
maybe
sugar.
a peanut
Put
pie would
sugar
be
with your
fine.
sugar.
Maybe.
Diabetes go buh. Eggy shell. You didn't
Eggy.
say anything. Margarine. Vanilla. 8 ounces of peanuts. All right. Stop looking at me.
Maybe. Like, maybe it's like peanut brittle. Oh,
What have
no.
you done?
No.
Demon baby!
It's
What
demon.
did I do? It tastes like crunchy diesel. A pepper cake
What?
from 1915. Instead of regular flavorings, this cake uses peppercorn and caraway.
Why? What person was writing these recipes? Like, what were your grandparents do? I know there was the Depression, but like, dude. I mean, this was what, in the 50s, or was this like... Wait.
1915.
1950s. This is before the Depression. This is pre-Depression. What? Who the hell's making a pepper cake?
Instead of regular flavorings, this cake uses peppercorn and caraway, which is an interesting idea because it's awful. Half cup of butter. Sugar. 2 eggy. You hate to see it. And a cup of syrup. What do you want, Miss Butterworth? Ma'am, this is very runny, like me in an hour. To a half cup of sour cream, we add an entire tablespoon of cracked pepper, caraway, and then
No!
the flavors. Introducing the world's worst dip. Get in. Flour. A cup
This
of
sounds
raisins.
vile.
All those. Yay. Bacon oven. Well, at least you specified the appliance. Now, I was gonna bake this in the dishwasher.
It's bizarre.
It tastes
Yeah,
like an
that-
identity crisis on a plate.
No.
A perfection salad from...
This feels like it would go really well with the magic mayo. You have the magic mayo and the perfection salad.
From 1961. In typical 60s fashion, we're using gelatin. We meet again. Nothing says salad like animal collagen. Half cup of boiling water.
Oh,
Apple cider vinegar.
Oh, I hate it already.
In you go. Now we shred
Why?
celery, carrots, and cabbage.
Why are we using gelatin in salad?
Celery's
No.
just like your parents.
Just
Dirtier than
no.
you think. This was supposed to be a fun way to get kids to eat their vegetables. How'd that work out, America? Onion powder. Pepper.
Yeah,
Okay,
fun way to have
what's
kids
the
eat their.
point?
Oh.
A loaf pan? Really? I just love when my salad comes in a brick. Good night. Good morning. It's time for mayonnaise.
That is the single most vile looking thing. I do not want that inside of me. I do not want that near me. It looks horrendous. Well, apparently it did go with the magic mayo, but like, that face says everything. That is the face of regret. That is the face of somebody who knows that they just made a mistake that they're going to live with for the rest of their life. That is what Dylan is experiencing. He is having an out-of-body experience right now. All right, let's just have a moment in chat for him. 07.
What have you perfected? Garbage. It's cold, limp, and crunchy and bad.
Yeah, all right, there you go. Cold, limp, and crunchy and bad. I think that that's the last one we need to do for today. I feel like we'll save more Dylan for next time. That, oh my god. Oh my god. That was a level of whiplash I was not mentally prepared for. That, just actually, that's how nutrient blocks from the Subnautica are made. You know, I could live without them. I could live without them. All right, well, that was enough of that. Let me, Okay. Well, let me move over to the middle of the screen, and Yura's going to start getting ready, if she's not already. Oh, my goodness. I got everything done with 10 minutes left. Pretty good. Pretty good. And then I'll raid into Yura, and then I'll do my recordings like I usually do. Okay, let me move myself over. Compared to some of the stuff that comes next, these aren't even that bad. Well, then it's a good start. Let's see if it performs. If it performs, I've got plenty of content. Mother, can you try making some of these recipes? Maybe as a goal. OP? I don't know if OP is the right word, but it's definitely been a really fun stream. It's definitely been a really fun stream. I'm sure we're going to have some lovely Black Templars in the comments, but other than that, it was great. Those hurt the soul, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Nice to be back in time for the end of the stream. Hi, Tetra. Hi, Tears. Hi. But anyway, I love and appreciate you guys. I'm just going to be waiting for Yura to say that she's ready. You ready? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just get the screen on the correct thing. Yeah, you could start. You can start, yeah. All right, gamers, we're going to be going over to Yura's stream. I have to set up the live stream to go over to her. Let me just, I have to go over to, I think it's under details, under customization. See, I remember. Damn, I've gotten good at this. Gotta refresh the page, though, because it says that you're not on yet. Bless you. Okay, she's live. Save. Okay, so when we end, it's going to automatically redirect over to Yura's stream. She's doing her little introduction. She's going to be streaming the Cane Toad video. So if you guys didn't get a chance to watch it with me, it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't spoil anything for her if you've already seen it. She's really excited because she likes Morpars. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Also, just saying, my Oshi Morpars acknowledged my existence. I commented on the video and he liked it. So I feel really special right now. Okay? All right? I want my collab with Morpars one day. I want to be traumatized in real time by the Aussie. Anyway, love and appreciate you guys. Thank you for the great stream. I will be on not YouTube. I'll be on Twitch tomorrow and Sunday, and then I'll be on YouTube Monday with a new Primarch. Can't wait. It's been a lot of fun as always. I love and appreciate you guys. Thank you for being the best community on this platform. Thank you guys again for funding 27% of the Son of the Forest. You guys are insane. I don't know why you did that, but thank you very much. I love and appreciate you all. And believe me, when I get that, you'll get lots of pictures of it because it will be the centerpiece of my collection. All right. Love and appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Take it easy and have a great time with Yura, okay? Bye-bye.